68.
90?
He was born in October 13th.
Oh my God. Whoopsies, I mean, this is amazing. I never would have guessed your love of Steve Harvey.
Look, Steve Harvey has problems. Like, I wouldn't like follow his relationship advice, but you have a very strong hatred just on this relationship. So you like sleeping with guys like fast. That's your thing. That's because you're
And thank you for that.
Thank you for that. You feel bad about this.
I don't. Actually, I
You
don't.
should.
I don't feel bad about it. No, not at all. It's not like all the time you sleep with a guy back, but I'm not going to like click on the calendar and be like, you have to wait 90 days. It's like,
So what's your
are you
fuck
cool? Do you
first,
like
ask
me?
questions later?
Yeah, I mean, 90 days is ridiculous.
Like 2 days?
Nah, I mean, it all depends. Like, the guy has to like
90
me.
minutes is sometimes.
Yeah.
We're attracted to each other. Let's see if we want to hang out afterwards. That's what I say. It's just the truth, man. Now you can. Steve, I mean, after 90 minutes, if you're not eating ass, fuck it, it's going to go.
You can't put ass in a doggy
We
bag
had a
and save it for
together.
later.
I think you're right. A pop-up, just a pop-up book. Why is a 60-year-old black man telling women who they should
Yeah, he
date?
gets tons of fucking money. He's playing a character almost. He's just getting checks and checks and checks. And he's going, oh yeah, I should sell to this certain group in the middle.
Religious
guys.
I think Steve Harvey is actually pretty amazing. When you look at what he does on the Family Feud,
By the way,
I'm serious, by
that
the way.
sentence has never been said in the history of man. Look, he's pretty amazing. Look what he does on the Family Feud.
I'm
Just
dead
fucking said that.
serious.
He takes those feuding families and just calms them.
Yeah. Survey says.
Survey says 90 days. Suck it.
Jesus, stop it, lady. What the fuck?
Read this in the back there.
2 reasons why Steve Harvey should not give relationship advice.
He's crazy.
Clearly, it's a
This
fucking
chick
hot
thinks she's
topic.
at the Magic Johnson Theaters back here. She's talking to the show.
That's our Robin Quivers over
Yeah.
there. Except it's,
We got a hole in the bush.
except we need a soundproof booth.
You need to go to a studio at home. That's what you need to do.
But she
I
loves
think
it.
you were great. I think that's funny.
Thanks.
I think
Can I say what you just said about how he does on the Family Feud? Because that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's fine.
He does a great job, by the way. He does absolutely nothing. When somebody says a dumb answer, he just looks at them like this. Yes, and he just sells it for 10 seconds. So the camera guys all know, all right, Steve's doing his face. Camera 2, get in. And just zooms in on him going, what an idiot. And then he just goes, all right, let's see what the survey says. And then the survey goes, what's paying? And he goes, yeah. And they zoom in again.
That's became a show.
And by the way, Family Feud has never been funnier than with Steve Harvey doing that.
Yes,
It's just
I agree.
mind blowing. It kills. You gotta look up. By the way, everybody here and everywhere has to look up. There's one where an old lady's on and it's things that you smoke in public, and she goes, a joint. This little old lady, and Steve goes, and he holds it for like 35 seconds. They cut to the audience. They're just dying. He's just killing with this one move. He's not saying a fucking thing. This guy's killing, slaughtering, just. But then, when he goes, all right, let's see what, I mean, there's no way, but let's see what the survey says. And then he holds it again, making millions of dollars per year.
Shows you people like black people make the craziest faces.
Well, that's the
That
Family
should be a show.
Feud.
That should be part of the
Just
show.
buy it in that that's the face he makes when he's getting a blowjob.
Melanie, great
Give you
job.
1,000 faces to get laid.
Stick with it. Next time I want to hear 10 minutes of Steve Harvey.
That's funny.
Great.
It's funny.
It's actually a guy and a girl, Tony. And if you just Google search Steve Harvey marijuana, it's one of the funniest.
You gotta look up Steve Harvey marijuana. That's the most important thing. This is the part of the show where we move on to our 2 fabulous regulars. There are 2 lovely females that have been doing stand-up here. A brand new minute each week. They're the only 2 regulars. It's amazing to watch them grow. It's always fun. Very exciting. Put your hands together for our first regular tonight. She dropped out of the University of Florida after doing her very first comedy spot right here on this stage. Yes, you were. It was
Told her to stop.
You were
makes sense. I really liked church when I was younger.
Segues.
When I was a teenager specifically, because no one expects to get fingered in those bathrooms. That's it, thank you.
59 seconds. That was awesome. I'd like to hear a second alt that's not sexual for the what the fuck was it? No, one before. Yeah, that thing. I think you replaced condom with something else. What's the Harris thing?
I
Great, give
forgot.
hand job.
Oh, I forgot
Please
the one
just
I was
hand job
gonna say. I was gonna say it's like being on birth control when you're celibate.
Well, what's the thing? What's it about?
Drinking decaf coffee.
Oh yeah,
Terrible.
that's such a great premise. And yeah. The both references can't be sexual though.
Yeah.
The sexual one should be second or third even to something not sexual. You know, God, decaf in the morning.
Yeah.
That really is a fucked up thing. Like, what kind of weirdo do you have to be?
Yeah.
People with
And
heart
it also-
conditions.
But he is a weirdo. He's the guy luring the kid into the
That's
parking
what I'm
lot.
saying. It was also from the kid. The part from
Like
taking
you
the
and
kid.
Coke trying to go to bed.
It's just, it's super weird. Like having a decaf coffee at 7 in the morning is
Not
like
human.
having a virgin margarita at 7 in the morning.
It's like saying no to a blowjob.
Writer's Guild.
I think you did two jokes almost within one joke. They kind of took away from the whole joke.
Okay.
Because you had one joke was about decaf coffee, and the other joke is about someone buying chocolate milk and he doesn't have a kid with him, which is a joke about being a pedophile and trying to fucking get somebody out of there, which I think should be two separate jokes.
Okay.
Because humor is the guy's buying a chocolate milk, at least he's like getting people out of the line so you can get the coffee quicker, or something along the lines of that. You know, but you had two jokes in one premise that ultimately diluted both jokes.
Gotcha.
But were you saying the pedophiles drink decaf?
I think so.
Which is funny.
I think that's what that has to mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
it should be a punchline right there.
Yeah.
But that's got to be your first one.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
Pedophiles drink tea. It's true.
because the last thing they want to do is take a shit while they're fucking a kid.
That's so funny.
And also,
That's why I'm here.
and of course, a pedophile would drink decaf at 7 a.m. because the kids are already in school. You don't get caffeinated until they're about to get out at like 2:30, 3 o'clock. Get
And-
fucking wired.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess pedophilia jokes aren't.
No, I closed it on
Yeah,
Huge
yeah.
Laugh.
And like you need caffeine to like take a
You're
sip
watching
too.
like Steve Harvey on this show right now.
I just
Give you a look.
That's a great look. Zoom in, camera
You
one.
had two jokes there. You somehow can intertwine them better, separate them, and then make them one joke. That's all I'm saying. Because they're both funny.
I agree with Sam because I've hurt his feelings a lot tonight.
No, you didn't. At all. Not one point. I'm dead on the inside, brother.
Dead on the inside?
Yeah.
Why?
Just give him the look. Give him the heartbeat.
You said what?
Kim, that was great.
Survey says yes, you are.
Good joke.
Yeah, so funny. And you landed on exactly 1 minute, so you did it again. Thank you so much. Kimberly Condon, everybody. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. Instagram, all that stuff. Our other regular, super funny, super cool, awesome style. Put your hands together for Sarah Wineshank.
What's up? Who the fuck decided to associate foil with the future? It's fucking trippy. So they just like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of bats. We're gonna need a lot of foil. No refrigeration and no microwave. We're gonna need foil. We need a sponsor for the future. Reynolds is on it. What? We're barbecuing? The fuck? We could think of anything. The best thing we could come up with was aluminum foil in the future. Someone decided that, and that was a thing, guys. Look it the fuck up. Aluminum, why not saran wrap? We're so sprung on something that's fucking shiny. Makes no sense. Also, the name egg roll makes no sense. One of the
And then, but what was interesting was right after that, I got confused immediately because you said what? You said you nailed it with the future thing. Everybody, I think, pictures the same thing. Somebody wearing like some kind of weird helmet or hat.
Oh, is that what you're talking about? The helmet? I had no idea what you were talking about.
But then what do you say?
Set that up.
What do you say right after that?
I don't know, man.
Oh, you have no idea.
I mean, like, honestly, I wanted to get all my aluminum jokes out, but, like, I lost track of time, and I was, like, really pissed off that I wasn't going to get Reynolds out, and that was, like, in my head.
You're talking about the tinfoil hats, like the conspiracy theory people? That's the future part you're talking about?
No, like, if you look up 1950s future, they're really into, like, fucking oil.
Which is, you didn't tell anybody that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I thought that everyone knew that. I don't know. Was that an assumption?
When you
Don't assume anyone knows anything, really. Because it's all part of the setup.
I don't know if you watched the show, but nobody knows anything.
I think it works. I think most people probably picture. There's definitely an association with oil in the future. I don't think it really matters.
Yeah.
Where do you get this from?
It killed. The joke killed. I mean,
The joke killed.
I had no idea what was going on.
But it's awesome because they're waiting for you to explain that line. You just came up with, when oil becomes future? And you're like, oh yeah! And it died off, and we're like, okay, what exactly are you talking
I
about?
thought I missed a news story or something. I thought it was like, oh shit, I didn't reach him.
What I will say is that you're much better on stage than the last couple times I've done the show. Not that you weren't good there, but man, your delivery is so much better. You're way more confident. It's fun to watch, man.
Thank you.
And I agree, but I will also tell you this, as a friend. You said fuck 19 times in a minute.
You're right. I opened with fuck. Not great.
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, I got
You gotta
excited.
save it for special. You gotta
Occasions.
like water world.
You know, it's use it if you really believe it. You know, use it occasionally. Because when you write a joke out, if you're not saying fuck while you write the joke out, you don't need to say fuck on stage.
That's really good advice.
That's why I'm here.
Great advice.
Yeah. Thank you.
thank you so much, Sarah. That was a great set.
Very good.
That's
great.
Aluminum foil.
Best outfit of the day. Best outfit.
Thank you.
Hey Tony, Ice Cream Fire's here.
Whoa! One of our favorite bands in the world, Ice Cream Fire.
They're great.
They're available on iTunes.
Hey, where did they right now?
Scott Kidd, thank you so much. You're at Devo Kid on Twitter. That's
Good job, man.
DOKIDD.
You stood strong. You didn't say a lot, but I knew you were
You
there.
stood better than anyone's ever stood before. You killed on this hot. You're standing. Is
Be,
gonna blow up on this.
be honest with me. Were you asleep for most of this? I thought you were.
Kirk Fox, you're on Twitter at Kirk Fox.
Yes, I am.
Anything else you want to promote?
Oh, that's fine.
For those of you in third world countries, the test is coming out soon.
Well, I think it's all done.
There you got it. They don't get it later like
It's all good, man.
I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. Our sponsor is Elise Lane, ELYSELAIN on Twitter. She's amazing. She made us great stuff tonight. Come see me in Red Band in Toronto in November.
That's right.
Sam, what do you got?
I am going to be at the Sacramento Punchline the weekend of November 13th, 14th, and 15th. Very excited to be headliner that weekend. And then New Year's, I will be doing Toronto at the Underground Cafe. I'll be doing the New Year time.
That's the best.
Yeah, dude.
We're going to be there that entire first week of November. Whenever the Dark Comedy Festival is, we'll be at the Underground as well. Yeah, go see Sam at the Sacramento Punchline. I've done that club with you before. You were the first comedian I ever
I
did.
think the three of us did it, right? Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Great show, guys. I'll be golfing Bel Air tomorrow. Kurt Fox is one of the funniest people I know.
Thank you, live audience. I love you. Episode 75.
Later.
I think we went from Be Famous. I would say.
Red Band coming to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
What are you doing? Happy Monday to you. Here we are, back again. Kill Tony. Hi, everybody. Okie dokie, we lost you. It's good to be here. It's a lot
ridiculous. Why didn't you just stay in New York for a day?
Because I'm obsessed with the show. I swear to God, I flew in just for this from across the country.
That's crazy.
I was on a fucking plane all day. I'm obsessed with it. I'm convinced that this is one of the best shows in all of comedy. I'm convinced. And I think some other people are convinced.
I'm convinced.
We've already sold hundreds of tickets. We are so close to selling out. Toronto, Friday night, Kill Tony in a fucking theater.
Yeah.
Toronto. The show you're at right now, you lucky 28 people. The dreaming 28 have no idea how exciting Friday is going to be. But this is our, I guess we would call this a practice run for Friday, even though it never changes. It's just a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's just plug it in and you already know what to do.
Yeah. So if any of you want to get a flight to Toronto, if you like tonight's show, you can get one and be there on Friday night. So you can double up. We are also roasting Ron Jeremy on Wednesday, which is very exciting.
I've been doing my research on him, been watching some of his old porn. Pretty disturbing shit. He gives hope to, I guess, fat, hairy guys that have big dicks, so I'm on board.
He is an animal. I wrote a few already. Would you guys like to be the only ones to know some of the jokes that I'm going to... All right. Well, it's in Toronto, so I'm going to say Ron hasn't been this far north since Vietnam. It's a little bit of a thinker. Think about it for a second. I know we're just getting into the show. How about this one? Ron Jeremy's been in the game a while. He's seen it go from hairy to landing strip to shave, and that's just his back. Ron's dad was a physicist, and his mom was a book editor. Whoever said the apple doesn't fall far from the tree hasn't seen Ron Jeremy's descendant testicles. It's a little bit of a thinker, too. Most of these are going to be farther in the lineup, and the crowd's already hot, which is basically the opposite of you guys. So if it's working on you, now the only thing that's hard about him is his arteries. I got an applause break on this. He played a plumber in many of his movies, but he looks like the kind of guy that doesn't flush. Oh, here's a good one. He's like fat. It's Ron Jeremy. You got to picture him on the stage, okay? Just let him sit there. Actually, no, they'll be behind you.
Yeah, they'll be.
So close. I like your excitement, guys. Tough.
I have one that says...
Yeah, why don't you, Josh, I'm sorry for you listeners that are hearing this. Yeah, why don't you pull one more chair up here? It's better when people are towards the front than the back. Josh sees this place like it's a fucking airplane. The back. It's like, alright, fuck it. Thanks, Josh, for listening. So you picture fat Ron Jeremy on stage, right? How about this one? You know, Ron, you didn't have to eat all those pizzas you fake delivered.
That's the best one right there.
Yeah, that's a big one. Of course, if people didn't down 12 inches of greasy mess, you wouldn't have a career. See, that's what we call a tag. That'll come right after that joke with that conversation in the middle. Let me ask you guys this. Do you know the thing that Ron Jeremy is notoriously cheap? Have you guys heard that before, or is that a not-known thing to complete strangers?
Never heard that.
Not really, right? It's such a known thing for people that know him. So, but it's good to know. That's exactly why he's the only guy that cuts his Viagra with Propecia. That's a really good one. But that mustache is great, or as he calls it, his cold sore umbrella. I love his movies, though. I give them 2 lotion-covered thumbs up. Alright, I can't close with that one.
I think it's close to pizza.
Ron, I didn't know you could get fat from eating ass.
Damn, dude. I need to start this writing thing. I have pushed him off.
Dustin Diamond's going to be there. Screech from Saved by the Bell. Screech, every time I watch Saved by the Bell, I think to myself, why couldn't there be a school shooting back then? See, this is the kind of thunder. These are just my notes for Wednesday. I'm so excited to get not my hands on Ron Jeremy, but I can't wait to talk shit about him.
I should take this a little bit more seriously.
I'm still convinced you should do some fun performance piece where you just do something, breaks up the tone of the road.
Yeah.
You should just Jeremy, like over your fireplace. That'd be a great work of art, by the way. Who wouldn't want Jeremy do that?
None of us sell it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Or else he would definitely be selling it.
Right.
I'm going to do something a little goofy tonight. We've had Jeff Richards perform here, one of our favorite people, and he played a few songs for us over a few episodes. I'm going to do something fun like that tonight, because I saw this guy before a roast battle here a couple weeks ago, and I've seen him actually a few times. He plays music. He's a he's a comedian that plays music. Put your hands together for him. I think he's hilarious, so I asked him to come by. It's Pat Regan, everybody. Josh, you good? Heck yeah, Pat Regan, everyone. Sitting on my bedroom floor, feeling so alone. Black out all the windows and disconnect the phone. No one calls me anyways, no one even cares. I could disappear like a ghost in a graveyard. Open up the dresser drawer where I keep my gun. The cold black steel looks up at me like shadows at the sun. I load it up with bullets and I down a glass of rum. It burns my throat, but that's okay, 'cause it numbs the pain. Crying like a newborn child, my hands they shake with fear. I think it's what I have to do, but I'm not thinking clear. I close my eyes and count to 3 and draw one final breath. Then I put the handgun in my mouth, and guess what happens next? I suck the gun like a dick. 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 Gobble, 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 yum, 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 yum. I want this 38 to shoot a load across my tongue. My troubles are forgotten, 'cause I'm having so much fun sucking this gun like a dick. Fuck yeah, thank you. The stylings of Pat Regan, thank you so much, Pat. That was fucking awesome. Wow, I love that.
That's awesome.
Fucking Pat Regan. One more time for Pat Regan. Come on. What I love about him, so many funny songs that I hear. The music is terrible, and I'm such a big music fan that I always hear the music, and even though what they're saying is funny, like I just can't get over that the music's bad. But with Pat, the music's actually good.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, you almost forget that it's about to get funny, and then it just hits you in the head.
I had no idea it was going to go funny. I thought, oh, this is just a nice romantic song.
I definitely got scared for a second, because I'm like, wait a second, I remember. I hope he knows.
This is a comedy club.
No, but he does. I know that. But for a second, I thought maybe just for a second, he's gonna play a real song.
Right. That's what I thought.
It's not gonna get
I
funny.
totally thought that. I was like, is this a Dylan
Next
song?
thing you know, he's sucking a gun like a dick. Pat Regan.
That's awesome.
Every week we only have one sponsor. She's the great Elise Lane, sitting right over there, everybody. Every listener of the show should follow her on everything. She's Elise Lane on Twitter, ELYSELAIN, and she's the girl with the pan on Instagram and Facebook. Look at this, everybody. This is the type of high-quality gourmet food that we get to eat every week, because Elise is a recipe checker. Nope, nope, nope. That is a person who checks recipes for chefs that are writing cookbooks. She makes sure that they're good. That's her job. Think about that for a second. Soak it in. Think about what you do for a living. All right. So every week she makes us a meal, and this week's no different. I used to read what she would make for us every week to make the listeners hungry and hire an executive chef. You know what I mean? But then I realized, wouldn't it be more fun if the runaround producer of the show, the great Josh Martin, read it every week. And for the last 4 or 5 weeks, we've been playing a game because Josh has a speech impediment. So if Josh can't read the recipe without stopping or pausing or stuttering, if he gets all the way through it, then he doesn't get hit in the nuts. Does Josh get hit in the nuts by Brian Redman? Josh just has to read the recipe one time the whole way through. Now, if at any point he stumbles, Brian hits him in the nuts. Monday night, do you think you can handle that type of entertainment? Now, see, we have to save this for only Fridays and Saturdays. These people can't handle it. Wait, Monday night, you think you can handle watching a comedy situation where this guy might get hit in the nuts? Well then, alright, as soon as I hand it to you, you have to start reading. We're not doing any of this, you get to study it first shit, okay? You ready? Are you guys ready?
I gotta get really confident.
Here you go, Josh Martin, everybody. There it goes.
Okay, tonight's meal, roasted red and golden beef salad, baby kale, goat cheese, toasted almonds, and olive oil, marinated chicken breast, marinated in super salad. Let's go. How big this is marinated in super salad?
I wrote that last part. Good job, Josh. Elise wrote the recipe. He made it all the way through the recipe. After she handed it to me, I'll just read what's written there. Roasted red and golden beef salad with a baby kale, goat cheese, toasted almonds, olive oil, marinated chicken breast, marinated in supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Is the part that I wrote in.
What's so funny is that his stutter or his speech impediment, you could almost not understand what he was saying. He just wasn't pausing. It was just like, oh, it's like,
Roasted red and golden beef salad with baby kale.
it was like Ari,
Making noise.
it was like Ari Shaffir sucking a dick. That's what it sounded like.
Why would that? How do you know what that sounds like?
Because Ari on stage kind of has like a so anyways,
Oh yeah.
sucking a dick.
I see what you're saying. Fuck yeah, a little Ari Shaffir. For you people with Ari Shaffir posters on your walls, well, every week we also have a head of security that keeps us safe, keeps an eye on us. This is one of our very favorite patriots. Put your hands together for him, everybody. It's Kevin Lee Light, Jesus Patriot. The show, Jesus Christ, keeping the faith of the show. My show, I give you Jesus Christ. The fucking resurrection, as always. Kevin, how's it going?
I'm excited to be here. You always have a good time. Thanks for having me.
You're right. We always do have a good time. Look at that. Kevin Lee Light.
How old are these gloves?
The gloves are probably,
About a year.
Yeah.
How many people have worn them?
About 70.
Anything crazy happened this weekend? You are West Hollywood Jesus, for those of you that don't know, but all of you should. He's been in many movies, music videos, a regular treat to see around here at the Comedy Store, a favorite of many. The funny comedians here that have taken the moment to chat with him. Super cool guy. But you're always in West Hollywood. This is a crazy weekend in West Hollywood. I was in New York City, so I missed crazy West Hollywood Halloween. What did you see? Anything?
We had a rainstorm. We had 500,000 people out on the street.
It rained here on Halloween? You fucking losers.
Yeah.
Should have been in New York City. I ended up in the middle of the parade.
Yeah. I was in Vegas.
I'll just say, me and Jeff Ross and his cousin, we jumped the barricade, and we just became part of the parade. We were just walking everything. Fucking million people, by the way. Their parade is, I thought, yeah, they say, like, you know, West Hollywood has a big everything. They tell you this shit when you live here, but the truth is New York City just dwarfs us.
It dwarfs this?
Everything.
Yeah. They called this one a parade, but I didn't see anybody parading. I saw them standing around. Did they actually parade?
Oh, it was a parade, and there's huge, giant floats. Most of them playing Thriller, by the way. A lot of people didn't get very creative with their Halloween New York floats. I mean, I get it. Thriller's a big one, and basically it's pretty blatant that these floats are just people on ecstasy listening to Thriller while going by a bunch of people. Like, they're dancing, but you can see in their eyes, like, this slight fear of, like, what the fuck am I doing? They didn't really realize they'd be on a
And it didn't just rain, it poured, and it didn't give a warning. Wow. We used to stand there, and all of a sudden, boom, it was raining. So it was a fun show watching everybody head for cover. The folks who were too drunk just kind of stood there and
Do you dress up for Halloween, or do you just stick with Jesus? I mean, every day is Halloween for you, right?
every day is Christmas.
Right.
Who dresses up as the devil on Halloween? That would be awesome.
Well, I think maybe
That would be great.
right. I posed with a lot of devils and a few Jesuses, some black Jesuses this year. But
Ooh, a black Jesus?
a bunch of black Jesus.
Wow.
It's a big year for black Jesus.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Were there any white people doing blackface Jesus?
No, but Pete C suggested that I shoe polish my face, and that if I didn't, I was really off my game.
I wonder if Pete C knows that they make makeup now, and you wouldn't have to use actual shoe polish. That's an interesting suggestion. Hey man, you should totally gasoline your eyes for, I'm pretty sure they...
Well, he does it the old way we used to do it in the Midwest.
Right. Ohio.
Shoe polish.
Yeah.
We'd meet up at the meetings and
Right.
stuff. I have face cancer and I don't know why.
Guys, we have such an exciting show lined up for you. You ready to meet your guests tonight? Put your hands together for the great Paul from Mensa and Mensa from... Welcome. Paul's first time, Matt's second time on the show. I'm super excited to have you guys here. Heck yeah. Matt, you and I have been barking along at the Comedy Store here since I started, so that's been 7.5 years.
It's one of my favorite things to do is bark like a dog while someone's killing on stage.
Yeah.
You know?
It's
So somebody might get that treatment tonight.
Yeah. That sounds funny, Gary. If you're killing downstairs in the original room and you hear that, it's double confirmed that you're killing, because that means you're killing with Voltron.
And it feels like you're killing on Arsenio. It's very Arsenio. Very Arsenio. It's like Arsenio Fantasy Camp.
And,
Can you do this? No, just the bar.
You're making it your own.
Yeah.
Paul, I had a blast with you at the Traverse City Comedy
Way
Fest.
too much fun.
Yeah.
Way too much fun.
Sinbad was there,
Sinbad was kicking ass.
and Dave Holmes. Wait, no.
Pete Holmes.
No, who's the...
Josh Holmes?
No, the guy who pulled down his pants during set list.
Oh, Dave Foley.
Dave Foley, oh my gosh.
That's right, Dave Foley committing a felony. Yeah, it was a good show.
Yeah, unbelievable. A winter fest.
Winterfest.
So fun.
Freezing
And
cold, middle of the mountains.
you have one of my...
They come out like crazy.
You have one of my favorite shows that I ever get to regularly do, and that's set list.
You are.
What's your
Always
baby?
says that my set list was the creation of evil genius short format.
And you, right?
I just basically perfected it.
I love it.
Somebody else performed.
I love it. Perfect. Well, you're doing a great job. It really is the best.
It's a lot. Like I love the impulse behind it. Like the actual idea is important.
Yeah. Sounds great.
Real inside comedy, real like process. That's a fun part of it.
Yeah.
That's good. Is that Doug Stanhope?
Yeah, it is. Put your hands up for Doug Stanhope, everybody. Doug, you want to come up and play with us?
You want to come up and play?
Doug Stanhope is here.
Heck yeah. What's up, Doug? Good to see you, buddy. Kevin, if you have to say anything, just raise your hand and we'll send a mic down to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're going to stick with the funny people on this one, Jesus. Sorry. But you look great. You are the best set decoration. What do you think about Jesus Christ over there, Doug?
I hate that everybody's doing Christmas so fucking early these days.
Have you ever gotten to perform this close to Jesus?
Usually not before November 31st.
I think that was my question.
I had no answer, so field it for me. Early in my cocktails. Please go ahead.
I love it.
Presentation.
How's the night going, Doug? You having fun?
It's very good. Very good so far.
Thanks for swinging by. We're just getting started. We haven't had one comedian up yet.
You still don't.
I know. Yeah. But you know how the show goes. Comedians, you guys get 60 seconds. You perform for 60 seconds. You know 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. You better wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear.
So I was cleaning my apartment the other week, naked, and I glimpsed myself in the mirror, and I didn't really like what I saw. So I've been hitting the gym a lot lately. Don't worry, the results are still pending. So I've been working on that a little bit. But there's nothing I hate in the world more than people who take gym selfies because it's the most vain thing you can do. Like, how dare you make me feel inadequate, self-conscious, vulnerable, belonging, all at the same time. Those are some conflicting emotions. I don't like that. But you always see them in front of the mirror posted up with their phone acting like they're checking it, like with a half smirk. Got it. That'll go sick on Instagram later. Post it up with some nice hashtag puns like Quadzilla, Shreddification, Armageddon. Kill yourself. Please do us all a favor because we can't stand it anymore. But the comments are always worse. It'll start out with a nice shredded bro, just looking so shredded. Which will move on to point out a physicality such as nice Dells bro, hitting those traps too, I see. Which will move on to inevitably land at nice dick bro, that's a really solid dick. Which is never an autograph.
Wow. The bear was so mad, I think it ate a few puppies at the end of that.
So mad.
Furious bear.
You can skip the whole beginning, where you're looking at yourself in the mirror, and you can go straight to the gym selfies, I think.
Cool. All right.
That floor.
I'm gonna be the Roseanne Barr on Last Comic Standing.
Yeah.
I think you have an original voice, and that is lovely. Until I get a couple more cocktails in me, I'm just gonna be the sweetheart. But then I'll turn on you.
I was expecting stand-up to just rip me a new asshole, actually. So
Yeah, I realized I probably should have, but I'm not there yet. I just walked in. I didn't
Who's the
know
one?
I was gonna be here.
Who's the one on Last Comic Standing? The panel that the bad one. Like, who's the mean one? I've never watched.
Well, no one was mean on the last season.
Really?
And this was the first season I watched where I go, I don't know any of these comics. I'm fucking old. I am 27 now, so don't listen to me. I'll be over here in the lows. You can go. All right. I just think you're really wordy. I think you have an idea of a joke, and the more succinctly you can get to it, the better. The wordiness is sort of a filler to you.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
How long you been doing stand-up?
Only about 8 months now.
How often are you getting up? You doing a lot of spots? Or?
Mostly at Flappers in Burbank, but I get up like twice a week usually.
At Flappers in Burbank?
No, I'll do some other open mics, but it's tough to get some stage time, especially when I come up to Comedy Store. It's really
How many
competitive.
nights a week are you doing Flappers?
Usually if I've got a book show, I'll do that, and then I usually
Like, how often is that?
Wednesday or Thursday is
So
when
you're saying once a week?
Yeah, once a week at least.
So 3 spots a week?
Yeah.
Do you tape and listen to your sets?
Yeah.
Do you ever laugh?
No. Fucking there it is. No, yeah, I mean, that's a bit that I've been working on, and it's just kind of working on it. So
I wasn't even really trying to slam you there.
No.
I just remember when I started out, like shit that I would laugh at, I thought I couldn't do. Like the stuff that actually made me laugh, I go, oh yeah, but you could never really do that on stage. And then I did, and yeah, here I am, a fucking drunk, miserable, horrific old human
Stick
being.
with it.
Yeah, well, I know what you're talking about. It's really hard to listen to. I mean, like I would take myself all the time, and I would listen to like 5 minutes of it, and just go, oh, I can't listen to this anymore.
That's what I do now.
Yeah. It's really hard to listen to.
Besides like what they're saying, like the variety, you could definitely trim it up. But I also noticed that your voice is very monotone during the whole thing. It was just kind of like you didn't
Flat.
Yeah, flat. So like I honestly was kind of like, all right, I'm not even paying attention to what he's saying because I'm just want to go to sleep or something. Like you need to have ups and downs and pauses.
Shout out to Ball and Chain
Because I
Club.
mean, you just go out there like blah 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 blah. If you have like a 30-minute set, fuck that. No one would sit around for that. You have to have.
It doesn't mean you have to do the over the top. Hey, Bob's your uncle. Hey, people. Give it up for yourselves.
Right.
Or the Bob's variation.
Yeah. I mean, that would kill, but no. It just didn't seem like you were happy to be on stage because you didn't seem, any energy at all. It just kind of.
Yeah, you were you were like a Wi-Fi tower for daydreaming.
Yeah, I was super.
You took me straight to like stuff I have to do tomorrow and things like that, and I work hard on not thinking about that while doing this show. You know what I mean? Like it's a big deal to me. So when I'm daydreaming about stuff I have to do tomorrow during the thing, that means you gotta get to like something, some kind of point.
I was just daydreaming while you were saying that.
Yeah, I just kind of zoned out on it.
Right.
Thought about all the shit I had to do.
Right. But you gotta go. Definitely the levels thing is a thing. Can't be daydream machine.
Okay.
I like this one hashtag. Farmageddon.
You dig it?
Hashtag.
Jesus coming through in the clutch.
There you go.
Jesus cares.
Heck yeah. Kevin, where are you from?
I'm from Cincinnati area.
How long have you lived in LA?
5 months now.
5 months. So you did it for 3 months in Cincinnati?
Yeah. Well, I was doing it around Ohio, like wherever I could get stationed at, because I went to school in northern Ohio at BTSU.
Where's that? Bowling Green?
Yeah, Bowling Green.
Oh, nice.
South of Toledo.
Yeah, I know exactly where that is.
Yeah. I really hate saying this, but try going to Ha Ha Cafe a little bit. You need to. I mean, Flappers is a great stage, but you're not going to get herpes there. You need to really. I mean, go to a grosser club. It'll check you a little.
Okay. Do you live in Burbank? Is that your thing?
I live in Culver City.
Yeah, exactly. When you're on that side of the hill.
Is herpes a thing you have to have now?
Yeah.
Definitely.
That side of the hill really sucks, and everybody moves there when they first move here for some weird reason.
It's kind of like having gold medallion on Delta. Like, you know these airports. Sorry.
You mean Burbank Airport?
What kind of comedy do you like? Who's a comedian that you relate to? Like, oh, I'm so into that.
Totally cliche, but I love Doug Stanhope.
Forget it. Well, I see the similarities already.
I'm a fan of Vic Henley also. Ron White.
Those are two. We're often put in the same pot. Vic Henley and Doug Stanhope. Yeah, you got a nice buffet going there.
What are you drinking, Doug?
Oh, she's got it.
It's okay.
Bingo knows the look on my face.
We got Josh. Josh is running around. All right, Matt, what are you drinking?
Bingo,
Bingo! Hey!
I don't want yours. I was saying there's a waiter there. I got vodka soda.
Vodka soda, Josh. And Matt, what are you drinking?
Stella for me, Josh, please.
Stella.
Thank you.
Might just want to bring 2 for Doug.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Yeah, bring 2 for Doug.
Quad up on that one. Get the 4-pack.
Who was your favorite when you were a kid?
When I was a kid?
Yeah. Who do you remember being your first favorite?
I remember Ron White being my first favorite comic. Yeah. And after that, just kind of moved on to some other stuff, and then Doug just brought the super, just dark shit into my life. So thank you, Doug.
You're welcome. You're welcome. He was a brony before he found you.
You know what another thing is, though, is I'm noticing that you just sort of are deadpan in one tone. So maybe what it actually is like just double commit to that. Instead of actually trying to sound normal, just don't try to sound normal and sound like exactly how you do.
Out of your set because you can't be that monotone and have that much set. In order for that to really work, you got to do like a Stephen Wright stand.
Yeah.
Exactly. Short, punchy, self-contained kind of thing.
Yeah.
So otherwise, it's a weird thing. So a lot of people come to the table with great writing skills, and some people come to the table with great performance skills.
And you brought neither, but come on, it had to be. Someone was gonna say it.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, you obviously like to write, and you can tell that because you keep overwriting, sometimes everything's really, really wordy, but,
That's a common, very, very, very common first. I mean, you've done nothing, by the way. When I asked you how many spots you're doing, your answer is like, I mean, you just got to get first time you take it on a bike, it is Laurel Canyon. Because it's uphill like a lot of the way.
But I mean, you either want it or you don't. You could die in flappers.
You just gotta, flappers isn't really it's not really an option to get your chops at all.
Flappers is not an option.
I mean, you could do gigs there once you're doing gigs, but it's not the place you want to start. You gotta start in the grit. It's gotta be dirty and greasy, and you gotta. You have to wonder if you're crazy for doing this. Flappers is like walking into fucking Sears or something like that. It's not.
Is anyone know Sal's still doing comedy?
That's a cool place.
Sal's open mic, is that still around?
Yeah.
Yeah, try Sal's. That's
All your local references sound like cartoon names to me. Flappers and Ha Ha Cafe. That's a lazy writer would put Ha Ha Cafe into a movie and really.
Exactly.
Kevin, thank you so much. Kevin,
thanks, man. Good job. Good work, Kevin.
He's on Twitter at Mr. Dragon DeVore. That's DEVORE. That's all one word at Mr. Dragon DeVore.
I'll be the wicked prick on the next one.
Okay, good.
Just don't take it seriously. I don't really like to make fun of you.
Before we get to that, I always ask every guest when it's their first time on the show, so I'll ask these two, because I think I've asked you before, is what is something that you did when you very first started out doing stand-up that you can't believe that you did or talked about or would ever do? Like, that's obnoxious that you can't really believe that you're embarrassed that you ever did.
Well, you gotta give me a minute to think about it.
Okay, we'll start with Paul. Is there something? Do you have a ventriloquist dummy or take off your shirt, walk backwards? Like, what's the thing? I've heard everything.
Well, I started in the 70s, so I was opening very, like the first times I ever did stand-up, I would walk in the back of the room, lean way back, just to do an Earth Shoes joke.
Earth Shoes? Yeah, I can't believe you did that.
No,
I don't know what Earth
I got
Shoes
banned
is.
from the comedy circuit. I once I turned to the AMC and I said, "Do you mind if I go pour my water on the piano?" He said, "Go ahead," and I just poured my water up and down the piano. Earth Shoes. I got banned for like 5 years.
That'll do it. I like it.
I'm trying to think of one thing that wasn't embarrassing about when I started.
That's a hard one.
I had this weird accent, and I talked out of the side of my mouth, and it was kind of a New York weird.
Were you doing a character?
No, I didn't think I was, but now I look back at old footage. I did that on purpose on an album I did 10 years ago, a DVD. I put bonus footage was all my earliest horrifically embarrassing shit, and I couldn't even watch it to decide what to put on. I made my manager watch it, and they decided which clips, and because I try to watch myself, and I'm like, they gagging. I had a fucking mullet. My first evening at the Improv, I was only maybe a year into comedy, and I bought the shirt on Santa Monica Boulevard out of one of those like $6. It still had the creases in it, and it had a matching tie, and I had a mullet, and I talked out of the. I was everything about my. Yeah, I suck shit.
He had the mullet too, I remember.
Yeah,
Really nice
wicked mullet.
Yeah, crazy mullet. Yeah.
Matt, what was your answer the first time that
I did crazy shit. Like I think. Well, no, it was just the things I thought of.
Yeah.
Like I thought of being Officer Laugh and wearing a cop uniform, and the Comedy Kid and wearing a fucking cowboy uniform. But
Wow.
those are just the ideas. They never made it to this day.
I remember writing that down. Who's writing that down? Don't write that down.
I remember the hack premises that I thought I came up with first. Like, who's the first guy to ever eat an egg? I'll eat the first egg. It comes out of that chicken's ass. And I thought it was fucking brilliant. And then you go, that's the most tired, hackneyed fucking idea.
I've never heard that before like that. That's actually pretty funny.
It's really
You have a picture of it coming out of the chicken's ass. But
Do you remember a hack bit that you did that you were so ashamed that you, oh fuck, I can't believe I thought that was original?
I think I actually told the joke where I'm so crazy I ripped the fucking tag off the mattress. This has been
That's like a famous joke, isn't it?
what's that?
Well, that's somebody's joke. That's like somebody's joke. I don't know.
You're the first guy that saw that tag.
and the 7086 guy that saw the tag.
It's weird when you Twitter will keep you in check, where the first thing you think of, you used to know to dismiss as a comic, but now you can just go to Twitter and prove that you are right in dismissing the first joke you have about a topic. Go to that hashtag on Twitter, and oh yeah, everyone already That's all I came up with.
Let's see what happens next. Are you guys ready for your next comedian, everybody? 60 seconds of thunder. So many awesome people signed up for the chance. Right now, it is Daniel White.
Oh, shit.
Folks, my name's Daniel White, and my name might sound familiar because you might have seen it on your guys' ballots, your sample ballots. I'm running for, really, LA Secretary of Transportation for LA County. No, seriously. As a bus rider, I feel that our buses are far too overcrowded with people that don't really smell that nice. And there's a lot of traffic here. I have to be on the bus a long time, and I absorb these smells. So, if I'm elected, I will make sure that there are more buses on the streets in order to relieve congestion on the buses. I will make sure that anybody sitting in an open seat next to the aisle, when a window seat is open next to them, will be immediately ejected. And if I'm elected, I will no longer ride the bus. Good job, brother.
Fuck yeah. 57 seconds of thunder and lightning from Daniel White.
It pay off at the end, at least.
Yeah. I missed a couple lines.
I thought you were going to be wicked on this one, Doug.
What's that?
I thought you were going to be wicked on this one.
Well, I was getting to that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't just close strong.
Right.
You're going to have something in the middle there.
Yeah.
But,
it went somewhere. He has the idea,
Right.
He's got the basic idea of making an arc to the story,
right?
Yeah. Except the story was lacking.
I think if you came up with more extreme examples,
Yeah.
Just nuttier shit, I think it'd be better.
Yeah.
And also made it, more convincing that you're actually running, maybe, too.
Yeah.
Like, instead of just saying, I'm running, really, I am.
Are you really running? No, I threw it on there's an election coming up, and I thought about it. I just threw it together on the bus on the way here.
I'm right you in, man. I like the end of your stuff.
There you go. You got
If
one?
there were more bus riders in the crowd, I think you might have gotten a warmer response.
This stuff would kill on
Uber is
minute.
killing the bus.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Uber is destroying bus riding for everyone.
Your minute would slay on the 217.
Yeah.
That's Fairfax.
This guy knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Can I get a transfer to a punchline, please?
Daniel, you have to admit, it must have been pretty fun being the best dressed guy on the Metro, right? I mean, that blazer's crushing. Is that a new one?
No, this one's just to be partially convincing for the act tonight.
Now, what's interesting, I'll give you guys a little background. I'm pretty sure this is your third week in a row getting on?
This is my fourth.
Basically 3 out of 4.
Yes.
And the first 2 times, I remember it was very religious, like Ten Commandments jokes and like, what was the deal with Moses, and stuff like that. And so it's interesting that you made such an extreme jump. It's sort of exciting that at least you're trying to what?
To branch out to buses.
He's writing new material.
Be relatable.
Yeah.
He's writing
Bus
shit.
riders.
He
Yeah.
wrote that tonight.
Yeah. But, and it's...
Which is why I hate fucking improv. Give me the shit you worked out.
But
Yeah, no, that's admirable. Well, there is something fearless in set that whole thing and really basically using the whole time to set up a punchline. That's pretty fearless, and you did hit it off, which is pretty great. So there's a lot to be said for that. You obviously knew where you were headed and landed it. There's something there.
You just started recently, right?
right.
How long ago?
I've only been seriously writing for a couple months. I've only been performing. My first time was 4 weeks ago in a Telescope.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
Yeah.
How long have you been riding the bus?
How long?
27, 14 years.
Wow.
You know how to
You should
drive?
have that material.
Yeah, I have a driver's license. I just drove first.
Well, that's fun. Where have you been getting up? Have you been doing spots other than here?
I've been going up at the Improv and here.
At the open mic.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you go other places?
Not yet. I'm still looking. places. I think Marty's is one of the sounds.
Yeah. Marty's. I've heard Marty's. Marty's.
I don't even know what that is.
It's death.
I've never been there.
Yeah.
They make you pay, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never do one.
How does this thing work? Is this some kind of scam bringer show? Do you have to pay to get in here for hopefully your lucky lottery ticket comes up like Willy Wonka so you can do 60 seconds in front of a bored crowd of friends?
Literally nobody ever pays to get in. We've never sold a ticket for this show.
I paid to get in.
We charge.
Yeah, the setup was like I think what Matt said that you punched up the ideas. It was a bit more extreme because you almost sold it like you were really running for it, which is fine. Because the payoff, I thought you were too. The payoff worked, but I think that you took Matt's advice and made like the setup a little bit more silly and crazier. That we would still believe it, but it would be a little bit more easy to listen to. Because at first, I thought you were really running and you were using this time to get on a podcast so that you can get the word out that you're actually running for this. Yeah, like that kind of
Well, Ray, that was good. That shows some initiative.
Yeah.
Is this a podcast?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then again, you could also just lose all the jargon and just get right to the point, which is you ride the bus and you hate it and you were thinking about running for whatever, but then you realized if you got that you wouldn't be on the bus anymore.
Yeah, you can make it almost
Well,
one line.
he did say that he wrote this on the bus today, so
Right.
we didn't really have time to go over it.
Yeah. No, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying when you hit the notebook tonight or tomorrow or whenever, you could lose a lot of the crappy poo-poo. Daniel, what else is going on exciting in your life? You still live with your parents?
Oh, no, I don't live with my parents.
Oh, you just look like you live with your parents.
Thank you very much.
So, what do you have, a roommate? What's your situation?
I live with my brother in Century City.
Ooh, fancy. What does your brother do?
My brother's a chef at Goldie's and then Little Secret Joint on 3rd.
Your parents let you let him take the fucking bus.
Oh, he takes the bus. Live in Century City. Broke.
Oh, wait, listen to that. That's a
Show that's fun.
Yeah.
That's what's happening in other places.
Hey, sample that for the podcast.
I'm on it.
We're gonna lay it all over. This. So Daniel, how long have you and your brother lived out here?
I've lived out here for 3 years. I went to UCLA and graduated a year ago. I transferred in there, and he's been here for the last year.
What's your degree in?
My degree's in political science.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing this.
So every joke you're going to keep running this time.
That's your hook. Go with it.
Yeah, you just been grounded. I think you should totally roll with that. Fuck yeah, Daniel. Well, it was nice to see you again.
Very much, Doug.
Thanks, Daniel.
That guy's got a hell of an Adam's apple.
All right, the next comic I'm just going to flavor on. I'm going to waffle. I'm going to go, you know what? On second thought, that wasn't really a really clever premise after all. But let's go.
Good. We'll go back and forth.
Yeah, I'll just go back and forth.
100%.
First is the last comic. Just gonna fucking get on our ass.
I feel like I've heard this name before. Put your hands together for Dusty Lester, everybody. Daniel White is Dano Comedy, D-A-N-O Comedy. Dusty Lester, everybody. Here he is.
What's up, folks? I'm going to go ahead and tell you all about the first time I started in the comedy. Me and my girlfriend went down to this club in Atlanta, and I got inside, I got on stage, I got about 3 or 4 words out of my mouth. And this big old black lady stands up in the background, and she's like, "You ain't funny, you need to kill yourself." It embarrassed the daylights out of me. I put the mic in the stand, I walked off stage, I grabbed my girlfriend, and we left. And on the ride home, I was telling my girlfriend, "Honey, if you ever embarrass me like that again, why is it whenever you meet your girlfriend's father for the first time, he always looks at his daughter like she just brought home like a mental patient or something?" It's just like, what the hell did you bring this guy here? And I don't care what it is. I can never impress my girlfriend's father. I can never impress my girlfriend's father. I can't do it. I just cannot do it. If I told my father-in-law that I
I got a job working as a sergeant for the military, he'd still look at me like I was a damn yoga instructor. 6 months old.
Alright. I like your style, Dusty. How long have you been dating this chick?
Probably 6 months.
6 months. And you already met her dad?
Yeah.
And what's his deal?
He's just a dick.
Why doesn't he like you? Why do you think? What did she tell him?
Because I'm not black and I don't have anything to offer down south.
Wait,
Racism!
she's
Wait a
black?
second, I've not heard about whites not having something to offer down south.
Confused me a little bit.
Well,
Is she black, Dusty?
yeah.
Oh.
That seemed like a joke.
First joke,
Yeah, but that seemed like a joke. Like some old black
lady is your girlfriend. I thought that
was
was
the bitter truth, but it was a joke, but it was the truth in the same. This is a pet peeve of mine, is comics that have true stories that are true, but they go and deliver them as though they're jokes and make it see what I did there thing. Right. We're like, no, go tell a fucking story.
Right.
Fuck the retarded girl that you thought was drunk in the morning.
I don't know if you know the comic that has this story.
Yeah, they thought she was drunk and they woke up all in a van and found out, oh, she's still drunk. No, she was never drunk. She was retarded and you fucked her. And then you dropped her off on a corner in Little Italy because she kind of looked Italian. That's a... Anyway, no, sorry, that's not even a good example. Yeah, if you have a great story,
Yeah.
you can't make it sound like a clever joke.
Right.
And that can be really interesting, too, that you're not accepted in a black family. You know?
Yeah, I think backwards around.
If, you know, it's actually, you could, if you got 7 minutes on it, you could sell it as a sitcom and never have to write another fucking joke. Ever. There we go. That's right. I like it. Yeah. And you could run for office. Debbie's right about this. I didn't realize that your girlfriend was actually black. I thought you just took the bait off that setup. So that's, no one knows your girlfriend's black. This is the rest of the joke. Right. So we actually didn't know that that's really the premise of the show. The opposite of, was it Daniel the last guy? The opposite where we really believed that he was running for office. We didn't believe you were dating a black chick for shit. In the delivery. Is it too late to say that my girlfriend was white? What? Why is it everywhere? We're just in blackface? Now you're going to make me waffle the same way as you. At all. What do you mean? She really is white. I was just trying to be funny. I can show you a picture of her on my phone. I promise she's white.
Well, I don't need to see the picture or whatever picture of whatever girl that used to be alive that's on your phone. All that I asked if she was black and you said yes. So it's like,
I don't believe anything. This is not going to trust you anymore.
yeah.
I'm turning my back.
You really fixed in our faces by lying to us.
Your first album was, what do you call it?
Freudian lies.
Freudian lies.
You know how hard it is for us to all be honest for 4 minutes?
He did have the energy of being really selling shit. Great accent. Totally. Selling products.
Totally.
Quoting yoga instructor like a really bad dude.
Right, and also a sergeant in the military is not that great. I don't know if you know that or not.
Like you get a 40-hour head of example. They're polar opposites.
Right. You can tell that you're a struggling stand-up comedian, and he probably... I mean, have you met the white dad then? What's really going on, Dusty, you son of a bitch?
Are you even here?
It's just a hologram of a different guy that signed up. All right, shut up. Have you met the white dad?
Yes, I have.
Can you not accept him?
Not really. Because you're white and you watch this guy get fucked by a black guy? Yes. I guess. Does he know his daughter's black? Does he know this? How does his routine go down at the Ha Ha Cafe? Whole different audience on the other side of the hill, you know. This is a flapper's business.
I wonder if right now somebody in the other room downstairs is bombing and
let's just give him a chance to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Is there any other lies in that set you wanted to tell us about now?
What's your boyfriend?
You do have a girlfriend?
I know I'm a. Are you from the south?
Yes.
Okay. Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right. Checks out.
Yeah.
Knoxville, nice town.
Aren't you?
He's putting me out on the spot.
What does the dad do for a living?
He's a he puts in air conditioning.
There you go. Come on, this guy's a moron. That's where his joke is. This fucking guy's judging you, and he's blank and blank years old, and he's putting in fucking air conditioners. That's a miserable life. Air conditioners are heavy, and that sucks. I can't imagine what that would be like, driving a truck to some place, you have to go put it in, everybody's always complaining, they knock on the door, it's hot in here, Andy! Every person's got the same complaint, nobody gets an air conditioner when it's cold outside. That guy's got a miserable life, and he's judging you, that's insane.
Now you're gonna lose your air conditioner installer, people in the audience. They're gonna hate you.
Fuck them. Fuck them. Get controversial.
Right.
Now, is the rest of your act, is it all about having an imaginary black girlfriend?
No.
So do you at one point go, that was a joke, I don't really date black chicks, I would never do that, and then you move on?
No, I actually once did date a black girl, and then a common friend and I was going over drinks one day, and he thought it'd be funny since I had a black girlfriend in the past that if I put that in my act and surprise the audience, that would be good.
It's always working.
Usually.
Is your real name Dusty Lester?
Yes, my real name's Dusty Lester.
That's not a stage name.
No.
So, like, on your ID, it says the word Dusty?
Yes, it says Dusty.
That's one for me.
Dustin.
There we go. But does it say Dustin on your ID?
Yeah. So he just lied.
Yeah, you don't have to again.
That's a liar. That's a liar. Dusty's a liar.
The guy that installs air conditioning,
He lives in Knoxville, and you live here
Yes.
with his daughter.
No, his daughter lives in Knoxville. She's moving up next month.
Are you a drifter? He seems like he might have killed people.
He has that look.
yeah.
You notice that averted eye
What
contact.
happened to this? Yeah, what happened?
He has the look of a guy that came here from Knoxville with one of those sticks with a bag on the back of it.
He's a carpetbagger, right? He's a carpetbagger.
Bandana tied to the stick.
Yeah.
What are you thinking right now?
It got really awkward, man, for me.
You feel really awkward?
Yeah. What about it? Did he lie to us?
Yeah, a lot. Over and over.
Closing lies and disappointment.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
So yeah, can you self-loathe him right now?
Whatever, self-loathing.
I've done this for 24 years. I hate myself for being here, and I'll hate myself in the morning. So get used to that feeling.
This is it. Yeah, it's why you drink.
Well, is that a real Game Cook t-shirt?
Yeah, it's real.
I don't know. Really? Are you a big Game Cook fan?
Yeah, that's my biggest inspiration.
For the first time tonight, I hope you're lying. Jesus Christ, Dusty. You better be lying right now, Dusty. Put that shirt on.
Yeah, probably good for him. You should do it now.
Oh, shit.
Oh, this is so funny.
Comics t-shirt.
Oh, man. It's like, hey, this is the comic.
Even ironic enough thing, it would work.
Word dog.
Right.
Word dog.
Great jokes removed from the joke, I think. Where'd you get the Game Cook t-shirt from? I saw him on tour, and he was selling t-shirts outside.
Orgasm?
No, it was like Torgasm is his imaginary black girlfriend, by the way.
Come on. That was fucking funny.
Best funny thing has been said in this show.
Oh yeah, this is it.
Cook that is fired.
Love so much. Oh, in my heart tonight. Oh, I love. Oh, it's love. Love.
Stop besmirching the name of a
What did
woman
I think
who
it was?
never existed.
What did it Reason. It's not reason. It's love.
So,
Power.
all right. How long you? Okay. How long you been in
Ever.
research for?
Thought there's good in my heart
October
tonight.
2013.
Oh, right.
Dusty,
Love.
thank you so much.
In my
Dusty,
heart tonight.
can we change the name of the show to Two Dusty's and a Wayne's over here? Yeah, overnight stuff. You should get rid of that shirt, Dusty. You should be liar, liar, shirts on fire. You should bring a fucking get yak off near enough on the back and stand up on the front and be like, "Hello, is he serious or?"
Buy every Pryor album immediately.
But other guys, you should get Vic Henley on the front and be on the back.
Now that'd be funny.
All right.
Was somebody walking in my car?
Dusty, I can tell you're really disappointed, bro. We're just trying to make a show out of all this stuff you just did. That was a hell of a minute. Probably the best so far. So thank you so much, Dusty.
See you later, guys.
We had fun with you, man. It takes 4 balls to come up here and sit with a fucking.
That's why I said I feel bad.
No, but he knows what he's. Yeah, he knows what he's signing up for.
I think we were picking on Jane Cook.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly.
Jane Cook will be at the Improv, walking in the front door at 10:45 this Wednesday. 10:45 p.m. as it does every single Wednesday. So you can meet him there.
Yeah.
He's probably giving a job.
Where that? What's his Flip aside. Give him his hand signal or whatever the fuck it is. Oh wow, you threw that up quick, like some kind of gay gang member.
This is
That's
so good.
crazy, buddy. I can't believe you have a game so
Would
good.
you mind?
I also can't believe you're on Twitter.
If I ask if I had what would you
How
find?
chill is that? Artsy town.
In the morning light. Would you
What
mind?
was your black girlfriend's name?
What
What was that short for?
In the morning. I never ever felt this way in my heart tonight. Oh,
Wow.
oh,
We spent a couple
Lord,
times. This is one of our
has
favorite
found
shows.
a
It's a
way
camp band.
in my heart tonight. This is so good.
Speaking of horrible shirts,
This is so. I want to fucking kill a room like this.
How much to put my
I
Twitter
want
handle
people
on
to
a
be
shirt?
like, "You want fucking
The guy wants $15, and I said, that's fine. And he said, when I finish,
oh, it's so
I'll
good.
charge you $15. And that means I
Here's
could
my
never have
home.
sex with any girl that hates me.
Oh, it's so smooth.
So far, he's great, but that doesn't mean very much. For my entire life, I've had about as much success with women as I've had with praying for my ears to be human sized. Maybe God is a woman. So I haven't had a date in a while. It turns out women have standards. That's all right, though. I'm not bitter. I have standards.
when a photograph of the
Oh, God. The headshot. That is such a fucking great idea.
the headshot.
Oh, my God. So with the security, gotta have Photoshop on.
And you got to get on this quick before Bobby leaves and hears about this idea.
He'll help us Photoshop that.
We'll take a photo tonight. We'll look at the picture and then I'll help you Photoshop. I'll do it tonight for you. That's hilarious.
And you know, if that doesn't get you laid, then you really got a problem.
Trust me, I'll do it. And the best part of that picture is I'm pretty sure the guy's not wearing a shirt, so you can take that off. Save yourself.
You're not wearing a shirt?
I don't think so. Is your wife beater?
No.
That black guy laugh is amazing. I feel like that's what sounded
There's a black guy in here?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys, come back.
It's just the white guy with a really black laugh.
Hey, I think he's got a picture.
So Dan Sam, have you ever been with a black woman? Have you ever been with anything other than an Asian woman?
Yes.
What have you
I
done?
want to kill a room like this.
White girls.
White girls, Hispanic
Just
girls.
destroy it.
That's exciting.
Bitches throwing them bras on the floor.
You doing fine?
They run free.
What's that?
They run free. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it works. You got the $100 GFE and the,
Fuck killing a room like that. This is a room I want to kill.
See, that's true. That's gotta be a crazy part about being Asian. If you're gonna buy sex, you have to find massage parlors that aren't Asian. That's gotta be like fucking, trying to figure out a Rubik's Cube or something. I don't know. I'm not good at Rubik's Cube, so it's a challenge for me. I only tried a couple times, but anyway,
you have any jokes about that? Like, that has to be hilarious.
yeah, I would love to hear you could, do the massage parlor.
Yeah, tell us a good prostitute story.
I have a bit. I have a couple of minutes on it if you want.
No, it's already a bit. No, never mind.
No, I don't have to.
Give us that insight. Last booger. Did you say last booger you got? How long ago?
6 months.
Where'd you go? Internet or like storefront? Oh, nice. Really?
Great.
Wow, you passed fucking crazy for a big one. What's your big
What it's like to be broke.
What's your big fetish? Getting fucked by undercover cops? Great for it. That's risky business, man. Fuck yeah. So, do you use condoms with all these prostitutes?
Yes.
Extra small? Yeah, okay. They make them in your size? Smarties? Put it use a Smartie wrapper? It's a little bit of an inside reference if you need the picture, guys.
And do your condoms say Sam Sam comedy on them?
Good work, sir.
Goddamn.
Once again. I don't need to lose the minute.
Well, Sam Cox, we really, really like
Yeah,
your,
good job, man. Funny stuff,
Sam
too.
Sam. He's got Twitter at Sam Sam Comedy. So much fun. I love his style. He's one of two.
Any single person in here that is here solely for entertainment and not with a friend or hoping to be chosen out of a bucket.
Is there even? Yeah,
No, you're not.
those people
You're
there.
Icky Pop. You're here to fucking
Alright, you think you
hopefully
can pull that one?
revive your career.
Yeah, these people here are civilians. The people up there are the
Oh,
comedians,
that's
and then people here
yeah.
are the regular.
Maybe we would have gone over this if I knew I was coming up here. All right, back to your. Honey, get me a drink. You know how I panic.
Josh, where are you?
Josh, 2 drinks.
Keep getting.
Stella for that too, please.
Yeah, and I'll take a Crown and Coke, Josh. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. Drinks all around, Josh. Jesus will have some wine, Josh. Maybe if we tip Josh when we come up, it'll
Act as a catalyst for the audience to take your stuff. That's true. Tip your wait staff, people. You must. Doug, guess what's cool? You've seen the show before. You might know this. We have 2 regulars
drunk and I showed up here at a heckle to the left. That's the only time I saw the show.
It was great.
I felt awful the next day, and I felt resigned.
It was great. And these two young ladies do a brand new minute each week. There are only two regulars. They basically like started here and they write a new minute each week for the last 76 weeks.
So we don't say anything about them afterwards.
No, we do. We'll probably talk to them about anything. About anything you want to ask them about or talk to them about. One young person, she dropped out of her final year at the University of Florida because she did stand-up here. They do every Monday. She's doing a brand new minute 3 days together, so it's very funny and cool. Kimberly,
It's a
come on.
after the love game has been
Guys, I'm
played,
in a bad
all
mood
of the
today.
illusions were just a
I had a
parade.
peanut butter and
All
jelly
of the
sandwich,
reasons
no milk,
start to
in case you want to know what
fade.
Auschwitz was like. Lena Dunham is in a lot
I
of
do
trouble.
want that one fucking
I
thing.
guess she had
That
this
was
book
so
that
fucking
came
funny.
out where she mentions inappropriately touching her sister's vagina when she was 7 and her sister was 1. And there's this whole thing about like sibling molestation and everyone's freaking out. And I don't think it's a big deal because kids do weird shit. You know, like my cousin put a carrot in his ass when he was 4. So it's fine. When I was in kindergarten, 2 girls humped during nap time. And the only thing the teacher did was take away their marshmallows. Which was sad because I really wanted that marshmallow. I heard that the government is suing AT&T, which is the scariest thing ever. Because if the government ever tried to sue me, I'd just like shit my pants. Like you win your defense.
What is the government trying to do?
I read something that they were trying to sue AT&T. It might not even be true, but I think it's funny whenever the government tries to sue anybody, because it's just like, how do you even fight that?
Right. Yeah, that's definitely a premise. Yeah, that was a great set. Kimberly Congdon, everybody. That was so fun.
I really like the first joke, and I think you took away your milk with that other joke.
Yeah, totally.
Well, and I like the lesbian part of the joke.
Yeah, all I heard was chicks with the N-word.
Yeah.
That's chicks with it.
Yeah, I just remembered I had a carrot in my ass.
Since 4th grade. You look like a dead Trumper.
Wow.
That was good. That was
Flattering.
flattering.
Thank you.
High praise.
I mean, before she was dead.
I have nothing else. It's all you guys. Kim, was this your first Halloween in LA this weekend?
No, it was my second.
Did you have fun? Anything crazy happen?
Well, I just did stand up. I went to La Jolla, and I was at the Comedy Store there. With you.
Yeah, I was there too.
Okay.
I got that no show.
No, I didn't. Who was down there with you guys?
We went with Mike Bateman and
Rusty Dooley?
Julie.
You guys all went up? Oh yeah, it was Rusty Dooley's weekend, Halloween. Absolutely makes sense.
Tons of people there on Halloween.
Really?
So bad.
Who do,
Are
nephew?
you serious?
There was nobody fucking there.
Oh, that's so sad.
Hey, where are you going with the government doing shit? Where are you
Because
headed?
the government suing anybody is scary. Because how do you even fight? Like,
Yeah, what was
That was so sick.
punchline?
no. After that, I was just gonna panic.
I thought you were.
How the fuck did I do that?
Corporations own the government,
Right.
so how does one
Right.
win or loss? Right, because corporations are stronger than government, and I thought that was the angle. Then I heard a Tweety sound and go, I'll never know. Never know. Why did your energy get so sick?
I tried to see better.
Your energy, what about you? You gonna pick her over
I was talking about yours. I was
That's
talking
fine.
about yours.
I didn't pay attention. I thought you did a good last little. You were, again, you should have told me where you were going on your postman.
Thank you.
You were just about to say Philly, didn't you? Yeah. Great fun, absolutely. The girls bring it. They have it down to a whole system. Like, I mean, she is
And she knew she was in it every week.
Yeah.
Like she knew it 76 weeks or something.
Yeah. She knew what she was doing there. Like, for example, she does the show so much that if she just starts a joke with a premise as a very,
yourself. It's a useless cleaning utensil alone.
We're going viral, kids.
You could use a broom alone. Can't use a dustpan alone. Try it. Why isn't it just called a crumb pot? Or a particle tray? Why the fuck is it called a dustpan?
Joshua, Weinstein, powerful, fucking brilliant, amazing.
Love that.
That
Just
is,
fucking love that. That's
that
great.
is exactly in her style. That's her thing where she just talks about one small thing and delves into it.
Oh, so that's, yeah, that carries on. That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
First
Yeah.
line is fantastic.
Thank
you.
Dustpans to him is a classic.
I'm glad somebody stepped up to the plate with this whole dustpan thing.
Yeah.
Finally, I was hoping that you would equate it to having a handicapped little brother. When you said it's no good alone. You have a big brother, and he's going nowhere.
Oh, it's so great.
Yeah, just a toe punch.
Yeah.
But it was perfect.
Yeah.
You admitted.
There might be
Congratulations.
something to that line of that's left. You know, you paint the picture. I'd say keep everything the same. Maybe one thing to add would be like painting that picture a little bit better of that weird line that it ends when there is that. When after you say there's always space and that gross brown
line, yeah.
it's like a triangle shaped line.
It's like a line of coke for a bomb or something.
Oh, it's gross.
Yeah, it's like a line of coke for a cockroach. Something like
Like
that.
a shit stain in your retarded brother's underwear.
Yeah. Definitely gotta get a handicap.
You gotta get a retarded brother. Jesus Christ. Or you can even think,
Sorry, you're right there.
you can even think of things that you could use it for. Like, what are you gonna use it for? Like, then you can think of stuff.
If you had a black girlfriend, never mind.
I know one thing that belongs in a dustpan. That's Dusty Lester's t-shirt. What inspired this dustpan thing?
Remember, I was talking to you about dustpans.
You're a
Wow.
Yeah. We were talking about dustpans in the main room green room.
Oh yeah, building up the and then he went into that whole thing about how they're useless and they leave that always leave that little line and
Yeah,
he
look
was
who's
upset
I
about
can
it.
remember saying
No,
it.
I texted myself dustpans when I left it alone.
Let it
Maybe I
marinate.
should revisit dustpans today, and I talked to my mom about dustpans.
You ever always do that like something like you focus on something actually
Yeah.
pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
And that's actually really that's pretty cool. I mean, it
It's
seems like you have a sense of like identity.
I've seen
I
a
mean,
lot.
it's like 45 cleaning products and you gotta fucking hit
Well,
Ajax is next.
every I'll tell you this: every condiment in my
Is there a
refrigerator has
reason
been
that
covered by her already. Salsa, ketchup, mustard, horseradish. You know, and I think these things when I see them. Sometimes I literally think of Sarah Weinshank when I think of the word condiments or like toppings on things.
are you a Seinfeld fan?
Kinda. I love Kurt. I'm more of like a Kurt girl. Yeah.
Well, Weinshank does a fantastic job.
Do you know how you weigh like to avoid anything that's not completely kosher?
Meaning,
Meaning, like, is that a conscious choice that you're gonna talk about?
I just noticed that, and I'm like, I feel passionate about it. Yeah.
Genuinely?
Yeah.
It is
Like,
true.
it bothers me. Like, little things bother me a lot.
I would describe it as OCD comedy.
Yeah.
Like the way you're picking at your 3 bracelets and you're picking one at a time. I imagine you looking at a dustpan. Dustpan. What's the funny thing about a dustpan? Dustpan. What's the funny thing? There's the funny thing. Why is there always a line? There's always a line. And you can make that into a beautiful thing. And that's how self-help should be.
Yeah.
I just coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it's really interesting.
Sarah, you were awesome tonight. Thank you
you.
so much. That's
Thank
Sarah Weinshank, everybody. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. That's all one word. SHENK. That's Sarah Weinshank. Guys, this was so much fun. Doug, anything you want to promote coming up or anything?
No, I want to quit. Stop following me on Twitter.
You're Ultron. What's going on?
Doc Ricketts in San Francisco on November 29th, and I'll be in Portland on December 5th, and
Where?
Seattle.
Where in Portland?
I think the Hollywood Theater.
Oh, that's the Ha Cafe of the
Yeah,
Northwest.
no, I heard it was flappers too. And December 6th in Seattle, Washington. It's on my website, thefullcharge.com.
Oh fuck! This is a podcast. I forgot.
Yeah. Enough of these guys.
I'm in Australia, New Zealand all month. Fuck, come out and see me.
That's why you're retired, dude.
Yeah.
I thought I was retired sitting up here.
It's so funny.
Yeah, Australia.
Oh fuck! It's a podcast. You thought you were promoting sport days.
I thought I was just goofing on some poor kids that are gonna feel bad about what I said.
No, Doug.
Great place we can buy Doug Stanhope t-shirts.
No.
We have them, but we don't sell them. We hoard them. We're hoarders of our own merch. Go fuck yourself. Try to find one.
Paul, what do you got coming up?
I'll be appearing on At Tan Fan Comedy. I'll be doing my big prostitution bits.
Yeah.
And I got nothing coming up. I'm fucking here doing this. What am I doing?
I love it.
Dusty fucking, what's his last name? Dusty what?
Lester.
Occasionally I look over and he still has that evil look on his face. He never laughs once.
You
may have promoted those days too soon. Usually you can appeal to their ego and you mention it and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird when
He's fucking, he's licking you up with two fingers.
There's a deep thing in him.
There's something going on.
it's gonna be weird when he hangs himself by that Dane Cook T-shirt.
Oh, it's not gonna be him.
It's gonna be like the opposite of Robin Williams.
No, there's people that will die.
He'll be the guy with the happy, smiling, mugshot.
There's a lot of rope and masking tape at this stage.
Yeah. All right, I'm leaving before you.
Play the outro.
Thank you so much. Kevin Lee Light is on Twitter at Kevin Lee Light. Thank you everybody who signed up, who took part. We are going to Toronto. We'll see you guys. Thank you live audience. How about that? Thank you live audience for coming out. So much fun. Really fun. So much. Thank everybody. Doug Stanhope. Fuck yes! Holy shit! We did it, everybody! We are live in Toronto!
What?
This is so cool!
This is really cool.
This is unbelievably cool! I feel comfortable. For the first time in Toronto in 2 days, I feel comfortable. We're right at home. This is what it's all about. This is what we do. Tony at a movie theater.
I know, right? Guys,
It's a fucking movie theater. That's like we've come full circle.
Right.
And it's a packed, crazy audience, the podcast fans. Most of them came here by themselves. Because they're podcast fans. You guys are like one of a kind. This is like a Reddit meetup group or something. Too many cooks, too many cooks. Did anybody catch that on Adult Swim last night? You guys got that. That's why you even know about it. Me and Brian just coincidentally found it separate from each other, and we're like, you saw that too? For 15 minutes did Adult Swim last night. You know, it sucks is when I finally release this, all you're going to be like, shut the fuck up with your makeup! Yeah, it's crazy. But it gets stuck in your head. Oh, it's powerful. It's real tough. It's like a comedy meteor I hit last night at 4:15 in the morning. Google search too many cooks. In the future when we release this, you're going to be like, fuck you. Amsterdam? Really? What are you doing to me? It's like we stumbled across Gangnam Style first. Like, when Gangnam Style just got released, we saw it already. Yeah. And you guys are going to end up seeing it. You're going to be like, holy shit, that is awesome.
No idea.
Except it's better than Gangnam. Like, Gangnam Style's crazy. You know Gangnam Style has, like, twice as many hits on TV from anything else?
Oh, yeah.
That is the most fucked up thing in the world. But we all love it. We're all going to die.
Oh,
It's the best song ever. We're all going to die. Like, we are total... That proves to me that we are bad people. Why do you say that? Because if that's what the world is absorbing not only any guy, but a goofy Korean guy in a suit and sunglasses. I mean, if that's what humanity finds more entertaining than anything else, it has 2 billion hits on YouTube. Think about that for a second. That it's the number one most. How many people knew this by round of applause? Not that many.
How many of you guys know this song is the most amazing song in the world?
It's not amazing. It's terrible, and that's my point. So we're all gonna die. Fuck you.
I wish I had control of I had more control of the volume. That's the only thing. I wish I could just
Get volume up on this.
Where's everybody at?
Josh Martin, are you
Come
here?
here.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin.
Josh Martin, guys, right here. Canadian Josh Martin is here.
We have a Canadian Josh Martin who, crazy enough, speaks better English than the American Josh Martin.
No, in Canada, because of the exchange rate, we have 2 Josh Martins.
Yeah. Look at these two doing the job of one little puppy dog.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
We've been doing a new thing recently where he gets hit in the nuts. You guys are treats to kill Tony.
Come on, can I hit you in the nuts? Can I just hit you in the nuts? Can I just tap you?
Come here, come on stage.
Get on stage, guys.
Show the GTO. He put this thing on, everybody. Doing the Josh Martin part.
You need to go over here at the nut microphone. Here's what I'm going to do. Usually, Tony has a great sponsor.
Here, let's have him read something else. Let's have him read a line from,
Adventure Time.
let's have him read the cover of this, keynote thing.
Thank you. This was a gift from somebody beautiful in the audience. They gave me an Adventure Time #1 comic of Parsons. I don't even know if I said that right, but I want you to read the whole left page of. This is the 7th page of this comic. I want you to read the whole. If you pause at 1 second, I'm going to hit you in the nuts. Right, go. Okay, check. All right.
Start.
All right, go.
Start.
Yeah, all right. Why bother anyway? Does it even matter? It doesn't matter. Thanks, everyone. We're Double K Counters. We have records and stuff. Not that you wouldn't want them. Dude. You pause. Sorry.
Oh, nuthead. He got hit in the nuts, everybody. That's how we start the shows now.
There we go.
The new tradition. It's a lot better when it's Josh Martin because you set it up and it's silly. But Joe Tuccio's here, everybody. He's on the controls for tonight. He set it up.
You know what's funny was when it flipped him in the nuts, I didn't do anything more. I kicked this guy in for some reason.
Whoa, the bearded lady, Joe Tuccio.
What if he had a beautiful vagina the whole time? We had no idea. He had the most beautiful, lips vagina. There's nothing hanging out of it, no umbilical cord or anything like that.
Why would the most beautiful vagina not have lips? What kind of vagina are you in? You're just into like a slit or something.
Nah.
You just want some kind of envelope creep?
Yes.
What kind of thing are you into?
That's what I want. I want a straight line. That's what I want. I want a Charles Schultz drawing.
I don't want to feel like I'm supposed to put a quarter in it or something. Like there should be something there to let you know that it's a vagina, not just some hole in the wall. You know what I mean? It's so good to be back in Toronto. For example, like even though we've been jet lagged and fucked up, like I flew from New York City to LA on Monday just to kill Tony, which Doug Stanhope was on at the Comedy Store.
Doug Stanhope.
It's been so much fun lately. We've had all the best people on: Dave Attell, Rogan, everybody. So it's all happening on that front. The 2 episodes that you guys will be hearing shortly.
He's been traveling so much. He went to the East Coast, the West Coast, just doing one podcast with Doug Stanhope. It was awesome. It was worth it. Yeah, but then flew back to Toronto, and then we had the Road to Ron journey. Yeah. And both of us, seriously, whatever.
We were out of it. We were bumping zombies.
Like we pretty much watched each other masturbate like we normally do, but we had dead eyes.
But we ended up having fun. That was a fun roast. Brian did his first ever roast, guys, with Ron Jeremy.
Horrible.
And
It was the first crowdsourced roast I've ever done. I used message boards, Joe Rogan message boards, just on one. I crowdsourced the whole roast.
you did a great job.
I probably did.
What an honor to roast Ron Jeremy, right, guys?
Fuck Ron Jeremy.
the green room was the size of this table, all right?
And he fucked a girl
And
in
he
it.
fucked a girl in the bathroom
While
I
everybody,
came in to get a beer and it smelled like buttholes and yeast infections. Fuck that.
yeah, he fucked a girl in the green room. There was 8 other people on the road. And he fucked a girl in the smallest green room. How Ron Jeremy is that?
Yeah.
Like, so we all had to leave the green room, obviously, because he's fucking a girl in a bathroom stall. Like, all there is one stall door.
Yeah.
He's blatantly fucking a girl.
It sounded like this.
Meat smacking the ass of her.
It sounded exactly like that.
The last night we did the Comedy Underground, which was more fun. Now all of a sudden we're doing stand-up comedy. We had a blast.
You guys missed it. Me and Tony both went off the rails and
Yeah.
we did an insane fucking show. It was
Unplugged.
yeah, we went
unplugged.
Yeah. And we're gonna be there tonight.
We're going there
After the show, we are doing comedy at the Comedy Underground. We're gonna do fun, smoke weed, and fucking like get high, and we're going to do it.
My plan for tonight is, you remember the great Andy Kaufman when he did Radio City Music Hall, took everybody out for milk and cookies afterwards to play absolutely real guys. What I want to do tonight is I want us all to go stampede the comedy division of Ecuador and watch us do stand-up comedy. It's gonna be crazy. If I'm telling a lie, then let there be a profile of my head right behind it. Anyway, what's exciting about being here, though, is that we do crazy shit here, and I'm really excited about tonight.
Yeah, it is.
Drinks tonight. I can't wait to make this guy up.
Yeah, unfortunately, we weren't able to bring Patriots tonight, guys. So there's not going to be any Patriots. It's our last game against Buccaneers. Sorry.
I've been fucking with you all night. You guys have no idea.
But then again,
Bathroom cameras. Your girlfriend was at the bathroom. I have it. You want to make a deal?
but then again, what if just for one time Brian wasn't here? What if there actually was? What if there just so happened to be a Patriot here on tonight's show to keep us safe? But that would be the first episode ever that there wasn't one, and that ain't gonna happen tonight for Ron Harris. I present to you our head of security for the evening, the first ever Canadian Patriot, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. Make sure he doesn't trip. Put him in front of his mic, Joe. Fuck yeah. The one-man fire hazard. The Canadian Patriot. Perhaps our girthiest Patriot we've ever had. Lots of poutine in that robot system going on. I see that. Nice point. Looks like if the guy that played Bane got hired as Iron Man. So you're into a little Canadian Patriot, everybody. Come on.
He's one of you.
That suit almost looks like it was on my carry-on the entire way here from LA. It almost looks like it was shoved in a bag that I had to put 7 days worth of clothes in.
Yeah.
I mean, so tight that everything was just the size of a softball.
But luckily, Tony only wears clothing that's the size of a piece of paper, right?
Right, because it's so tight.
No, seriously. If you put this in a luggage, you could have a million of those. Like this scarf, this sweater, I could have a million of those sweaters.
Ryan, it's a medium. It's not like some superhuman thing. The size of clothes he wears is of another dimension.
I wear thicker cotton so you can't see my nipples like a patriot.
Fucking love it. Holy shit. Canadian Patriots. Greet these people.
What's good, Canada? Yeah. Canadian Patriot. What's your favorite item on a menu in Canada? There you go. Tim Hortons for life, bro.
100% Patriot, 100% Canadian.
Yep, 100%.
You're batting 1,000 tonight. For those of you that don't know, we always had a Patriot. Now we've replaced him with a new Patriot who's rookie. This is our first time ever having a Canadian Patriot. So I'm so excited about that. This is the 77th episode of Open. Our
Yo, Bill.
Fucking kill me. Like, what makes you think of that stuff randomly? It always goes back to like
What
being
up,
a
big dog?
stud and like whatever. So like if I eat a veggie sandwich, I'm gay. But like you
What it
bring
is,
up
folk just
chicken
politicking.
butt
I'll be right back.
every fucking second. That's my favorite foods ever. I thought it was Olive Garden that you liked. That sounded to me something.
No, Olive Garden's the E-Man. And my cake and my thoughts.
Wait, can Olive Garden fuck a bunch of dudes? Because all right. Let's bring up our Canadians. I got an amazing gift tonight. Look at this. Django Unchained.
Oh.
Somebody brought me the graphic novel.
Same person as my number one episode of the show.
Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much.
Two people.
The rest of you sons of bitches can suck it.
Yeah.
I love the one chick that's lit up in the audience, by the way. Are you watching the live feed of this right now? Hey, how's it going?
Right.
I'm just going to guess that she's watching a huge happy person.
You ready to do this?
Put your hands together for our two comedians tonight. Sweden's top comic and a Toronto favorite. Magnus Bettner and John Moses. Here they are. We did the roast with these guys a couple nights ago. Nice time. Good to see you.
We gotta talk about this roast. What did you guys think about that roast? Because I feel like I failed harder than a Chinese softball.
That was fun. Yeah, Magnus. I've been telling him ever since the roast. Magnus just slayed. He just stayed evil. He looks like a Bond villain, and he roasts like a Bond villain. This fucking guy, he just stood there, just kept a straight face the entire. It was like one of the funniest roast performances I've ever seen. And I'm such a big fan of roasting. I mean that. And he would just be like, "You're fucking ugly," and he just holds the pose. It's the best fucking type of thing. Like no real, like it was just a great performance. And John, yours was good too. I hosted the thing.
Oh wow, that was a significant. That was a significant step down.
It was. John is also available for tonight.
I was gonna go like jokingly with it, and then I'm like, no, I won't make that joke. And then I ended up right in the middle. So I came and talked to him. He came and talked like a real dick.
You understand that you were like, this is the president of Russia. This is the mayor of Delaware.
Well, he'd probably be the mayor.
Coincidentally, Magnus looks like the president of Russia.
Yeah.
I was so much better on the road. I was so much better on the road.
Fuck yeah, John Moses and Magnus Bettner.
No,
Real.
it's all you. What do you want? We have Crown Royal. We
Yeah,
have.
can we get some cups?
Yeah, we get
I think
cups.
there's ice in the green room.
Yeah. You can use my Starbucks cup if you don't mind.
Yeah, put that.
I
Hey,
pooped in it.
oh, pooped in it. There's a poop reference. With a clear cup, there's barely anything in it. I give a baby. All right. I love that you guys are here. We're gonna have so much fun. The party. You just wait. The iPad just jizzed out some crap.
No, I just don't have a volume control.
I love it.
I'm a patriot. Do you have any
guys,
questions?
oh yeah, Patriot. Canadian Patriot is very excited about this. Canadian Patriot, do you have any questions for us? It's pretty much like Canada with a big monopoly.
It's like, doesn't it seem like it's like maybe like Legend of Zelda in Sweden? I think it is. Like
Have
it's
you
on
ever
their goats.
have you ever played an ocarina of time?
Have you ever played a video game?
No.
Really?
Why do that when I can just kill people and read books?
You are so much better than
I
I am.
fucking love him. I am like a huge Magnus Bettner fan, and I've only seen him do one thing ever, and that was a roast 2 nights ago. But you have me sold, man. I fucking love your style. You look like every bad guy from like the Boondock Saints and like all that shit. But he's hilarious. It's funny.
The principal from Back to the Future.
John Moses over there. That's a good one. Moses Bettner.
What's going on,
You can
Tim?
do that? Walk, motherfucker.
Why'd you leave all the discords that you were in?
Oh, good question. I needed the devices to be streaming on Twitter, but I think I'm gonna rejoin them. So no worries there.
That's a little bit better, yeah. Okay, now walk. Everybody should be watching this. Okay, now walk back just like that. Like how you started, not with the fucking. Yeah, that's how you walk up the side. He's soaking. That's exactly how you fucking walk. And you knew it the whole time when you were fake walking, because you're like, oh man, everybody always tells me I have a weird walk, and it's about to be in the universe. So I'm gonna fucking fake crew walk. And that's not, I was gonna get it out of you. It is. No, it really is. That's the crazy part. Game, man. Let's explain you know how it works, guys. Comedians, a lot of you signed up tonight. I know it's some people's like first time, and then a lot of people traveled and this and that, blah blah blah. We've got a bucket here. Same bucket that we always have. You didn't sign up for the team. You fucking front stage of any team. 30, 60, 70 subs before I'm in the sort of center of the stage.
That's way too loud.
That's kitty. That's the kitty that we love. You better stop your set then, or else you're gonna bring a angry party to bear. What it sounds like. Okay, I'm pretty sure Magnus and John have to go to their show now. So let's get it started. You ready for this? Go Tony, live from Toronto. So much fun. Ladies on Christmas Day for anything from getting in together. This is Derek Verdon. Take your time. Come on, there's a whole lot of fire hazards going on here, so take your time. Focus. There you go. Line your ass up there. That mic right there, Derek. Got it. Derek Verdon, everybody, come on.
How's it going, guys? Listen, you go to a party. Parties are fun. Parties in Canada are a lot of fun because lots of things are available that aren't available in the States. You have lots of fun. You have your conversation with your friends. How's it going? Oh my God, it's crazy, man. What TV show are you watching? Oh, I'm loving Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, man, it's so cool, man. I love Game of Thrones. What about Breaking Bad? Breaking Bad's so badass, man. And then you look in the corner, oh my God, fucking Rockford Files are the best show. What the fuck was that? I don't know. And then there's like this one uncomfortable motherfucker, quiet. You're like, oh yeah, man, what show are you watching? Oh, I don't watch television. I don't own a television. Record scratch right there. You're like, oh, now his problem is our problem. Okay. Okay, I'm not judging against people who don't watch TV. Actually, I am. I'm sorry. Who are these fucking people who are these self-imposed martyrs?
Whoa. Brought out the bear. There are more bears in Canada. Derek Verdon. Yeah. Take it easy, Derek.
That's the fastest minute of my life, and I knew that was gonna happen. It was the longest in limit.
Fuck yeah, John Moses. Welcome to the show. You did it, huh? I love it. Fuck yeah, you're right in. What are your initial thoughts about Derek's first impression of the podcast? That means he's gonna cut off your head after the show. And Magnus, I'm not Magnus's translator. That's no. Derek, where are you from?
I am from Burlington, Ontario, just outside here.
Okay. You've been to Canada It's cool going on stage the first time. You're playing like Barbie or something like that. Like, but you really need to sing every inside inside. If I'm watching you more than 30 seconds a minute, why did you do this to that? He's doing roast mode. Magnus and John are both still in roast mode. I love it. Roast. I love the sriracha hot sauce. Sure. Yeah. Target. Yeah, you went to Target. That's right. You get that from Target? Holy shit. That's amazing, man. What do you do for work? I'm a good story. Animator? Why do you apologize for nothing?
Canadian. Canadian.
That is the most Canadian thing I've ever seen. How's that the first word? Like, we didn't even do anything to apologize. I've never seen that before. That's like if you saw, like, a dragon in the sky and you're like, wow, I've never seen one of those. That's exactly the feeling I have. Sorry, it's like, what the fuck are you apologizing about? You didn't even do anything. Did your dick fall out or something and we didn't notice? Like, what did you
I always forgot there's Jesse Jackson in that family.
Before I say anything else, I would like to apologize, first of all. Yeah, great. You could do that anytime. You could just apologize all the time.
Wait for an apology. I'm not gonna give it to you. Like, I'm sorry, I can't rock a. I can't give you a shirt like that.
He can't not apologize. This guy's so
Michael
Canadian.
Johnson.
He can't not apologize.
This is how stereotypes are perpetrated. Sorry, yeah.
The spirit of Josh Martin living on through John Moses there.
Mike Tyson. Tyson Michael Johnson.
Fuck yeah. Derek was on.
That was like
Not
99%
Keaton.
setup, and I didn't get where I wanted to go past it.
No, we know.
I'm not sorry about that.
We know what the fuck that was. It was like the doctor. It's like waking up in a hospital room and you're missing half your foot. And you're like, oh my god, half my foot's gone. And the doctor comes in and he's like, we had to take off half your foot. And you're like, I fucking see that, man. There's no foot. No, we know what happened here tonight, Derek. I didn't get an answer. What do you do for work? You just started apologizing out of nowhere.
I do animation for television.
Wow.
Kid shows.
Animation.
I dig some shit. It's like,
Hey, everyone learn to breathe. And you're like,
I tried that kind of stuff, but
it never gets to me.
no, seriously.
You always, as an artist, have to hide your feelings. No, seriously. He just hides apologies and everything. Like the clouds just fell out. I'm sorry. Because you're not gonna be working at that job in like 3 or 5 years.
you want to be able to show the shittest gig.
That's how you leave your mark. That's how you leave your mark,
You
right?
have to.
Totally, yeah.
Dude, Disney does it every day.
I do try sneaking stuff into my work, but it gets funny.
Like what? What did you try to sneak in before? Sorry? What have you tried to sneak in before? What have you tried to sneak into your work? Oh, I want to know what kind of glory holes you're drawing on some children's book.
Oh, just stupid stuff like, when you have like, say, background characters in crowds and characters, sometimes you try to get a guy to grab the other guy's crotch or something like that, or you try to do it really slow and then, hopefully your supervisor doesn't notice it or whatever. I had a guy try to grab an ass and stuff like that, just little silly things like that.
Wow, you like your background characters to be like molesters. There's like a creep society, yeah. Or just like the background characters get doing it.
I live vicariously through these pathetic little characters.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You did exactly what I just said.
Yeah, we're gonna keep doing comedy. We should think of a punchline.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You've been sitting on that one for a while, huh? He's just waiting. He's like, if I don't get this in now, I might not be able to use it later.
I'm only here for another minute.
I know. I can't believe you guys have to go. That's crazy. When do you guys have to go? What do you guys have to go?
I want one more.
Let's do it. Derek, thank you so much.
Hey,
Derek,
Derek,
look, everybody. You met him. That's Derek. We're going straight to the buffet. Derek, Jordan, everybody.
Hey guys, how's it going? Are you ever just amazed by how dumb you can be? I was taking a shower this morning, 2 minutes in, and I'm like, did I wash my hair? I couldn't remember, and so I felt pretty dumb. And it's actually the first time I've ever done the instruction number three, the repeat part. Rather risky. And yeah, you only have four things to do in the shower, so I couldn't believe that. The phrase "time flies when you're having fun." Everyone knows that. As a person with a borderline debilitating fear of death, that scared the shit out of me. Time flies when you're having fun. So now I'm just trying to be miserable everywhere that I go. I'm doing Windows updates all the time, trying to follow old people in line. Just, try to hate my job. I work in sales, so I'm always waiting for someone to say yes. So anyway,
That's great. Fuck yeah.
I also try to do bad comedy too, make my life a little longer.
Grab that mic. Grab that mic. So you're like Tom Arnold of Toronto.
Whoa, I never heard that.
That's a huge compliment to this guy. Look at that.
Thank you. I think.
Fuck yeah. What'd you say at the end about Valley Rock?
I was gonna say that other things I like to do to elongate my life is do bad comedy and not get any laughs. Don't shoot yourself, Glenn.
Well, you got some little laughs.
Yeah, you did good. That was very good for the
Barely a minute though. That was it.
Yeah, you always got to do your time. That's the weird thing.
And the first, like the rinse repeat minutes to like make time for time to have fun or whatever. Were those two separate ideas?
Yeah, two different ideas.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, so you're
I
saying
just want some clarification. I was just like, because it ended abruptly, and I was like,
Hey,
okay, well
lucky.
after this.
I was wondering the same thing. Are you hoping that time doesn't fly? Is that what you're saying? Like you don't want time to go fast because what? Then you'll get older.
Wake up one day and that's it. Like,
So maybe you
you have a
should
great.
say something like that in the beginning, where today is a no-time thing. If you want time to fly, time flies, then that means I'm gonna die soon.
Yeah, there could be some time into like the rinse repeat phase. But...
And by the way, I'm looking at it right now. You didn't wash your hair.
Magnus,
Magnus, what's your first impression of this?
no, so the first part wasn't really very long, but the
Second part was good.
it's actually good, and I think a little bit of you're gonna do well with that. You can expand on it like a little bit later.
Do you always
Speaking of
dress?
Rabbi Rothschild, we have to talk to him.
Oh no,
Great.
oh no. This guy looks like he does a lot of X, but not X Factor.
Maybe one X that he hasn't let go of.
That's true. Yeah. Do you always dress like a school shooter? What's your story, Jordan? What do you do for work?
I work in online marketing.
You ever done Santa before?
Never.
This is your first time ever going on stage.
Hey,
It's like we're like some weird baby. We're like a baby.
I have a question.
Like,
What's the T-shirt underneath that? That's your. I'm underneath
Yeah.
my shirt. It has to
I'm
be like.
guessing a heavy metal band, by the way.
Yeah, me too. Me
You
too.
never know.
Q107. It's a Toronto radio station I used to work at. Q107.
What do they play? What do they play?
Classic rock.
All right. That's cool.
Come on.
Fucking some. I bet you have an AC/DC shirt, right? You definitely have a Metallica shirt.
No, no Metallica shirt.
What's the closest to Metallica you have? Some band cover art. You probably have like a Steelers band because sometimes you're just like pink block makeup under your eyes and go out and like fucking.
I'm more of a rap guy, actually.
Really?
For real.
Whoa.
That scene from Office Space is playing in my head where he rolls up the window.
Do you think you're gonna go viral
I had
soon?
dinner at Bo Real tonight. It's right around the corner.
Really?
We're in Chinatown.
I don't want to leave, man.
We'll see. I've been doing this for 10.5
The
years.
following is a conversation with Roger Race, one of the most prolific
Got
drug
Bobby in
smugglers
here.
in history. He worked for Pablo Escobar
Shout
and
out to
Jorge
Bobby.
Ochoa, the
Shout out to
leaders
Switzerland.
behind the Medellin cartel.
Shout out to Medellin
Roger
Cartel.
was the employer, close friend of Barry Seal, the infamous
Shout
drug
out to
smuggler
Macaroni and
who was the
Cheese.
main character in the movie American Made. Roger transported countless tons of cocaine and marijuana covering 6 continents. He escaped prison 5 times, was shut down in both Mexico and Colombia, and was tortured nearly to death in Mexican prison. Through all of this, his wife Mari, the love of his life, was there with him, and when he was in prison, she waited for him. He recently got out of prison, but for many years he worked on his memoir called Smuggler. This podcast is an exploration of his story. Quick mention of our sponsors: Noom, Allform, ExpressVPN, Four Sigmatic, and Ainsley. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. Let me say a few words about Roger Reeves, Pablo Escobar, and the war on drugs. This conversation with Roger is unlike any I've ever done. In the eyes of many, including the law, Roger is a criminal, a bad man who has added to the suffering in the world. But he never directly engaged or participated in the violence, unlike his bosses, Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa. His crime was the transport of drugs. I thought about this, and about Pablo Escobar, who was at once both a brutal murderer and a Robin Hood figure who helped the poor and was loved by thousands, if not millions. We sometimes idolize murderers and destroy good honest men. We give power and money to corrupt politicians and dictators that starve and murder their own people. Given this, I think about what makes for a good man and what makes for a bad man, and who decides. Sitting across from Roger, I saw a complicated man, but one who has kindness in his heart, a love for money and adventure, and a disdain for violence. Again, his crime was the transport of drugs. Since 1971, the war on drugs has cost U.S. $1 trillion. Marijuana legalization alone would save and make $13.7 billion. That could send more than 650,000 students to public universities every year. Then there's the human stories of the 500,000 human beings sitting in prison for drug-related offenses and the 1.1 million on probation and parole. Their life is damaged or ruined beyond repair due to the prohibition of drugs. There's a lot more to be said about the damage done by the war on drugs. But when reading about Roger's story, talking to him, I couldn't escape the thought that while society wants to label him a criminal and a bad human being, there are much worse men out there who we give a pass to, even give power to, even men who hold political office or run companies. I also think about my role as an interviewer, sitting across a man like Roger. In these interviews, in life, in many ways I continue to be myself, a person who, like Dostoevsky's The Idiot, seeks the good in all people, but is hurt by it on occasion and maybe is destroyed by it in the end. I'm not naive, but I'm also optimistic and have hope for humanity. That's who I am, and that's what these conversations are. I hope you join me, and I hope you understand that I come from a place of love. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast, and here's my conversation with Roger Reeves. You are one of the most prolific drug smugglers in history. What would you say motivated you? Money, power, the thrill, or was it something else?
Money.
But isn't there a point where you've had more money than you can possibly know what to do with? Or is it always more money?
You know, I had plenty of money several times. And I think it's sort of like if you was in Las Vegas and you had the slot machine handle down and the gold coins was tumbling around you and you had sweepers bagging them up. When would you let it go?
But isn't some part of that the thrill then?
Oh, there was a lot of thrill. Sometimes way too much.
You made certainly tens of millions of dollars, probably much more. What memorable experience did having that much money make possible for you? So there's one thing is the money, and the other thing is what that money can buy.
Well, I bought everything that I could hide. I bought 7 farms. I owned the land where the city of Moreno Valley, California is. I had an option on that land. Did the planning and development of that. The most expensive corn in the world.
happiness? No, absolutely not. In fact, I think I'm happier now. I know I'm happier now. So looking back, would you do it the same way all again?
No way.
Really? Even the thrill of it?
Not even the thrill of it. It wasn't worth 33 years in prison being away from my lovely family.
So money. What about the power? Just being on top of the world where nobody can, not the governments, the police, all the big bad agencies chasing you. You could do whatever the heck you wanted.
As far as having to look over your shoulder everywhere you went, every phone call you made, make sure that you was naked with somebody innocent before you talked. That's where I was uncomfortable.
Yeah. I like to make phone calls the same way. What was it like meeting and working with Pablo Escobar, the leader of the Medellin cartel?
He was just seemed like a gentleman when I met him. He was just like you and I sitting here shook hands. I had flown one load for a fella, and it didn't work out well. The fellow that I gave it to got shot, and it took a while to get my money, and they didn't put as many kilos on the plane as they're supposed to, and so I wasn't going to work with him anymore. And my contact down there introduced me to Jorge Ochoa, and we went up in Envigado. We went up, and the gate opened, and we was escorted in. They must have been 50 men out in the yards, a hitching rail on an old house, and we was escorted right in. And there was a beautiful woman in there. I mean, drop dead beautiful. And she made us a cup of coffee. Then was ushered in to see Jorge Ochoa. And he had 12 telephones on his desk, and all of them was a different color. And he shook hands, was very friendly, spoke English. And he said that each one of those telephones represented another city in the United States. This was Chicago, and this was New York. If I rang, I knew who was calling. And so we chatted a while, and he asked me what type of airplanes I had and what experience I had flying across the U.S. border. And I told him he seemed pleased with it. And he called the lady in, and she went next door and came Pablo Escobar, and he introduced me to Pablo Escobar. And he asked the same questions again, and I answered them, and I says, I asked him how much it paid, and they paid $5,000 a kilo to haul it. And so I said, how much you put on the plane? He said, 300, 500. That's $1.5 million for an 8-hour trip. Sounded pretty good to me.
And we're talking about cocaine.
Cocaine.
We're talking about Colombia.
Colombia and cocaine and Medellin cartel.
And Jorge Ochoa was one of the, what would you say, founding members of
He
the
was probably the brains behind the whole thing.
the brains, and spoke good English.
Yes.
And they were nice people.
Really nice people.
Were you scared?
Not at all.
What's wrong with your mind that you weren't scared? Here's some of the most dangerous men in this world, and you weren't scared.
I knew I was going to do exactly what I said I was going to do. Mari and the children were down there. They went down and they stayed in the hotel, 5-star, treated royally on my first load. And they just did ask security to make sure that I wasn't a DEA agent. So I did the first load, and they can say they were hostages, but they really weren't. It was just insurance.
So there was some integrity to the way they operated.
Completely. I mean, straight up. The money was iron and banded and just right, and the numbers were never once anything wrong with it.
What would you attribute that honesty to? Within their own moral system and their own set of rules, why weren't people crossing the line and shaving off the top and injecting chaos into the system to where it would be unpredictable and people would be dishonest and greedy and all those kinds of things?
That's true. Most people are, but there's certain people at the top of the food chain that they don't need that. And if they're completely honest, then they don't have to remember the lie they told. And plus, they're just honest to start with. They're making plenty of money. They was making as much money as I did. I'll tell you how that came about. I understand that 10,000 people were killed every year in Medellin, Colombia, and what they were doing, they didn't have any organization. And if one fellow had 10 kilos and he wanted it shipped to New York, he would tell his friend. And his friend said, "Sure, I'll ship it. I have a pilot, and I'll ship it up."
And then he would look in the newspapers, oh, 40 kilos was busted in New Jersey. I'm so sorry, yours got busted. Bang, bang, he's dead. So here comes Jorge Ochoa and the three Ochoa brothers and Pablo Escobar and Gacho, and they decided that we will make an insurance company, that we would charge you $10,000 to take it to your contact in Miami. If it gets lost anywhere between the time I put it on the airplane or the time you give it to us and the time we give it to your man, we will replace it in Colombia for you. So there was no way anybody could lose. And I understand they got 100 tons piled up under that insurance program. And I was right there the first day. So I had all the work I could do. I would land and I said, when you want me to come back? We're waiting on you, senor.
Well, let me ask a difficult question. Some see Escobar as a brutal murderer, and some see him as maybe a Robin Hood-like figure who helped the poor. How do you see him, man?
Both of them. I think he started out, to be honest, with help the poor, and then they had a war down there, and they blew up and killed his people, and the country was divided almost equally three ways. They had the military, and they were just as much into it as anybody, and then you had the FARC guerrillas. They had about a third of the country, and then you had the Contras. It was like the white farmers, and they are the ones that I was dealing with, and they were at war with one another. And so if one of them started killing their people, I'll kill some of yours too. So that's how it happened. And then when I heard about Pablo Escobar blowing up that airliner and killing those women and children, I was sorry I ever shook his hand. That's brutal murder.
So you would say Escobar's not a good man?
Not at all. Terrible. Now, looking back on it, when I met him, he was good. You're just exactly what he said he would do.
Could he be a bad man and a man you can trust? Are those
Absolutely, you can trust him, yes.
So, from your perspective, in terms of business, he was reliable, he was honest, had integrity, you could work with him, and you felt safe.
Completely. We flew up to his ranch, and he brought out motorcycles to start with. Can you ride a motorcycle? Of course I can ride a motorcycle. So I took off across the grass, and it was over a ditch, and the front wheel dropped in that thing, and I must have slid across that grass 20 feet before I got stopped. He almost fell off his bike waiting because they knew what it was going to do. And then we got on horses and went out there and pretended to round up some cows, and he put a MAC-10 machine gun pistol over my shoulder. You know how to use this? Well, it was all right. I think it was like, okay, you got 10 bodyguards where you need me for. So that's kind of how we laughed and talked and drove some cows over the stumps.
You said Jorge Ochoa was perhaps the brains of the Medellin cartel. What was he like? And why do you say he was the brains?
Well, he was a gentleman. And I suppose he shipped, tell me how many more times of cocaine than Pablo did. And him and his brothers, you could tell by they had on each load that was in duffel bags. And this big football-shaped, fluffy stuff made with ether. And they would have 3 horns on it, or a rattlesnake, or 4 X's on each bag. You kind of got to knowing which was which, and they shipped a lot. So, and he was just a gentleman. I took my family. We went one weekend to his ranch, or his Alicia place out near Barranquilla, and he just treated his family. His family had his younger brother made a bullfight, and we had skiing and little airplanes on floats on the water. It was really nice, and he was really nice.
How do you make sense of the tension that a man can be a gentleman, can have integrity, but also be a murderer?
Well, murder is a strong word than killing.
Can you explain the line, the gray area we're talking about? I mean, I'm just talking with Jocko Willink. We talked a lot about killing in the context of military conflict, in the context of war. So there's a line between murder and killing that you can draw. What's the line that you're referring to?
It's something similar. If you send a hitman over to kill her and her children. That's murder. That's murder.
Was Jorge involved in those kinds of things?
I don't think so at all. He was just such a gentleman. He had a restaurant before, and he was just smart. I understand that the first 10 kilos he sold, he was sitting on a motorcycle in the sidelines in the parking lot when the DEA come in. He sped away, so he didn't come back to America. He was just smart. Some people just are savvy. He was such a gentleman, and the whole family, the mother, the father, the two brothers, the sister. I was there when she was kidnapped. He kidnapped our I guess 100 leaders of the FARC, and said, all right, if she don't come back, none of these are going to come back. So they made a deal.
Is there something you can say about the power structure, the hierarchy of the Medellin cartel that you interacted with? Was it a dictatorship where Pablo ran everything? Was there a bunch of power centers? Was it like a company with your CEO, CTO kind of thing, and then there's like managers and all those kinds of things? How did it run from a leadership perspective?
I understand that about 5 of them got together and made this, I will call it an insurance company, and now known as the Medellin cartel. And I didn't see any different. Each one of them had their own business, and their people from the jungle, wherever, made the cocaine, gave it to them, and they shipped it. And so it didn't seem to be any power play between them at all. But my main contact was Jorge Ochoa, and Pablo Escobar was right there, and I saw plenty of stuff for him too.
It's strange that they didn't betray each other regularly. Greed makes men betray each other. How do you explain that? How much betrayal did you see?
I didn't see any. Absolutely none. If they shipped his 100 kilos, he got paid for it. The other one shipped his, I'm sure they got paid for it.
How do you explain that?
Well, there was no need to. The money was just unbelievable. You think about 500 kilos in the plane at $50,000 a kilo at a time. And they paid $5,000 to ship it. And they made $5,000 without even touching it. They just had somebody to load it onto the airplane. I gave it to their man in Miami. They gave it to whoever it belonged to by the marks on the duffel bags. So they was making just untold millions. Just no reason.
But greed can blind men. It's still strange to me that there was not more betrayal. It speaks to something else, perhaps, that's bigger than money. Maybe not. But it seems like just like in the casino, like you mentioned, we get accustomed to whatever level of money we have. We get accustomed very quickly.
Yes.
And then there's a tension that's natural between human beings. And when that tension combined with money, combined with power, combined with, like you mentioned, beautiful women, and a bit of violence, it seems that betrayal should be commonplace. But it's not.
It wasn't, not at all. Carlos later, I don't know if he betrayed anybody, but he started he was running cocaine through the Bahamas, near the island. I didn't go. I was offered to fly with a DC-3 with that, but I didn't like it. So I had my route through the oil wells in Louisiana, and so I didn't really change. But he talked a lot, and I don't know if he betrayed, but they didn't like him.
Yeah, so as you expand, there could be tensions that lead to conflict. Colombia was, like you said, an ultra-violent place. How did you survive? Who protected you?
I was their hero. They liked me. I was just treated royal. All I did, I would come over El Panco. There's a radio station at the forks of the Magdalena River. I believe it was 720, if I remember right, AM. And I'd fly in at 10,000 feet, and I'd see below me there'd be a Cessna. And I'd wiggle my wings, and he'd wiggle his, and I'd fall in behind him, and we might go 100, 200 miles. I'd land on some jungle strip or some banana plantation, and they'd fuel me up. I could eat steak in the night. It was just like treated royally. Take off the next morning whenever I wanted to. It was just like that was protected, and I was honored guest. anything like in that movie, putting a gun to your head and taking your sunglasses and betting. So one time I complained to Jorge Ochoa that the runway was pretty short that they were using. And I went back down there and it looked like the Los Angeles International. They had bulldozers in there, had that thing 5,000 feet long. And just the next week it was all done. The jungle was gone and clay put up there.
And all the while you were not afraid. You were treated like royalty.
Yes, there I was. I was afraid when I landed in the United States.
Well, maybe let's go back to the beginning. What was the first time you flew an airplane with drugs on it? Tell me the story of the first time you smuggled drugs.
All right, I flew down to Jalapa, Veracruz, Cessna 182, and we landed at the town. It was a lovely town, just an old town like Bible times. Women were washing your clothes in the streets and fire with stone basins and the stream running through. I was dumbstruck. It was just so pretty. And I went in the church, in the Catholic church, and it had the Stations of the Cross, all carved, magnificent. I'd never seen that. And I come home and told Mary about that. That just almost brought tears to my eyes. It was so beautiful. And 3 o'clock the next morning, I went out to the airport and taxied down to the taxiway, and there was a guard came out and wanted to know what I was doing. And I pulled out. I was on the fire department out in Redondo Beach, California. So I pulled out my wallet, and it was the fire department badge. And he shook my hand. Was so glad. So I taxied on down there, and we loaded up about 400 pounds in the plane, and came on back. And I was running the headwinds more than I thought. And I landed on a little strip.
You were talking about on the way back?
On the way back, on the way north after we loaded up early in the night. And that's the only time I ever got vertigo. The mountains were coming down at a 30, 40 degree angle, and the Milky Way was overhead, and somehow I wanted that airplane to be level with the stars. And it got me, and it's a phenomenal pilot. I had vertigo. It's the only time I ever had it was on that load. So anyway, the wind was on the nose of that Cessna. I wasn't going to make it to the dry lake where I had fuel. So I landed on a little bitty strip, and there was a little house that was caved in, and there was a little boy named Lazarus, about 6 or 7 years old, and he was herding some goats. So we put the marijuana in that house, and the man stayed with it. So while I flew into some town and got fuel and came back, and we sat down with the lunch that I brought back, and little Lazarus sat there and ate with us, and we had a good time. We loaded him back and came home.
Oh, wow. I wonder where he is now.
Yes.
So, what was it like to fly? Maybe describe the details of, do you have to fly low? Is there details that are unique to this experience of flying an airplane with drugs on board?
All right, well, one of the mistakes that just hundreds and thousands of pilots make, they don't stop at the border. Going down and get their permit. Once you get a permit to be in Mexico, you've got it for 6 months. You can go anywhere, any fishing village, any little town, any little place. Show them this and you're welcome. If you don't have that, you go straight to jail. So you go down there and you think, okay, they're going to have fuel for me to come back and so forth. Oh, sorry, senor, that was had a rusty leak in it. We don't have any. Well, you better be able to go to town and get it. So that's what I did. And when I was coming back for several years, I would fly up at Mexicali and cross the border right at Calexico. I would act like I was landing on the Calexico side just after dark. And then I'd zip across the border and go to the Salton Sea and go below sea level, 100 and something feet, I believe 170 feet, and come on up and go out there above Palm Springs and land out 29 Palms in the desert. And put myself under a Joshua tree and fly into town and get my pickup and going back out and get it. And that was fun. And then it got really dangerous. They had Operation Starlight, I believe was the name of it. And they caught a lot of pilots coming across the border. So I changed it, and by that time I was flying bigger planes. I was flying Beech 18s. And I would refuel in Mulahay halfway down on Baja Peninsula. And then over in the middle, 20 miles from the nearest road was a goat ranch where they milked goats and made cheese. And I would go there and unload the load coming up out of anywhere in southern Mexico. And I would land there, and a guy named Juan we'd put the marijuana under the trees, and I'd fly into Mulahay, and they'd watch my plane and gas it up, and I'd eat lunch and rent a room for a few hours, take a nap, a shower, and then go back in the afternoon and fill up. And then I would go northwest out of there and fly 200 miles off the coast to the island of Guadalupe. And from there, I would fly on northwestern heading about 300 miles out over the Pacific. And then I would come in behind the Santa Barbara Islands, down low, and then I'd come up and go out in the desert land. And I did that for the rest of the marijuana trips.
What was the hardest part about flying those routes?
The hardest part was getting good marijuana.
So the hardest part isn't the flying.
No, the flying was just like driving your car now. But then I had people that would bring me on trips that were just unworthy of an airplane. Like when I'd land on a highway, and in the rainy season, I would come back to land again, and the guy wouldn't think about it. You'd have like little hills on both sides, wings right there. The grass and the weeds would grow up, and it'd sound like, it sounded like tearing the airplane apart when those wings hit, mowing the grass down both shoulders of the airplane. The weeds would grow up high in the tropics. So some of that stuff was bad. And, getting bad gasoline and telling me that land here in the light and knock the wheels off when you land. Oh, you should have landed a little further up here, senor. There's ditch down there.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
What was it like landing on a highway? And when did you have to land on a highway?
I landed on a highway most of my life, most of the times. In Mexico, first time I went down, there was a place called Pichilingue. And they had a 900-foot strip. And I would fly down, and I'd carry gasoline with me. And Maury and I would go to the grocery store and buy all kinds of little goodies and candies and toys to bring to the children. And that sand strip in the bend of a river was just too short to take off with a load. So there was a young man there named Pedro, must have not weighed much over 100, maybe 120 pounds. And he'd get in the plane with me, and he'd direct me 20, 30, 40 miles away to a highway. And the people walk in, and the people would pull out in a 2-ton truck with a machine gun on it, and a bunch of guys with their arms, and they'd block the road, and then another one would block it up about a mile away, and I'd land right over that truck, and they'd load me up like a bucket brigade with the marijuana coming. I'd shake hands with all of them, and I'd take off right over the other trucks. And sometimes maybe 20, 30, 40 cars lined up. One time I remember a patrol car, a highway patrol car. He didn't have his lights on. Took up right over him. And then when I started flying in Louisiana, the bridge over the Mississippi River, there were several contractors that went broke. And that thing was out for years. And about 5 miles from the river was flashing red lights and a detour. And then there's swamp on both sides of it. The middle of it grown up with 20 feet trees. And that was like an international runway from anywhere in the world. So I landed on that and over those red lights, just like the end of a runway. And then the next morning, we'd go out there and scrub the marks off the highway where I'd landed before daylight.
Wow. Let's go to somebody you've known well, somebody who's also a drug smuggler, is Barry Seal. Who is Barry Seal? How did you meet him?
Barry Seal is a friend of mine. Maury and I and the children went down in Honduras and went up the Lake Azul, I believe it was. I was looking at a ranch to buy. I was looking for something in Central America where I'd have a halfway place. And it was lovely. We stayed up there for some days, and our clothes got muddy, and we went in the river and all kinds of things. So we got to San Pedro Sula, and we was going back to New Orleans. So went to the cleaners to get our clothes, and most all of them was in there. And they go, oh, senor, they'll be ready tomorrow morning. We're not ready now. The plane leaves at 9 o'clock or whatever. So I told Maury for her and the children to go into the airport because it'd be easier for one on the standby flight. So I went to the laundromat for the clothes, and they were ready. There was a pile of them. I put them on my back and got in a taxi, and the old taxi was driving with it, and I'd give him $100 to go faster. He just blew his horn more rapid. Finally, we got to the airport, and I jumped out and ran around on the tarmac, and here's a brand new 727 taxiing out. Oh, so I'm waving to the pilot, and he's a young fella. He waves back. Then I see Maury's face in the cockpit, and the nose goes down where he puts on brakes, and he laughs, and he puts some stairwell out. And I run for the stairwell, and he pulls it back up and goes like a hitchhiker, gonna pick you up and go again. Then he put it out, and I got on, and the whole crowd clapped, and I'm coming on with that load of clothes. So I go way down in the middle, and the plane's full, and Miriam, my daughter, was about 9 years old then, and she was sitting in the middle, and by the window was Barry Seal. Of course, I didn't know it, and I sat in the middle, and we took off, and the wheels come up with clunk, and then I got up about 5,000 feet, and we had a little clunk. And she said, "What was that, Daddy?" I said, "He just turned on his autopilot." And that fella reached over, and I looked at him. I said, "He looks like CIA or FBI, something. He ain't supposed to be here." Clear blue eyes, gentleman-looking man. And he said, "You fly these things?" I said, "I got a few hours, mister." He said, I fly them too some more. He said, "My name's Barry Seal." Reached over Miriam and shook hands. And we got to talking, and I thought, there's no choice of seats on this. It's just open seating, so I don't believe him one bit. And he started talking about he just got out of jail that morning. Just got out of prison. And I said, uh-huh. And he told me that he had been a pilot with TWA and this and other. And he told me what he was for. And so we had a nice conversation for a couple hours to New Orleans. I didn't believe him. So he got off in front of us, and what a crowd of people to meet him. Old mother and wife and little children hanging on to him, crying and hugging and kissing him. I said, he was telling the truth. So I reached over and gave him a little piece of paper. I had Murray to write it out, put our address. I said, "Barry, I might have some work for you."
What was he in jail for?
He got caught with 100 kilos of cocaine in a small plane. And so he served a year.
And that was from Colombia?
I don't know where he come from. He got caught in Honduras, probably refueling. But he'd been in prison down there before for bringing explosives to the Cuban Contras. And he lost his job with the airlines. And then later on I found out he was ex-CIA and George Bush Sr.'s protege and had 1,000 parachute jumps and was there. He was a hot shot mouth.
There's a million questions I want to ask here, but maybe can we linger on it a little bit longer? What was your relationship with him like? You were a drug smuggler. He's a drug smuggler. You're friends. How often do you guys talk? How often do you work together? What was the relationship like?
Well, back up, just finish where I started off there. I gave him a thanks, Barry. I may have some work for you. I know I got some work for you. And I says, come out to Santa Barbara. And so, I don't know, a week or two later, he flew out, went to our house and stayed with us a couple of days. And I had a almost brand new Aero Commander 690V. That thing was turboprop, and it was hot. It was the hottest thing I'd ever had. So I said, let's go, Barry. Let's see what you can do. So I'm sorry I said that. We got about 10,000 feet. And he was like one of them Blue Angel pilots. He wrung that thing out. And I said, that's enough. And then he did a falling leaf. That's where you cut the engines and the plane falls from side to side. I saw Bob Hoover do that in an air show once. And that's the only person I ever saw do it. And my hand was white knuckle hanging in the seat.
You shut off the engine?
Yeah, he shut off the engines and landed flying side by side like this.
How do you explain that? Was he just a wild man, or was he sufficiently skilled to
He
where...
was sufficiently skilled. Absolutely. He knew what he was doing. I get a plane from one spot to another, and I guess I'm known as a good pilot for that guy. It was an aerobatic. So, anyway, he stayed with us a couple of days, and then I told him, I said, this plane needs tanking. I said, I got some work down in Columbia, needs to come back to Louisiana. And I need 2,500-mile range. He said, I got somebody in Mena, Arkansas to do that and keep their mouth shut. So I gave him $10,000, and he flew away. And in a few days, he called me and says, come to my house in Baton Rouge. So I went out to his house in Baton Rouge, and I stayed with him for a few days, and that plane was tanked, I mean, beautiful, from stem to stern. I could went from Bolivia to Canada with him. So he was, and I hired him to fly, and he was funny. I paid him $1 million a trip. I paid $2,000 a kilo, so about $1 million a trip. And I didn't get paid until the people received it. They had to ship it to Chicago and New York, and then the money come back. So it was a couple of 2 or 3 weeks pipeline. Well, I had to pay him before he'd go again. I mean, and he bellyached. I mean, he'd moan and groan. So one time I gave him $1 million and I put it in a box real nice.
So how big is a box that contains $1 million? Are we talking about $100 bills?
$100. It's not very big. You can put it
introduce Barry Seal to Pablo Escobar?
No, I didn't introduce him at all. And our deal was that you don't meet my people. I mean, we just got across. You working for me to fly the airplanes. So he wanted these Panther conversions, cost $400,000 each, with storm scope and radar. So I'm going, anything you want.
What's that mean? Sorry to interrupt. Panther conversion.
Panther conversion was these people called Panther. They took everything out from the firewall, the instruments and all, and converted them and put Q-tip propellers on them, full-bladed, and you very quiet. And the CIA developed those in Southeast Asia for running behind the lines, and that's where Barry had flown those things, so he knew about them. So hey, that's what he wanted, and that's what we got him.
How does that connect to Pablo? And so he worked for you, and you got those upgrades.
I think he flew about 30 loads for me, and then I got arrested and got for everything in the world. I got 35 years sentence. But let me back up a little bit. Barry was our friend. Mari and I are both friends.
We should pause real quick and say Mari is your wife. We'll, hopefully we'll convince her to join us in a little bit. She's the love of your life, and sort of she weaves in and out of many of the stories that you tell.
Yes, she was there. She was behind the scenes, but I kept her out of it completely.
And then also you mentioned Miriam was your daughter.
Yes, our son was a baby, and I remember we went out to the festival. It was my favorite restaurant in Coral Gables. Oh God, it was good. And Barry knew about it. Anyhow, we went out to dinner. So we came back and there was no rooms. So Barry will spend the night with us. So he goes to our hotel room with him. We got two big beds in the Omni Hotel, and he lays over there. He gets down to his striped undershorts and his T-shirt, and he puts the baby up on his belly and gives him the bottle. Says, ain't that good, Red? And he just feeds the baby. We laugh and talk. So that's how close we were that we could always stay in a hotel room together.
And would you say he's a good man?
Wonderful man, a gentleman, Southern gentleman. Just looked after his mother, his family, everybody around him. Everybody loved Barry. He just had a little smile on his face always.
So you got arrested, and then what happened to Barry?
Well, Barry knew the people that unloaded. Of course, he sent the cars down and all that, so he met the unloader guy named Lito, Luis Carlos Bustamante, a Venezuelan. So he just kept on flying. But I believe he had 3 of my airplanes at $400,000 a piece, and they owed me some money. Well, he collected a lot of that and gave Mari the money and put it in his safe and took her to his house and all. After I got arrested, sent a lawyer in. He got me the best lawyer in the country, Albert Krieger, head of the defense team for all America. Wonderful man.
Can you tell the story of the months that led up to Barry's assassination? What did you know? What did you sense? What did you think?
Okay, when I got out of prison, I had been out long. I was eating breakfast, and there was Ronald Reagan's face right in the television. We have absolute proof that the communist Sandinista government is in the cocaine money business. And there was that fat lady, the C-126, on the runway with the bellied in, and I thought, oh God, he had done it. So I had heard that Barry might have been working with him. So it wasn't long
Working with
the DEA or whoever. He was no longer on our side, you know.
So can you clarify how you got that from the Reagan making a statement about we've heard?
Okay, there was his plane. There was Barry's plane, and okay, on the way north, we could stop in Nicaragua and land on a military base or on a base that they used as crop dusters and all, and refuel. Yeah. And so that shortened our trip. We go further into the jungle and come up. That was what Pablo Escobar and Ocho and them, and they was associates with the people in Nicaragua.
So that plane was there. That means Barry was feeding the DEA information.
He was working with them at that time. But let me back up a little bit. When I was flying and I told Barry we would refuel and change airplane to loads in Belize, where I had a spot up there. And then that's when they told me we can refuel in Nicaragua. And then you fly all the way, and Barry couldn't believe it. He says, all right, but I wanted to land. I had a place in Louisiana for $10,000 that I could unload said, I can't. I said, okay, but it's going to cost you $50,000 every time my wheels touch the ground.
Why? Can you explain why you can't get
He said he was hooked up with the very top, and he said, I'm going to have dinner with the governor tonight.
That's at that time
me and Arkansas
to Bill Clinton.
And it's like, Bill Clinton, did you give him any money? And I said, no, I didn't give the man any money. But it was like the money that I had that went to the Grand Cayman Islands. And I told my lawyer, I said, I never touched that money. He said, you don't have to fondle it to be guilty. So
what? I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories around the relationship between Barry Steele and the Clintons.
Absolutely.
What evidence do we have? What would you say from your best understanding of what was the relationship between Bill Clinton and Barry Steele?
Barry said, and he knew that he couldn't get caught in Arkansas. And when that movie was going to come out and be called Mina, somebody stopped it. I mean, they stopped it dead in the tracks for 2 or 3 years, and the producer even quit.
You mean the American Made with Tom Cruise movie?
It wasn't.
It was going to be called Mina?
It's the name that was written and produced in Mina. And but waiting on Hillary to be elected, they would not let that movie out. And that movie was changed drastically.
But to push back on that, that doesn't mean there's truth there. That means they were worried about the power of the conspiracy theory, which stuck.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, some conspiracy theories, just because they're popular, doesn't mean they're true. And ones that, but it also doesn't mean they're not true. And there's ones that are not very popular that could be true. But that one really stuck. I mean, what's your sense?
Well, I paid $1.5 million for burial land at Mina, Arkansas. So I was pretty well assured that he couldn't get caught. And I said, well, I can't get caught in Colombia. We can't get caught in Nicaragua. I guess we got a license. So we went for it.
Oh, so when you say I can't get caught, just to clarify, there's a sense where this is a safe place to land.
Yes, like completely safe.
So you don't think he was referring to some kind of, you know, like my grandfather who fought in World War II would talk about bullets can't hit him. So it's almost like believing
he's taking that $50,000 and giving it to somebody. And Barry was honest, so he wasn't just taking it from me because he was making $1 million. He didn't care for the $50,000.
Oh man, taking the story forward, the months leading up to his assassination, what do you understand? Why he was assassinated? Who were the players involved? Maybe could you have stopped it?
Well, I'll tell you, after I saw Reagan's face on the television saying we have the absolute proof, the phone rang, and it was Barry. I hadn't heard from him in a couple of years. He said, I'm coming out tonight, Roger. And it moved away. So he came out, and he said, I'll meet you in this French restaurant, you know, in Santa Barbara. And I walked in, there's about 20 or 30 people in there. And they was all 30, 40 years old, women in plastic or leather skirts, and men in their blue jeans. And I looked around, and Barry was at the back. He leaned up, he gained weight. And I walked up, and I said, Barry, are you wired? He said, no. I said, well, I'm not going to talk. Are these DEA agents? He said, every one of them. So,
with jeans and skirts, I like it.
I said, well, Barry, I'm going to sit here and you just talk to me, buddy, and tell me what's on your mind. And he sat there and he just went to talking. And he told me about these left hole in the bag. And it,
what do you mean by that? Like nobody's supported him. Nobody did something of it.
He was, and I don't know this. I mean, this is just what happened. Putting it all together. That he had some CIA buddies. And they was pretending we're going to supply Oliver North with arms. And with that, you can land cocaine back here by the ton. So he's taking his little planes and putting some AK-47s and maybe ammunition or whatever, and takes it down to the Contras against the Communist Party of Nicaragua, where we've been landed. And Oliver North was involved in this. So when all that, and so his CIA buddies were certainly involved, and we know they were. And Barry had been in the CIA earlier when he just got out of school. So
But I cradled it,
when as I say, the shit hit the fan, they all fled and left Barry holding the bag.
The CIA and the DEA.
Yeah, well, not the DEA, the CIA. The DEA wasn't in on it. The CIA was selling that cocaine and bringing it in. And
Just to clarify, what's Iran-Contra scandal? What was the alleged involvement of the CIA in using the drug trade to fund things? What do you know? What do you think is true? What should we know?
well, I know what I know is true. That Barry was taking a small amount of arms back to Central America and giving them to whoever Oliver North group were. Oliver North was a colonel that got implemented and almost brought the government down. And so they said, all right, we're getting the guns from Iran, and we're taking cocaine to pay for it. And since Congress won't give us money to fight this war, we're going to circumvent it. So that was the whole thing.
So it was CIA's effort to circumvent the funding mechanisms of government by selling drugs.
Yes, but it was a handful of renegade CIA agents. It was Barry's friends that was making a load of money, tons of it come up. If you would like to read the book, The Big White Lie, the CIA and the crack cocaine epidemic, the CIA put, according to this, the book in Michael O'Brien, I didn't remember his name last time I talked, wrote that book, and he was a head CIA agent, he was a head DEA agent that exposed this, and the CIA tried to kill him. And he says they put crack cocaine, they developed, their chemists developed crack, and they put it in every country, every city in the United States on one weekend. So they were bringing it up by the tons, and that's for sure, and Barry was bringing it.
Can I ask you a small tangent question? Do you think the public should trust the CIA and the DEA? Do you think they're most the good people that are carrying out a good mission? Because this kind of makes it sound like there's renegade agents that are just doing whatever the hell they want and with sometimes no regard for human life.
Well, that's certainly true, but that's not everybody in there. That's just sometimes you get a few policemen in the department that do these things. I believe that our government is good. I think we've got some fools running it. I don't know how we get them there, but I don't want to think I know.
Okay, so what was Barry's involvement here?
So Barry leaned back in that chair and he told me that, he got caught 1.5 tons and he bellied it in the runway in Nicaragua and had cameras flashing inside and out. And he flew it back to Homestead with the briefing agent there, and he brought the agent over. Jake Jacobson, really nice fellow. I think he was a crop duster. And we'd have got along if we'd been on the right side. And so we sat there and drank Chevy's Regal until I got pie-eyed. And Barry told me about it. He said that he went to see Edwin Meese. He got out on bail. He flew his Learjet up to Washington and went in to see the Attorney General, Edwin Meese. And they run him out of the office. The next day he went back and said, I have absolute proof that the CIA is bringing tons of cocaine, or they're running tons of cocaine into the United States. And Edwin Meese put him with his agent Jacobson, I believe it was. And they went down and got 1.5 tons. And on the way back, they bellied it in. Pablo Escobar and some of the other ones, General there in Nicaragua, you can see them toting it from one plane to the other. It's in the book called The Big Kings of Cocaine. It's got a mention of me too, and also the other one has a mention of me in it. It said I'm in more files for the DEA than Noriega.
So who wanted to get rid of Barry? Is it who wanted to get rid of Barry more, the cartels or the CIA?
The cartel. But so Barry leaned back and he told me the story, and the tears came down between his fingers and he put his hands over his eyes and said, I couldn't do it, but I just couldn't do 3 life sentences. So I told him everything. I went to Congress and I testified before Congress. He testified before Congress for all these things that he had done, and he said, I told him all about you, but you're under my umbrella. You got to testify with me before a grand jury in Miami. And so the guy said, you can come down, the DEA agent said, you can come down tomorrow with Murray first class, or I'll take you down in chains. And you don't testify with Barry. The only place you'll ever see your wife and family again is in a federal prison visiting room.
Was that a difficult conversation?
Oh, looking into my eyes, my gut was just like ice water. I can't testify against my friends. Just can't do it. How am I going to do it? I can't work with people, and he was honest with me. How am I going to testify against him? I can't spend the rest of my life in a federal prison. What on earth? What a mess, Barry, you got me into. So,
is that a kind of betrayal there?
Yes, but it's still, I wish he'd let me out of it. I understand him getting in such a mess that he told, because if the CIA and whoever else would find him, betrayed him, and he's going to tell everything. So I said, all right, I'll be in Miami tomorrow, and I flew down first class. And I went to a lawyer, one of the biggest lawyers in Miami, and I said, man, I am in a mess. This fella's told everything, and I've got to say something. But I'm not a snitch, man. I mean, what can I do? And he said, well, being a snitch is like being pregnant. You either are or you're not. And he says, I don't represent snitches, but if you want to fight this case, I'll do it for $600,000. And boy, my face turned red. Well, I'm not a snitch. He said, well, that's what you're talking about. He said, let me tell you something. If you go in there and say one thing and sign that paper, and you don't tell them everything you know, then they will convict you of everything you've ever done in Utah. So you can't do it. So I said, Barry, I'm having trouble with a lawyer. I'll go tomorrow. Let's go. I said, all right, use my lawyer. And he gave me his card, the lawyer's card. So Mari and I went to the festival restaurant that night, and Barry and Debbie came in. She was dressed pretty, and Barry wasn't, so we was already about finished, so we had dessert together. And I said, Barry, they're going to kill your friend. He said, no, they ain't going to kill me, so-and-so, such and such is gone, and this and the other. I said, Barry, they're going to kill you, man. You can't deny it. And I didn't tell him I wanted to testify, so I hugged his neck. I really, and we fled to Brazil. I took Mari and the children went to Brazil.
You decided there you're not going to.
I knew, and I didn't know what I could do. I talked to a lawyer. I mean, I didn't know what I could do, but the best in Miami said what he told me, so I had to go.
And you went to Brazil.
We went to Brazil.
Did you have a conversation with anybody at the cartel? I mean, that's such an interesting moment that tests a man's character. To not snitch. And did you have a conversation with anybody?
No.
Pablo about it, like, so it's just understood.
I just couldn't do it.
But how many men like you are there?
Not many. I had all my friends testified against me. I had 11 friends, and every one of them put their finger up. Roger did it. And I was facing life. Continuing criminal enterprise.
Still, you couldn't do it.
I just couldn't do it.
Did you ever get respect from the cartels for that? From the people in the cartel?
Time I got back, they owe me money, and I can't get it. So,
well, that's about money. I just mean about human beings.
Oh, I think so. I mean, I've been back down there, and I've been welcome. I have my contact, and when I was in Brazil, I was trying to get this money. They owed me $3.5 million. So I called up there, and he was going to pay me. Oh, I got $600,000 today, and I'll get you some more tomorrow. And then the next week I called, hey, I got great news. Barry Seal's been killed. So, oh no, and I went back to the hotel. We was up in the northern part of Brazil, and what was it, Monty? Yeah. And so I went back. I told Mari and Miriam, and they cried, and I cried. I really cried.
How is that great news from the cartel perspective?
Well, now there's no case against me and him and them.
Do you know who killed him?
Yes. I'll tell you about that story. Well, the first load I did, I landed at a banana plantation, and it was raining, and it was a muddy strip, clay, and they put 300 kilos of cocaine in there, the ugliest man you could imagine. Named Ronaldo got in there with a MAC-10, and he would make sure I took it to Louisiana. So
this is many years before.
Yeah, a couple years before. So anyway, we took off, and the mud got up in the wheel well so thick until the wheels wouldn't come up. Well, I'm going 200 miles an hour instead of 300 miles an hour. Wheels coming down. Well, I can't go back there. If I do, I'm going to be in the same situation until the sun dries it out in a few days. And So, but in Belize, I had a runway that we'd been used for $10,000 used to refuel. So I told the guy, listen, we got to land in Belize to refuel. No, he put the Mac 10 and I'll shoot you. I said, go ahead, fool, you're going to die too. So
Yeah.
it was in the turf. So
he wasn't just ugly, he was also
he was
angry.
a bad killer.
Yeah.
And so he's the one that actually killed Barry, the one that went up on the first load with me. And Ronaldo, and he's doing
so
life.
He's just a killer.
Yeah. He's doing life in Louisiana.
I wonder who, is it known who made that decision?
The younger Ochoa brother, I understand, Fabio, was the one paid for the hit. I don't know that, but that's what I've heard, and it probably sounds about right. He's down in Jessup, Georgia, doing a long time. I think he's about to get out. He's been in 30 years or whatever.
The movie American Made. What do you think that movie got right? What did it get wrong?
Almost everything wrong. It was disgustingly wrong.
Okay, which parts? Can you maybe elaborate?
It's about Barry Seal, and it just didn't even. It was nothing. And whoever wrote it had no idea who Barry Seal was. They sat in a rocking chair and just tried to think of what some baby fashion drug dealer doing.
Yeah.
And it's just like, God, you just don't have any idea of the spirit of the man.
So they wanted to try to tell a fun story without actually studying the story.
They didn't know him. They just had no idea. And Barry was such a nice person, such a really nice, gentle person.
They talk to you or no?
No,
the people that made the movie.
And I see all these people telling about Barry, never met him. They tell him all about it. I think that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And for one thing, it was his character coming out of whorehouses and all that. That was just like ugly. And then down in Colombia, putting a gun to his head, going to take his sunglasses, and then put $25 million worth of cocaine on his plane. And then they're going to bet $100 he don't have enough room to take off. That's just insane. I mean, just the whole thing. And then he's talking to the DEA agents when he's coming up. You don't know what frequency they own. He's got 5 planes, and they all split when the DEA comes out. These are just somebody's just fantasy.
But those are details of the man, details of the story. Is there some big, profound things they missed about just this whole period? But that's something that's really important to you that was missed.
Yes, they just try to sensationalize some little things that people remember, and it's just not true. It was just like a business deal, and good people, good airplanes, and good flying, and it was like a good watch that was made. It just clicked and it just went on, and they missed all of that. They tried to make it sound like it's something very ugly.
Do you think it was a story that could have been told way better and still be a hell of a good story?
Yes.
Well, there's a series called Chernobyl done by HBO, and because I have sort of family connected to that period, they did an incredible job of being historically accurate, and only not being historically accurate when it helped the story, only in those rare cases, when they on purpose left the story to make it easier for people to understand, but it was still somehow accurate. And even though all the actors were British actors speaking English with a British accent, it was still somehow accurate. Like, they captured the spirit.
Yeah.
So it was historically accurate and the spirit was captured. That was one of the most incredible series I've ever seen. It convinced me that the movie was made by non-Russians. It convinced me that if you really care about a story, you don't have to have been brought up in it. You don't even need to speak the language. If you're truly a scholar of it, if you talk to a lot of people, if you learn, if you just pour your heart and soul into it, you can create something really special. And so your sense is you could do that with the story, with this period of time.
Oh yes, there was a story that needs to be told. It needs to be told in the correct way, not like we're trying to bash a certain angle.
Yeah. Well, if Netflix or HBO are watching this, you need to tell the story of Roger Reeves, in my opinion. There you go. Is this a young picture of you?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's from National Geographic.
Jorge Ochoa, Pablo Escobar, it's you, Roger, and Barry.
Yeah.
Smuggler, a memoir. Yeah, I really do hope that they make a movie of this one. There's a movie called Blow that tells the story of George Young, Boston George. Did you know George Young? That's one way to ask it. The other is, what do you think of the movie Blow?
I didn't know George Young, but it was a wonderful movie. Absolutely, it captured it.
It did.
Yes, it did. That's the way it should be.
So he was a little bit before your time?
Exactly the same time.
Exactly the same.
He was using stewardesses to fly the marijuana out of Manhattan Beach, and I was running the fire department in Redondo Beach, 10 miles away, flying it up, sending it back. Somebody was sending it back. He might have been sending it back. But he didn't have near the excitement that I did. I was shot down twice. I escaped from 5 different prisons.
Yeah.
Was tortured almost to death in the Mexican prison. So he didn't have all that fun that I had.
Fun in quotes. Yeah. So yours is a heck of a fun adventure. Just to linger on a little bit. So Johnny Depp plays George, and Ray Liotta plays his father. And there's this son-father kind of scene at the end. I don't know. It's heartbreaking. Like, that scene paints a picture of a life that could have been had if none of this wild drug smuggling happened. I don't usually, I really never get, like, teary-eyed in a movie, but that got me. It's almost like confronting at the end of your life what your life could have been with your father. The way he calls him Georgie. Like, you fucked up, Georgie.
Yes, I did too. I really, really did. Mario waited for me all those years, and the children raised them without me. Visited me in prisons all over the world. Just unbelievable. It's just nothing's worth that kind of money.
Yeah. Can you tell the story of when you were tortured nearly to death in a Mexican prison?
I sure can, and I'm smiling, but with nothing to smile at, I can tell you. I was in a booth, and a gentleman came over and shook hands with me and put handcuffs on me. And I thought, what in the world? That was at one of the nice hotels. They put me in a jail cell, and I sat there, and all the drunks and thieves and stuff kept coming in, and they had a bucket, it overrun. And I said, man, like 18 people in a room, about 12-foot square. Oh, it was hot, and I thought, somebody's got to come get me. This ain't real. I hadn't done anything. It's like, there was a pilot come to see me up in Hermosillo, and he stopped, and he made a mistake and went to the international runway instead of where he was supposed to go. And he had my phony name in his pocket, and they got me. So they said I was a drug smuggler. So after about 3 days, they put me back into the back, and it was a torture place. And they put me in a little cell. I guess it wasn't 6 feet. It must have been about 5 feet square and about 12 feet high. And it was June, the end of June, and it was hot. I mean hot. And they left me in there for, I guess, a few days. You didn't know. So every once in a while they come drag me out. And first off, they put my head underwater, and it had seltzer in it of some kind. And I took one whiff of that, and 3 or 4 of them couldn't hold me down. So then I learned that just before you have to breathe, tear loose like that, they'll let you up. And that was the first treatment. And then they started to beat me. And they beat me with blackjack, rubber hose until I was black and blue and yellow from the bottom of my feet to my head.
What did they want?
They wanted me to sign a confession that I was a drug smuggler. And they put the papers under your nose. This is all over if you sign. Well, I knew if you signed, you got 6 years. I wasn't going to sign. I wasn't going to sign. So
they didn't want you to snitch on anybody. They just wanted you to say,
sign that paper.
And you still didn't.
You about to. I ain't a beating ain't that bad. So anyhow, he's getting me to the good part. So then they come and they take me out, and I'm buck naked, and they bend me over, and they have things to pull you, like change, click, 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 and they bent me over, and they put butter on my bum, and they commenced to put hot chili pepper up there, and that stuff was bad. I mean, it was red hot, and that was all
really you didn't.
I didn't think about it. I ain't gonna tell you. I guess if I'd have known he was gonna kill me, I wouldn't have done it. But I wasn't about. You get hurt bad enough, you pass out. I didn't pass out, so I was all right. So then the last thing they did was they brought a dead man in there, and he was wrapped. He was frozen. He was wrapped in newspaper, little strips about a half-inch wide, just like a mummy. And he was frozen, and they hung him on the wall with a meat hook. And you next, son of a bitch, you next. And so he's sitting there like this, and as he starts to thaw out, which is pretty quick, it looks like he's crying, and it looks like he's peeing, and the papers start unraveling on him, and the formaldehyde puddles on the floor. Whew, what a smell, that rotten insides and the formaldehyde. And there was a little space, it wasn't even a half-inch high under the door. And I lay on that filthy floor on my cheek and put my lips right up under that door and was sucking that fresh air, and I went to sleep after some time. And I know where Walt Disney gets his ideas. I saw white, pink, pig wings on them, all kinds of stuff flying around. So when I woke up, I didn't know which was real and which was the nightmare. It took me a minute to figure out where I was and what was going on.
How did you stay mentally strong through that time? Like what?
I don't know that I did. I was, yeah, I was mentally strong. So I was, just like I am now.
Stubborn. I mean, you could be that man. It could have killed you.
Yeah.
So what gave you hope? Did you have hope?
Yeah.
I mean, you're just a stubborn son of a bitch.
I think some of both of it. I think they aren't going to keep you here forever. You know, you're going to get out to the prison, or they're going to let you go or something. If you sign that paper, you ain't going nowhere. And I want to go home. I got shot down a few weeks before that. I got shot from out the sky. 80 bullet holes through the plane. Killed a fellow on the ground. Shot the leg nearly off the man.
Where was this?
In that little place of Pichilingi.
And they were shooting you from the ground. Yeah.
All right. A little 900-foot strip there at Pichilingi, a poor village with starving donkeys. That's where I'd give them $17,000 for load, and I'd go over on the highway and load. Well, on day 13, I did a load every day for 13 days. They had a bunch of marijuana pretty good piled up, and I was going load a day. And on day 13, I had that little warning sign going off in my stomach. Don't do it. But I asked this Joaquin, we had the federales paid off, no worry. So I spent the night in a hammock and walked down to the airplane just as it getting daylight. And 10 or 12 men walked with me, and Pedro got in. I brushed my teeth in a little stream. It was about a foot deep, the river coming through there. Got in the airplane, and I fired her up. Bam, bam. Thought a tire blew out. Oh. And still doggone me. Pedro's yelling, Policia, Roger, Policia. Well, it dawned on me, and I shoved the throttle to the firewall. And only had.
So that was a bullet.
Yeah, somebody, there's off the sides, they'd shot, just warning, like, get out, stop, we're going to rob you, whatever. That's what they do. They had taken the plane and me and put me in prison, the whole thing. So, but I even though I had papers. So I just shoved it to the firewall, and there wasn't enough room to take off on that strip. And there's half of it was behind me. Some of it was behind me. And so just at the end, I'm just like, I think that thing stalls at about 50 miles an hour. Just turning 50, and I just pulled it right up and put the flaps on. And as I pulled off the ground, they opened up on both sides of me with machine guns, and they riddled that airplane. I mean, the windshield came out. I got hit 3 times.
You, like your body?
Yeah. And I didn't know I was hit. I mean, it was just the
adrenaline.
The gasoline just pouring in. The world turned yellow. I must have went into shock. So it just stopped in slow motion. And one bullet hit the strut right by my head, and it just, parts of that bullet just went all over me. I just looked like I'd been peppered with lead. And the gasoline was just pouring in. I mean, just pouring in where they'd shot the wing up above. The windshield's gone. I can't even tell it, but it was just like a hailstorm. So
that airplane's stall or no?
I was in a stall anyway, and I didn't realize it, and I guess you wouldn't unless you trained for it. But when you're in a stall, the elevator is kind of flappy, and I didn't realize at the time. I thought they had shot the elevator cable in two. So I thought, oh God. So I just reached over and switched it off, switched the pulled the mixture, pulled everything, and in the river there was rocks about as big as this table, and they were like the turtle back, all the way up until there was a waterfall. It was quite a pretty place. And I crashed straight onto it. I thought, if I get those rocks. And when I did, the first time I hit, the wings came off, and then it bounced, and the next time the nose came off and came under the plane. And I'm sitting there, I must have been knocked unconscious. Because Pedro's shaking me, come on, Roger, come on, Roger. So I stepped out into the water, and here comes these full Federales still shooting at us. And a bullet or two hit the airplane. And I kept a 9mm Browning high power taped to the top of the radio in case I ever needed it. So, because you didn't, didn't want it in the airplane. So it was just handy, just laying there. So I took and popped a few caps at them, and they ran into the rocks. So we took off running, and then I looked, and Pedro's foot nearly shot off. They'd shot him on one side of the ankle, and it just blown out the other side. And it wasn't even hardly bleeding, the shock of it. So I took my T-shirt off and ripped it and tied it best I could.
But he had still bullets in you, so like you could still run.
I shot the top of my toenail off. Yeah. I shot it across my head and my kneecap. Because I was just nicked. It was very painful later on, but right that time I didn't. It was just hot. There's a bullet still in my foot from it, a piece of a bullet, good sized slug. So we went on up the mountain through the cactus and
just running.
Just going, I want to go down. No, the Federals are going the easy way. Let's go. This young fella just, and we came to an old donkey. She must have been 30 years old, long and way back, long hair on her. Charlotte. And he petted the donkey, and we jumped on. And we rode for
like an actual donkey.
There were donkeys all over the place. Anyhow, he knew that was from the village. And so we rode 7 miles, 2 of us on a donkey with no bridle, no saddle, nothing. And we came to a little man plowing a little horse and a little ox. Both of them spotted. And the yoke was across their back this way, and he's plowing with a little plow amongst stumps. It was like one of these people clearing a little piece of land, and he had a little house there. And so we went in his house, and his wife and his daughter, they put like cloth over my wounds, and on Pedro's it was terrible. And they poured diesel oil on it to keep the flies off. It was about covered in diesel. So the man left, and he was gone all day. And then about dark, he showed up with about 15 or 20 horses, and mules showed up in the dark, walking fast. And the doctor got out. He said, I'm Dr. Benjamin So-So of the Red Cross. And he worked on my foot, and he worked on Pedro. He gave us a shot of morphine and tetanus shots. He said, you've got to get to hospital. He said, Pedro will die if you don't get to hospital. He said, they're looking for American pilots been shot down. They think he's dead. There was a lot of blood in that airplane. And so they rode, I don't know how far we rode, but we rode miles. And we come to a road, and there was a big truck. It was loaded with corn in the ear. And they dug holes in that corn and put us in it. Covered us up. And the road was rough, and every time we'd hit a dirt road, that corn would cover me up, and they'd scratch my face out again. And when I came to the highway, we went into a house, and they got me some clothes, and mine was messed up. And white basin, and they must have bought 20 jugs of water at different times. I kept washing my foot till all the blood and the crud got off of me, and put on those clothes. And somebody went to, they said, you can't go north the road block. They're looking for the pilot. So you got to go south. So they found a taxi in Mazatlan. And it was a rather new taxi, and the fellow would take me to Guadalajara, which was, I don't know, 7-8 hours south. So we got in that taxi, and they propped me up with sheets and blankets and pillows in the back seat. They gave me these great big white pain pills, and I was quite content. Then I was shot down in Colombia also.
What can you tell that story?
I sure can. All right, I went down for a little marijuana, and we got to the place, and we got there too early, and the guerrillas screamed, you got to get out of here, you got to get out of here. So we went back to the place where we staged from, and refueled. I had a beautiful DC-3, carried 3 tons. And so while I was waiting, I ate some lunch, and I went around behind the house. We refueled the plane up. I had to wait till late afternoon. They wanted me to come just at dark, so the military planes couldn't see me on the strip. So I'm laying in the hammock asleep, and I hear this terrible roar. And I look right up through the trees, and the gas end of 2 military jets going straight up. And they do a dive over came back down the strip in front of that airplane, and they just tear it up with 50 caliber machine guns. They just showing out. So I run for the airplane. I just give that guy $80,000, and he ran for the truck, and all the rest of them ran for the truck. I should have ran with my money, but I didn't. I ran for the airplane, and the co-pilot got in. His name was Al. He got in with me, and two fellows got in the back. We had drums of fuel in there to refuel when we got down to the guerrillas. So we took off, and I couldn't get the gear up because I'd taken off in such a hurry. There's pins in the struts of a DC-3, and with big flags on them, and you have to take them up so that the plane won't come up. So these jets swarmed on me, and they tried to get me to go. They kept telling me which way to go, and the pilot would be just as close as just right over there. I could see him. I just held up the old hippie piece. I didn't think they would shoot. I really didn't. Nobody had shot before. So I kept flying out, and then I kept getting slower and slower, and they kept slowing down, and black smoke rolling. And then they started shooting up under me. Boom, 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 with them 20 millimeter cannons, and the tracers just going up. They looked like they're curving up from me. Whoa, and I pushed the nose over, so they couldn't get under me. Later on, I heard they thought I tried to ram them. So one of them went for fuel, and I kept on going, and the one just tore the left wing tip up with the 50 caliber. And then he come back again and shot the tail up. He's warning me. I tell the fellow in there, I says, you know, if you bring me enough water, I believe I can fly this thing. My mouth got quite dry. So I went on in. I landed on a big pasture. And it was huge pasture, and it was rougher than it looked, and the wings just flapped, and I come to a stop and jumped out and pulled those tabs out and threw them on the ground so I could get my gear up. And I understand that during the 1980 World Series baseball game, it was just American DC-3 had just been shot down by Colombian jets. You know, it's the first plane shot down on Reagan's new war on drugs. But he's up and away, ladies and gentlemen. We keep you posted. So I took off again, and I went into a thunderstorm, and they came close to the mountains. So I spiraled up, and every time I'd come out, that jet was there, boom, boom, boom. And I'd go back into that storm, and boom, boom, boom in there. And at 20,000 feet, I started icing up. So I went out one last time, and he was right there waiting. He had me on radar. So I went back in, and I kicked it over and put it into a spin and went straight down to 2,000 feet. Come out under it, and I was flying along the Riviera River, and it was 20 feet above the water. It was like a pasture, just grass. And I made several runs to tear the grass down, and it looked like it felt hard. That old DC-3 weighs 30,000 pounds. I put it down on the fifth run. I said, all right, I will land out. And
So you flew like close slopes several times.
I put the wheels down.
Oh, you put the wheels down without landing.
And just so I make
You
it
wear down. So you're being tracked by jet. He's trying to before that. I'm just like retelling the story how insane it is. So he's trying to shoot you down, and there's a thunderstorm you're escaping into, and then you do a spin down to 2,000 feet, whatever you said, like somehow escaping all of this, and then you try to land a pasture in a giant heavy plane that carries 3 tons by touching down 5 or 6 times to make a landing strip for yourself.
Yeah, the grass is pretty deep. Okay. So it was really good after I felt it a few times. So then just before it stopped, I said, Al, take your feet off the brake. He said, I don't have my feet on the brakes. Well, I knew I had something through the crust. And I put full power on, but it didn't. That old big plane just come on down, and it just did a head. As it came to a stop, it did a headstand. 90 degrees to the ground. And the engine held it up, and the nose and all just crushed in right on it. We fell between the two seats to keep from getting killed. Wow. And when it come to a stop, all that fuel was pouring out on those hot engines, and there's a escape hatch at the top. I just stepped out, took my suitcase with me.
Was there fire?
No fire. The plane left the plane there, and the 2 guys that was in the back, one broke his thumb, and they was in the barrels. And they had to put tie gas hoses together to shimmy down to get out.
Yeah.
So
that's an incredible story.
Well, let me just tell you, it had a little bit more to it. I learned to fly with the idea of being a missionary aviation fellowship pilot, and fly the missionaries in and out of the jungle.
Yes.
Well, I went 11 days through that jungle. The rest of them went on down the road and went to to steal an airplane, get out of there. And when I came to the place, I asked, what is this place? A lovely place. It looked like Honolulu in World War II. The runway there. She said, you don't know. This is Loma Linda, headquarters for Missionary Aviation Fellowship for the Amazon. And they flew me out.
You escaped from prison 5 times. So what stands out to you as the most difficult or miraculous escape in the bunch?
The most miraculous is when I was in the courtroom in Spain. I think I was on the third floor, real high, and I ran across the courtroom, handcuffed, kicked the window out. And I looked down, and it was above the palm trees. I thought they might be a power line or something I could grab on as I went down. There was nothing, and there was a car parked, a station wagon on the
And you jumped out?
I jumped out from 31 feet on top of that car, and it exploded in the street. The windshield went over 3 or 4 cars. It looked like snow going up. I looked like Donald Duck in handcuffs, and I got out.
You just kept running.
Yeah, I kept running. They ran me down and hit me in the back. I still got a dead spot in my back where the policeman hit me with a shotgun. And they brought me back. Mario was there, and he said, your husband is crazy. That was spectacular, but I escaped from Lubeck, maximum security prison, and I cut out of there and got out. That was a miraculous
And that was
escape.
where?
In Lubeck, Germany.
What was that escape like?
I was there now, but it was going to extradite me back to the United States where I still had all these charges and 25 years special parole. And I was cleaning the lawyer's visiting room, and on it was bars that looked like piano notes or this place to make it pretty, but there was a little bit. So I got a room from a guy where they made boats in there, and I had 20 minutes. So I went in there and I wrapped it around and I put a broom handle in it that was cut off and wrapped it around until it pulled bars together on that side, and then I pulled them together on the other side. But that only put me inside the prison yard where the soccer equipment was kept. But they were putting new windows on one side of the prison, and they had it scaffolded up to the 4th floor. So there was a little recess there, and there was guard towers every 100 feet or so. I mean, they would shoot and kill me. So I got behind that and climbed up, holding to the bricks on one end and the scaffolding on the other, and went to the roof. I lost my shirt and most of my clothes going through the window. I got all the skin off of me. I thought I was going to die. And I was trying to go sideways like this, and finally I got a grip, and the bars let me through and took all the skin off of me. So I got up on that roof, and I have asthma, and I just lay there trying to catch my breath. Didn't bring my inhaler. So
With blood everywhere.
Oh, I was bloody, yes. So I got down to the end, and on the end, the reason I did it, they was putting a new wall again around the prison to make it larger. And they had taken all the wire off above the sally port where they could join the two walls together, and I saw that when I came up. And there was a guard, half of like a dome sticking out of that brick building where there was a guard there with a gun, and he would kill you. I mean, he was surely trained to kill you. And we had some bad people in that place. So I lay up one floor above it, and I saw a guard and his wife come with a double umbrella. It was pouring down the rain. Here I am without a shirt on, bloody, and she had a little boy with him under that double umbrella, and I knew him when he come. And she started back to the sally port. I hit the top of that guard tower, bam, both feet, and I jumped. I guess it's 3 more floors. I jumped. There was a pile of sand, like a cone where they were digging it there, and I hit that, and my feet buried up to the knees, but I didn't fall. And I ran straight towards her so he couldn't shoot me. And then I went around some bushes and went downhill. And then I heard blam, 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 blam behind me, and I looked, and that little woman was in a big old car, and she was knocking down the parking meters behind me. She was trying to run over me, and I ran behind the car, and she tore the fender off of her car, trying to yell and yak, and a terrible evil-looking face at me, screaming at me, and the sirens going off in the prison. And there was a fence there, a wall, and I jumped up on it to jump over, and it had glass embedded, and I cut my hands and my arms all up getting over that, and I hit the ground on the other side, and it was that muck where some farmer had dug it. I dug in there, Marty had slipped me $200 in the prison, and I had that in my shoe, and I lost my shoes in that muck. Anyway, I got out there and got home. Really heck of a story how you did that.
What was prison like, whether it's Germany or whether it's Australia? some of the darker moments in prison?
The United States prisons are awful, evil places now. There's nothing nice about them. There's the guards
In L.A.
and everyone I went to. It seemed like further east. I went to Oklahoma and it was nicer, but all of them on the West Coast, there was hatred there. They got really stupid people hired, just incredible.
Hatred by the guards.
And the inmates. Like, I speak Spanish, and I walked into the Spanish TV room, and it would send you a note. You can't come in here. And I walked across to the black. Hey, get out of here, black boy. It was just like like all you people, you know.
Yeah.
And so I walked down to the white people and said, "Show us your paperwork. You can't come in here until you show your paperwork. We don't let snitches and homosexuals and all this sort of stuff in here." So they have. So it's just like, man, I don't want to be in here.
I mean, it sounds absurd, but you're saying like the basic humanity is gone.
Completely. And the guards, we just like, come here, Reeve. And I walk up to him, get the fuck out of my face. He sticks his chin out like me to break his jaw.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world, man? I love people. It just,
yeah, you got this joy to you. You have a joyful nature. And it didn't seem like that broke you.
Not a bit.
How did you persevere?
You know, I didn't even think I'd persevere, but I try to enjoy my life wherever I am every day. I do. I ran every day, and like I told you, hey, why do you run so much? I said, to help me suffer these fools. And I played a game of chess every day, almost all my life in there. And I read 2 books a week. And I taught the people, storytellers, guys would come in and tell us another story, Roger. Give us a poem. Tell us one you never told us before. And so it was just nice. A lot of them Aboriginal boys, they picked their country music, and it was all right.
Red, Morgan Freeman's character in The Shawshank Redemption, says the following: "These walls are funny. First you hate them, then you get used to them. Enough time passes, so you depend on them. That's institutionalized." Is there truth to that?
100%. I could even see the walls, except whenever I planned on escaping.
In Shawshank Redemption, he spent so many years in prison that he almost didn't know what to do with himself once he left. Once he was a free man. That's you get so used to the system, the rituals, having to follow orders, even being treated poorly, all those kinds of things, that you become dependent on them.
Well, down in Australia, I spent the first a little over a year in the shoe. It was like, did you see the movie, Silence of the Lambs? And he's there, and I had five or six guards looking at me for a one-way mirror. And that's whenever I thought I might never get out. I got a life sentence. I had all this time waiting here in Germany, and so that's they had a computer in there, but it didn't have a program on it. And I just started writing these little stories of stuff I did in my life, and I wrote one line, and I wrote 1,000,000 words with them looking at me. So it was after a year they let me out. And it wasn't long before they put me in a place called self-care. And particularly, I was in what they call the Lifers Pod. There was 268 men in self-care there, and it was unbelievably good. That we were left alone. Basically, they were there, but the guards were certainly there. But they had their shack, and we had apartments, four apartments in the building, and 6 men to the unit with your own door and a key to it, and a kitchen, dining room, freezer, refrigerator, and they allowed you $360 a week to buy groceries. And I cooked for about 16 years, and learned to cook good. And the people and other people have their specialties, and so that was quite. It wasn't so like being in prison. It was somewhat living with men. It was difficult, man. I had some good fights and carry on. You don't get along with everybody, but then whenever I came back to the United States, I was laughing and talking. And when I got off the plane in L.A., I had three marshals with me from Australia. I was slammed upside the wall. I mean, hard, ankle backs on them, and handcuffed so tight that they cut my laying over. Face forward, lands apart. Good gracious. Walked me me in, down in Los Angeles, they put me in, the Martians put me in there, and they put me in isolation. I said, what in the world they got me for isolation for? Done anything?
How long did you spend in isolation?
More than 6 months. So I, after 3 or 4 days, the little Judas window slide open. The man, the nice looking man in the suit, come to hell, Reeves, I want to see what you look like. I saw your National Geographic documentary, and it does me pleasure to keep you in isolation. You slammed the thing, and I couldn't get out of there. And by law, the U.S. Parole Commission is supposed to give you a hearing within 90 days. I've already paid a lawyer $7,500, and he never picked up the phone. Somebody got to him.
Who's that somebody, you think?
Christopher Cannon was his name, and I don't know who got to him, but he didn't do anything to get me out of there. I got one 15-minute phone call a month, and I couldn't get out. So then after 6 months, they shipped me to, put me on Con Air. Double shackled and black box on my hand. And I went to Oklahoma, and they let me out on the floor. I couldn't imagine that I could call after a couple of days. And they said, there was a man here from Washington give you a parole here, and you only got here at 3:30. So he left. He said he'd be back next year. What? I've been in there over 6 months. So then there was a lovely little lady. She was the case manager or something. She said, you can ask for parole on the record. I said, please do. She said, I sent them an email, and the next day I got my parole. 90 days later, they sent me to Trumbull Island and put me in the place there with the invalid. I guess since I'm as old as I am, 78 years old, they put me in the people in there dying in wheelchairs and legs off and arms off and cancer. So I was in there and I pushed the fellas around. And I would come out to chow hall there, and I went to go to the right to get me a haircut. 2 Mexican guys there, Lieutenant another one. Walk between us. He wet like the boot. I could outrun you. And they slammed me, put me on the ground, handcuffed me, and put me in the shoe for a week. I got out, man, and put me back in the place. They treated me rough. So I got in a little more trouble, and they put me back in the shoe, and I wouldn't come out. They had that, the virus was out killing people. So they killed 8 people in that unit I was in. So, I mean, I wouldn't even come out to take a shower. I had a little straw that I put in the sink, and I'd take a sock that I had and scrub myself with it with some soap. Put a glass of water over my head and then cleaned the floor up and put it in the toilet.
And that was your time during the coronavirus pandemic.
They got out last April, right in the middle of it, and they were dying bad in there. So I was treated worse for that last year in America than I was for the whole 20 years in Australia, 18 months in Australia.
And then you were a free man at the end of that year.
They put me out, they sent me home, and the parole officers couldn't even come. They weren't working. They were just doing everything by video. Said, better not have a drink. The only thing was I couldn't even have a drink of wine. So after a year, I had to take psychiatric treatment every week. I had to go talk to the psychologist. And me and her got along great. She was a good Christian woman. We just chatted and talked. And I think they said, so I had to pee in the bottle every week. I said, I've been in 33 years. How many piss tests do you think I've had? Never been dirty. The only thing you don't want to clean when you come get me.
Before I talk to you about love, let me ask you a difficult question. You write in your book, I don't consider myself much of a criminal. I don't lie, cheat, or steal, and I always take up for the underdog. Violence makes me sick. Yet, I know I'm an outlaw, and those that break the law must be punished. I think many people listening to this, or some people listening to this, will see you as a criminal, as a bad man, who increased the amount of suffering in this world. What do you have to say about that?
I would like to tell them that they have been indoctrinated by the spin of news and politicians, and they don't know the truth of the situation. You lay the truth out there in an envelope and let me open it, besides something else that is false, and it's staggering. The truth is that I was a tobacco farmer, and tobacco kills 500,000 people a year in America, and 6 million have debilitating diseases because of it. Drugs, all drugs combined, kill between 10 and 15,000 come sit on the front pew, Mr. Reeves. Come on up here. You're a gentleman. You just joined the Masonic Lodge and you joined our church, and you just come on and sit down with the good people. You grow 2 marijuana plants. Get out of here, you scumbag. Marijuana doesn't hurt anybody. It's just, that's the truth of it.
And so, in your career, you walked amidst violence, but you never participated in violence.
I didn't even see it. Just didn't happen around me. In prison it did. I sewed people up. They called me doc. I dental floss them. One time I had to get a blade and try to keep them from my patient from getting again. But we just like if I shot at those people, I shot at them to keep them from killing me. I certainly didn't mean to kill them. So that's just, some people are evil and they will kill you or hurt you and lie to you. I just don't do any of that. It just makes you sick. I've seen it when I was in the chute, 3 guys tried to kill a guy. They stabbed him so many times, but they stabbed him, making the blood getting out of the rug. You're going to kill him. You're going to kill him. Saved his life. Drug him up there where the guards could see it. There's stuff like that. I'm just not of that nature of those people. They're just evil. There's people born evil, I believe.
It is heartbreaking to hear that the basic humanity is gone in prison in the United States. That's heartbreaking because that basic humanity is actually the light at the end of the tunnel. It's the thing that saves us, as opposed to when it's absent, it's the thing that destroys us.
The prisons are filled, absolutely filled with people that have some mental problem. Now, you see Tent City all the way up and down here. I guarantee you, every one of those people have mental problems, some degree. However little it is, but they're a little bit off. Now, then you get a DEA agent that wants to make a name for himself. He goes down there and gets 2 of them. One of them to sell a little 2 grams of methamphetamine to the other one, and he gets the conviction. And a young prosecutor, he gets the conviction. He wants to make a judge. And we got the judge in, where was it? I'm going to give $1 million, Gilbert. I'm going to give him $1 million years before I get over the judge. You get fools like that in charge. You're going to fill prisons up with pitiful humanity. And those are the ones. And then the other is people over drugs. And drugs should be a health issue. You cannot police it enough. It's just, they know, like, the only thing that overdoses is opioids and heroin. And if they can give it to him, it costs about $1 a day to give the worst addict his fix. But they'll give him methadone, which is from a pharmaceutical company, which is just as bad. Why in the world? We tried it all over the world, in Portugal and England. And when they give the girls clean up, no more stolen cars. Why? Who wants to keep this farce going? They just perpetuating it. Like, every little police place is getting all these suits and armor and machine guns. It's just like, it's such a spin. It's sad.
Do you think all drugs should be legalized?
I don't know about that, but they certainly should be controlled. If a person is an addict, he should be able to go down and get his fix, with somebody there to help him with a clean needle and a glass of orange juice. It's so much cheaper than prison, so much cheaper than him stealing cars or a prostitute having to go to work. That's sad.
You've lived one heck of a life. Looking back, there's a lot of young people that listen to this, high school, college students. What advice would you give them? How to live, how to have a successful career, how to have a good life, how to be a good man or woman.
To be a good man or woman, if I had it to do over with, I'll just tell you what I'd have done. I would have paid attention and studied my lesson and did the best I could. In school, yes, and went as far as I could have. I would have liked to have been a doctor. I just didn't have the stickability or anybody to tell me, hey, go there and do that. And if you can do that at a very young age, start in a trade. Learn to do something. It doesn't matter what it is. If you learn to do something good, there is a great demand for you. And I would say that in prison, the prison system should come in and you send them to that trade. And when you get an A+ in that, where you can go out and make you $30, $50 an hour, you go home. Now you mess around 10 years if you want to, or you can do this in 2. I think that would that's just for the prison. But anyway, I would say that they find somebody and be true to them. That we have just be honest and true in your life.
You mean like relationships,
Yes. I mean, so many people, particularly our children, are from relationships where they're not really there, divorced, their father's left, they don't know who their daddy is, they're just in foster homes. 500,000 children are in foster homes in America today. And we have, and our government inadvertently isn't encouraging those people. My daughter is a doctor, and she delivered a couple years ago a baby from a 10-year-old child. That child, and she said, individually, was 4 generations, all of them on welfare. Now we got one more. And it reminds me of Elvis Presley's song, In the Ghetto.
So for an individual, learn a trade, become a craftsman, sort of, and find somebody to love and who loves you.
That's right. Have a family and stick with it. Basically, surely, you're going to get angry, you're going to get disappointed, you're going to get all kinds of stuff. Come back and make up before you go to sleep.
Well, I did half of those things. I got the first one and working on the second one, so I appreciate the advice. Well, Mari, thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell me the story of how you met?
Well, my parents every summer would go to the lake in Canada, and the place was called Turkey Point, which is on Lake Erie, and just have a nice summer holiday there, water skiing, swimming, sunbathing. This was back in the 60s, and I was sitting on the pier with a few girlfriends and telling them my story, and then all of a sudden I looked up, and I saw this figure in the distance coming onto the pier. Now, we're all dressed in bathing suits and swimwear, and we're swimming and this, that, and the other. And here he comes, dark trousers, in fact, they were black, white shirt, and a tie, and a straw kind of a Panama hat. And, so he stood out. And so I invited him to come and sit down, and so he continued to talk, and we just talked and talked and talked, and then later moved to the beach, and I think the next time I saw him, he was talking to another girl, and I thought, yeah, I know, that's okay, next. Well, about 6 months later, I received a letter, and it's a letter from Roger. And then we start this lovely correspondence, and we just start writing. In those days, you just wrote everything. And then the next summer, he was coming up again. He was on his way to Alaska, and he says, I would like to come by and see you. And I said, well, I'll be in the same place that I met you last year. And so when he came up this time, for some reason, Roger reached for my hand, and I reached for his, and man, that was it. It was like love at first touch. It was just like a silence, and oh my gosh. And we didn't look at each other. It was just, oh my goodness, what happened here? And I was the type of person, I never wanted to get married, not way, way, way down the road, never have any children, and I wanted to see the world first, and then do all that, And
but that was it. That was love, and you've been together ever since.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is about the love that the two of you have for each other is it had to persevere through quite a heck of a journey. So, how did Roger's drug smuggling change the nature of your love and your relationship?
Well, Lex, that remained steadfast. It endured, and since Roger's been home, I think we've rekindled the love that we had when we first met. But I think my faith, my steadfast faith, and also the fact that Roger and I communicated. We wrote letters. He never complained. I know there were the children there. He never mistreated me. I love this guy. And we had a lot of experiences. It was just, even
He's
though I...
good looking, charismatic. Pretty,
Yeah, and he was adventurous, you know, would you say that again? But, yes, it was just, I know, I missed him physically, but we were just so strong in spirit, you know, and we could talk to one another. Yeah.
Well, what was it like, Roger, when you were a free man, seeing Mari for the first time in person again?
I cried for 3 days. Everything I look at a picture of her. I came home and she prepared a meal for me. And it was the old oak table that I'd redone, and the chairs, the same one, the green placemats, and the same china that we had, the same silverware. And it just all of it just brought back the same paintings on the wall. It's like unbelievable. After 35 years, she had all my clothes cleaned and my shoes shining. And I put the shoes on, and I walked out, and the strings on and the soles came on. But the shirts and all fit perfect and everything. So it's just wonderful. And just to see her, and then just to think about, see her picture of her 50th birthday, or her 60th birthday, or her 70th birthday. I wasn't there. And the picture of her with the children, it was heartbreaking. And about the third day, I thought, man, you got to. So I got over it quick with the tears. But everything was just pulsating with life. It was just unbelievable to get out of that place. It really was.
Is there, do you regret the drug smuggling that took you away from the woman you love?
Oh, yes. 100%. I wouldn't have done it again. You don't think you're going to get caught. And it's just, no, it's just, I did it for money, and I had everything in the world I wanted, so I did that.
So the adventure, I mean, it was one heck of an adventure for the two of you, for the both of you.
Yes.
Were you able to enjoy it, or was it always danger? Was it always something that threatened your relationship, your love, your family? Or were you able to enjoy the adventure of it? You know, we all die. Life is short. And to live that kind of adventure.
Well, whenever I did the first one, I got $10,000. And that was just about 2 years' pay with the fire department take home. And I brought that home.
I put my hand over my mouth. I said, Roger, I can't believe this. And Roger said, let's go have dinner. And so we went to the little restaurant that we would go to, you know. And he said, don't you dare look on the right-hand side of the menu. He said, just order anything you want. And it was just, as we were in the restaurant, you know, it was just, we were giddy about it. Yeah, I was giddy about it. And
were you afraid that, I mean, did you think about the fact that it's illegal and Roger could end up in prison?
Oh, yes.
Did you guys talk about it?
Well, I kind of thought I was bulletproof. I mean, they didn't catch you. I thought if they didn't catch you, you was all right. It was hard to catch you. It's hard to catch you in the air.
You never thought hard to catch you in the air?
I didn't know that if your friend told on you 5 years later, you'd still go to prison.
Right.
That was the problem. I didn't know that.
Did you guys ever talk about walking away?
I asked Roger to walk away, and he says, I can't, Mario, just now, you know. And then, of course, the amount of people that he began to support, the family and the gifts and the deals. Yes, the deals. Yes, and then you always wanted to, what do you do with the money? You know, so you want to, I guess you clean it up, or you want to invest in an enterprise or in a business. Well, it just doesn't work. They know the source of it, and they take it and run. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was very generous, extremely generous and benevolent.
And when I started, I would ask him. I went to a lawyer, and a good number of people in California at that time wanted to legalize marijuana. 1973. And I went to a lawyer and I said, Mr. Lawyer, I put $100 on the table. What would they do if they caught me bringing marijuana across the border? He said, if you have a criminal record? I said, no, I've never had a speeding ticket. Nothing. Not even a traffic ticket. I said, he said, you work for the fire department? I told him, I said, yes, sir. He said, you'll get probation. The worst you'll do is you'll get 1 year and you spend 4 months raking leaves on a military base. So my father died some years before, and my mother and baby sister came out, and I took them down to Disneyland, and she said, what you doing? I said, I'm hauling pot, Mama. She said, how much you making? I said, making $40,000 any day I want to go. And she said, what do they do if they catch you? And I told her what the lawyer said. 4 months at the most for raking leaves. That's what do you think? She said, do you need a co-pilot, son?
Yeah. Money is money.
Yeah.
So your relationship persevered through some big challenges. Is there advice you can give about what makes for a successful relationship?
Well, I think the initial igniting, meeting someone, that's the love. That's it, and that little fire just keeps burning and burning and burning. You can't put it out, no matter what. It's the love fire.
But it gets difficult.
It does.
Explain me the love fire. So you're saying the love fire is all it takes to persevere through the difficulty?
Well, no. That's a huge part of it, and also I contribute my individual situation to in order to endure the prison years is my faith.
Faith in God?
Yes. And friends who unconditionally still love me no matter what. Yes.
So you had love around you.
I did. And my children, they, and that was a real purpose, to guide them and to love them and to help them become citizens.
What about you, Roger? What advice would you give?
I just don't know how to do it, but I do know that you have to work on a relationship. Mm-hmm. Mara and I've had problems. I mean,
did you guys get in fights?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
We're not as well.
Yeah.
But certainly we're so different.
We're the same, and yet we're so different. Yeah.
Like little stuff?
Little stuff, yeah. And it might be big, but I usually win her over,
Yeah.
But anyhow, I just feel like Marty was always there. It was like she was my anchor. And I was coming home. I was always coming home to her and the children. And you can see throughout my life, I'm working on getting there.
Were you afraid for his life, by the way?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, there were times, yeah. But, I had faith in him. He was an excellent pilot. For example, I always said, Roger, if the ship's going down, I'm jumping in the lifeboat with you because I know we're going to get to shore. You will save us. And so I have that faith in him. I mean, he's a man, but yet he's the one you want to get into the lifeboat with.
But then there's Pablo Escobar, one of the most dangerous humans in history, plus U.S. government.
Yep.
Very difficult. Very difficult to get away. In terms of your faith, how has your faith helped you be the woman you are in this relationship, in seeing love the way you see it?
Well, I think my faith gives me hope. I have lots of hope. It helps me to dwell on the good side. Whenever I meet someone and there's some negative, I try to see why they are like that or what's the source of all that, and I try to pull out the good. I really do. Not that I'm a goody-goody, but that's what your faith does. You see them as God sees us.
How has he changed over the years?
Roger? Yeah. He's still the same. Actually, I like him better now. He's a little calmer.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, yeah. And happy to be, at home, or he'll say, Mari, I am just so happy to be with you here in this condominium. I'm content, because I used to call him my homing pigeon. I just have to let him fly. I couldn't. No, he has to fly, but he always came home.
Do you think about the end of this ride, our mortality? Do you think about your death?
I do. Particularly, I'm going to have a heart valve replacement in about 7 days where I could not make it. You know, it's a very serious operation, and I think about that very much. And I ask for peace. I just lost my brother about 10 days ago, so unexpectedly, and that really makes you think of your mortality.
Are you afraid?
Somewhat, and yet not. Yeah. I want to live, Lex. I want to live. You know?
This life is fun.
Yes.
Do you think about your death, Roger?
I have visions. And visions, and they often happen very, very clear, like what I have seen in the future. Scientists might call it wormholes, or in the Old Testament they call it prophets, but I see sometimes in the future around the corner. As clear as we're sitting right here.
What's that look like?
I was on a porch, and I believe I was in like Central American place. I was an old man with khaki pants and a white shirt. And it was a chair with a wide arms, and it was straight, and there's like the beams coming out above my head, and I'm on the porch.
Bougainvillea.
And I have out-of-body experiences also. And I came out of my body. I just floated out of my body and went into a veil, and like into a mist. And I believe that's probably what happened.
You talk about like it's in your past. This is your future.
This is in my future.
But
This is something he has seen, in the past. Yeah.
No, I know, but it's funny. Just
Yeah.
the tense you use. It happened, and yet it's something that will happen.
Yes.
Both are true.
It's just unbelievable, Doc. And I don't know how many people have it, but I have it. I walked out of my body and just where I could come up to you and work and set up on the radio. I used to be at work on the railroad, and I had them there.
How do you explain that? What do you think? What the heck is going on in this universe that's possible?
Oh, I don't know, but certainly a phenomenon that happened. And there's a guy, Bill Monroe, that wrote the book Out of the Body. He tells about it. And who's the guy that writes The Alchemist? Those things. He has them also just like that. And he tells about how it happens on him. Mine happened differently. But you certainly can come out of your body.
What do you think the meaning of this life is? Maybe from your faith, but also from just the amazing adventure that you lived through. How do you make sense of why the heck we're here?
I don't know. It's just kind of like who you are. Even when I was a child, I was like different from other people. And just as a boy, I was like I don't know.
Could you put into words how you were different, or was it just a feeling?
Yeah, like my brother. I mean, kept his hands clean and his shoes shining. Here I was barefooted kissing a wild hog or wrestling a horse trying to get it down.
I saw pictures of you climbing a tree.
Yes. Always something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just that, and I noticed that something about me is sometimes in prison there'd be a knife fight, and people, you see them rough guys that turn white from it. I just got almost like smile. I mean, they come at me, I'll turn white and get away, but it doesn't bother those things. That doesn't bother me. Prison didn't bother me.
So you don't know what the heck the meaning is. You just know you're a bit different than the others. And then maybe, well, maybe the whole point is you want to realize, you want to let that madness flourish, that uniqueness flourish. That's the whole point of life. We're all different in our, like, very interesting little ways. And the more different you are, you want to let that become. You want to let it be its full.
It's like a garden, all the different flowers. Yeah.
You did mention you weren't sure if there's a free will or not. Do you think it's all predetermined, or do you think we make our choices?
We make our decisions. I just said if it is, I hope that. But I know that we make our decisions.
Yes, I agree.
And I know that we're spirits and living in this temporary
The spirit
container.
lives on eternally with no beginning and no end. And that's hard to fathom. This is just a little this is a shell to contain that spirit. This is the way we work on Earth. But yeah, I know. I'm an eternal being. So are you.
Do you think there's a why to it? Do you think there's a meaning to this life?
Well, I think the why is beyond my capability of understanding. It's someone greater than me. I don't understand it, but it's awesome. I just know that it's awesome. And one day we will know the answers. Once we get to that cross over to the other side, I think we will understand clearly. It says, now we see through a glass darkly, but then when we are face to face with God, we will understand.
And until we know, let's just enjoy this beautiful life. All we got.
And we're meant to.
That was my guilt. I love everybody and everything. I do, and it's just, and I'm sorry if I put a stumbling block in anybody's way. I wouldn't want to. But these are these things, and I just think about, what a hypocritical world we live in. Like, for most anybody that I do, they say, okay, he's a drug dealer. And I would say most of them committed adultery. That's a cardinal sin. And yet they move through rocks at me for moving marijuana or cocaine across the road. And it's just, if you saw the two different things, you'd say, what a terrible difference it is. We've become conditioned with this bad society that we have.
You mentioned that your daughter, Miriam, wrote you a poem. Do you mind reading it?
I'll be glad to. I was doing 11 years up in Lombard Penitentiary, maximum security prison, for parole violation for possession of marijuana in 1977. They should have given me 6 months, but they gave me 11 years because they wanted me for what they call silent B. Anyhow, while I was in that dungeon, I received a letter from my daughter, Miriam. It's called Daddy's Poem. A year ago, I became a poet when I wrote your birthday prose, and here I am today ready to give it another go. First, I would like to wish you a very happy birthday to be, and to thank you so very much. Without you, I would not be me. Secondly, I want to say that your support has been immense. It has been true, honest, loving, and free of all pretense. Thirdly, it goes without saying, your love has surpassed all my rivals, and you always made me smile with one of your country songs. I can remember on Cuervo, Daddy, with you holding me in your arms as you sang Jim Reeves songs and talked about the farm. I can see you walking through the door. One of you travels far and wide, and the thought of you coming home, Daddy, kept a twinkle in our eyes. I can smell you as I did when I used to climb into your bed, and you would talk to me again about one of the adventures that you led. I can see me admire your sleep in one of your airplanes extraordinaire, and remembering wondering to myself why there wasn't an available chair. I remember having to meet you and worrying that you wouldn't be there, but you would pop from behind some counter and give us all a happy scare. You gave us presents in Key Biscayne and hotels pleasure galore, and 3 dozen roses when you came through the airport door. I can see your face in Amsterdam at the luggage carousel, and you look like a boy with a secret that you were just dying to tell. You taught me mathematics in the sands of faraway places. You taught me to sail and live without any traces. We climbed glaciers in Argentina and saw the blue of the beautiful caves and witnessed the majestic beauty of such a jaggling maze. I learned how to change gears on the dirt roads of Brazil. We ate hot dogs in Paraguay, a memory we smile over still. We talked about lions, elephants, and bears on a hacienda in Uruguay, but decided it was better the Europe we did fly. Oh, the old world and all its luxury, what a good time it was. From South America to the Krasnoyarski, I think we fell in love. The European jaunt, well, it is considered a book in itself. It's a story about beauty and knowledge, suspense, and worldly wealth. We went from Holland to Sweden, and we went from France to Spain, and I promise you I have no regrets. I would definitely do it all again. I would see the world with you anytime, sir. There's no doubt in my mind, because being by your side, Daddy, always ensures a back in the US of A, the life here isn't so bad, and I'm quite content to stay. I'm happy to be near you, although I'm not as close as I was before. Because of your love and encouragement, I've been able to open new doors. I'm grateful to be in school, and I'm generally happy where I am. And I even like when you call and tell me to study for the next exam. What a life you've given me, Daddy. It's a tremendous and a magical gift. We already have so many stories to tell, there are far too many to list. But I want to thank you again this day with a very big happy birthday to you, and to tell you just a few more things that I know in my heart to be true. I love you, Daddy, with all of your wrongs and your rights. That you're ahead of our family, and you've kept us all down tight. That you have an honest love in your heart for God and all mankind, and you truly do believe in yourself when you say it will all be fine. I know you will be there to catch me if ever I waver or slip, and I know I won't you as captain on any sinking ship. I also know a new chapter is written. It's almost time to move on. It's time to sail another sea and to witness a brand new dawn. It'll be good to see you at the helm again as you point out our destination, to laugh and dance on the upper deck while the boat glides through. It'll be good to see you on the go, as I know you like to be, and to know you can open any door without any key. But while we revel in our days together, we will know better than to hurry, because as you told me many times, life is an incredible journey. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Roger, I'm really honored that you would take the time to visit me in Texas and to sit down and talk with me. Thank you so much, Roger.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
It's been a real pleasure.
Yes.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Roger Reeves, and thank you to Noom, Allform, ExpressVPN, Four Sigmatic, and Ainsley. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. And now, let me leave you with some words of Pablo Escobar. All empires are created of blood and fire. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
So work on that. And yeah, if it's just you and your grandma, all right, that's another sitcom. If I were you, I'd start writing fucking sitcom about that. And in 7 to 10 years, you'll have, 30, 40 pages of a show that nobody else has. And you don't even, use writing.
Taking the story forward, the month leading up to his assassination, what do you understand? Why he was assassinated? Who were the players involved? Maybe could you have stopped it?
Well, I'll tell you, after I saw Reagan's face on the television saying we have the absolute proof, the phone rang, and it was Barry. I hadn't heard from him in a couple of years. He said, I'm coming out tonight, Roger. In a new voice. So he came out, and he said, I'll meet you in this French restaurant in northern Santa Barbara. And I walked in, there's about 20 or 30 people in there. And they was all 30, 40 years old. Women with plastic leather skirts and men in the blue jeans. And I looked around and Barry was at the back. He cleaned up, he gained weight. And I walked up and I said, Barry, you wired? He said, no. I said, well, I'm not going to talk to these DEA agents. He said, every one of them. So,
with jeans and skirts. I like it.
So I said, well, Barry, I'm going to sit you and you just talk to me, buddy, and tell me what's on your mind. And he sat there and he just went to talking, and he told me about that he left holding the bag. And that,
What do you mean by that? Like, that nobody's supported him? No,
I think it's something of it. He was, and I don't know this. I mean, this is just what happened. Putting it all together, that he had some CIA buddies that was pretending we go and supply Oliver North with arms, and with that you can land cocaine like here by the ton. So he's taking his little planes and putting some AK-47s and maybe ammunition or whatever, and takes it down to the Contras against the Communist Party of Nicaragua, where we've been landed. And Oliver North was involved in this. So when all that, and so his CIA buddies was certainly involved in
time. With this Iran-Contra scandal, what was the alleged involvement of the CIA in using drug trade to fund things? What do you know? What do you think is true? What should we know?
Well, I know what I know is true. That Barry was taking a small amount of those back to Central America and giving them to Oliver North group was. Oliver North was a colonel that got implemented numbers off the government now. And so they said, all right, we're getting the guns from Iran, and we're taking cocaine to pay for it. And since Congress won't give us money to fight this war, we're gonna circumvent it. So that was a whole thing.
So it was CIA's effort to circumvent the funding mechanisms of government by selling drugs.
Yes, but it was a handful of renegade CIA agents. They were Barry's friends that was making a load of money, tons of it come up. If you would like to read the book, The Big White Lie, the CIA and the crack cocaine epidemic, the CIA put, according to this, the book in Michael Levine, I didn't remember his name last time I talked, wrote that book, and he was a head CIA agent, he was a head DEA agent that exposed this. And the CIA tried to kill him. And he said they put crack cocaine, they developed, their chemists developed crack. And they put it in every city in the United States on one weekend. So they were bringing it up by the tons, and that's for sure. And Barry was bringing it.
Can I ask you a small tangent question? Do you think the public should trust the CIA and the DEA? Do you think they're mostly good people that are carrying out a good mission? Because this kind of makes it sound like there's renegade agents that are just doing whatever the hell they want and with sometimes no regard for human life.
That's certainly true, but that's not everybody in there. That's just sometimes you get a few policemen in the department that do these things. I believe that our government is good. I think we got some fools running it. I don't know how we get them there, but I don't think I know.
Okay, so what was Barry's involvement here?
So Barry leaned back in that chair and he told me that, he got caught with 1.5 tons and he belted it in the runway in Nicaragua and had cameras flashing inside and out. And he flew it back to Homestead with an agent there, and he brought the agent over. Jake Jacobson, really nice fellow. I think he was a crop duster. And we'd have got along if we'd been on the right side. And so we sat there and drank Chevy's Regal until I got pie-eyed. And Barry told me about it. He said he went to see Edmund Meese. He got out on bail. And he flew his Learjet up to Washington and went in to see the Attorney General, Edmund Meese. And they run him out of the office. The next day he went back and said, I have absolute proof that the CIA is bringing tons of cocaine, or they're running tons of cocaine into the United States. And Edmund Meese put him over with this agent, Jacobson, I believe it was. And they went down and got 1.5 tons. And on the way back, they belted it in. Pablo Escobar and some of the other ones, General there in Nicaragua, you can see them toting it from one plane to the other. It's in the book called The Big Kings of Cocaine. It's got a mention of me too, and also the other one has a mention of me in it. Said I'm in more files with the DEA than REA.
So who wanted to get rid of Barry? Is it who wanted to get rid of Barry more, the cartels or the CIA?
The cartel. But so Barry leaned back and he told me the story, and the tears came down between his fingers and he put his hands over his eyes and he said, I couldn't do it, Roger. I just couldn't do 3 life sentences. So I told him everything. I went to Congress and I testified before Congress. He testified before Congress for all these things that he'd done, and he said, I told him all about you, but you're under my umbrella. You got to testify with me before a grand jury in Miami. And so the guy said, you can come down, the DEA agent said, you can come down tomorrow with Murray, first class, or I'll take you down in chains. And you don't testify with Barry, the only place you'll ever see your wife and family again is in a federal prison visiting room.
Was that a difficult conversation?
Oh, my gut was just like ice water. I can't testify against my friends. I just can't do it. I how am I going to do it? I can't work with people, and he was honest with me. How am I going to justify against him? I can't spend the rest of my life in a federal prison. What on earth, what a mess you got me into. So,
is that a kind of betrayal there?
Yes, but it's still, I wish he'd let me out of it. I understand him getting in such a mess to be told, because the CIA and whoever else behind him betrayed him, and he's going to tell everything if you. So I said, all right, I'll be in Miami tomorrow, and I flew down first class. And I went to a lawyer, one of the biggest lawyers in Miami, and I said, man, I am in a mess. This fellow's told everything, and I've got to say something. And I'm not a snitch, man. I mean, what can I do? And he said, well, being a snitch is like being pregnant. You either are or you're not. And he says, I don't represent snitches, but if you want to fight this case, I'll do it for $600,000. And my face turned red. Well, I'm not a snitch. He said, well, that's what you're talking about. He said, let me tell you something. You go in here and say one thing, sign that paper, and you don't tell them everything you know, and they will convict you of everything you've ever done, and you tell them. So you can't do it. So I said, Barry, I'm having trouble with a lawyer. Give it, I'll go tomorrow. Let's go. So, all right, use my lawyer. He gave me his card, the lawyer's card. So Mari and I went to the festival restaurant that night. And Barry and Debbie came in. She was dressed pretty, and Barry wasn't. So we was already about finished. So we had dessert together. And I said, Barry, they're going to kill you, friend. He said, no, they ain't going to kill me. So and so, such and such is going, and this and the other. And I said, Barry, they're going to kill you, man. You can't deny it. And I didn't tell him I wanted to testify, so I hugged his neck. I really, and we fled to Brazil. I took Mari and the children went to Brazil.
You decided there you're not going to.
I knew I was not. I didn't know what I could do. I talked to a lawyer. I mean, I didn't know what I could do. The best in Miami said what he told me, so I had to go.
You went to Brazil. Did you have a conversation with anybody at the cartel? That's such an interesting moment that tests a man's character. To not snitch. And did you have a conversation with anybody?
No.
Pablo about it? Like, so it's just understood.
I just couldn't do it.
But how many men like you are there?
Not many. I had all my friends testified against me. I had 11 friends, and every one of them put their finger up. Roger did it. And I was facing life. Continuing criminal enterprise.
Still, you couldn't do it.
I just couldn't do it.
Did you ever get respect from the cartels for that? No, from the cartel.
Time I got back, they owe me money, and I can't get it. So,
that's about money. I just mean about human beings.
Oh, I think so. I've been back down there. I've been welcome. I have my contact. When I was in Brazil, I was trying to get this money. They owed me $3.5 million. So I called up there, and he was going to pay me. Oh, I got $600,000 today, and I'll get you some more tomorrow. And then the next week, I called. Hey, I got great news. Barry Seal's been killed. So, oh no, when I went back to the hotel, it was up in northern part of Brazil, and it was money. And so I went back and I told Mari and Miriam, and they cried, and I cried. I really cried.
How is that great news from the cartel perspective?
Well, now there's no case against me and him and them.
Do you know who killed him?
Yes, I'll tell you about that story. On the first load I did, I landed at a banana plantation, and it was raining, and it was a muddy strip of clay, and they put the 300 kilos of cocaine in there, and the ugliest man you can imagine. Named Ronaldo got in there with a MAC-10, and he would make sure I took it to Louisiana. So
this is many years before.
Yeah, a couple years before. So anyway, we took off, and the mud got up in the wheel well, so thick until the wheel wouldn't come up. I'm going 200 miles an hour instead of 300 miles an hour. Wheels come down. Well, I can't go back there. If I do, I'm going to be in the same situation until the sun dries it out for a few days. And so, but in Belize, I had a runaway that we'd been used for $10,000 used to refuel. So I told the guy, listen, we got to land in Belize to refuel. No, he put the MAC-10 and I'll shoot you. I said, go ahead, fool, you're going to die too. So he was in the turf. So
he wasn't just ugly, he was also
he was
angry.
a bad killer. And so he's the one that actually killed Barry, the one that went up on the first load with me. And now though, and he's doing
So
life.
he's just a killer.
Yeah, he's doing life in Louisiana.
I wonder who is it known who made that decision?
The younger Ocho brother, I understand, Fabio, was the one that paid for the hit. I don't know that, but that's what I've heard, and it probably sounds about right. He's down in Jessup, Georgia. A long, long time. I think he's about to get out. He's been in 30 years.
What I'm trying to say is I'm pro-choice about grass, guys. Let it grow up. Why we gotta kill it? Government, stay out of my bedroom. Also my backyard. I don't know if reincarnation is real, but if it is, every person who's ever been a member of a homeowners association is coming back as grass, guys. All of them. That's just the real. Thank you.
Fuck yeah. A lot of funny stuff there, man.
Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah.
Distinct voice, you know.
How did you finally get
Joe Ryder. You know where
I
you
resigned in 1988. So,
Well, let's actually talk about that.
okay, yeah.
Resign. There's warning sign.
Yeah.
There's yet another choice. Yet another crossroads.
Yes, okay.
What was the calculation? What was the choice that you made?
To give a little background, it was 1988, and I thought they would, my time in the U.S. would soon end, because, I thought 10 to 12 years, it was already past 10 years. There was no indication that they indicated, that they said, we're done, you're done. But in December of 1988, I got this one thing that I never wanted to see. So we had a system of signals that either one of those diplomat agents could set at a spot that I could pass by every day, or I could set where they would pass by, like on their way from where they lived to the United Nations, for instance, just drive. So, and mine was, my signal spot for me was on a support beam for the elevated A train in Queens. And it was morning in December that I walked by there and seen me look at it, and I never expected anything. And there was this red dot. It was about the size of my fist with a red paint. And since you have done it already, I think I can curse in this moment, because it's the only way I can really indicate how I felt. Oh shit! Because that was the danger signal. It was like, you are in severe danger of, you need to get out of the country as soon as possible. There was a protocol that I was supposed to follow. I wasn't even supposed to go home. I just was supposed to get my reserve documents that I had hidden in a park in the Bronx, and make a beeline to the Canadian border. I wasn't ready, so I just ignored this thing. I mean, I couldn't ignore it, but I went on to work. Got on the A train, went to work, and then went to my cubicle and stared at the computer screen all day, because I couldn't think. I could think only about what to do. The reason for this indecisiveness was that I was a father at the time. I was my little girl by the name of Chelsea was 18 months old, and I was there when she was born. I took her to toured the home. I watched her grow up. I watched her take the first steps, and always look at me with these big eyes, lovingly look at me, and that is when I started my re-entry into the human race, because I just fell in love with this girl. That's when love came back, obviously, I could be sick. I could, I could be in a hospital. There was a precedent where I was sick, where I couldn't communicate for about 3 weeks. So I just did nothing. That was on a Monday. On a Thursday was my regular shortwave transmission. I listened, and they explained a little in a few sentences. We have reason to believe that the FBI is on your case. You need to execute the emergency procedure. Come home right away. I still had some time because the radio could be broken or the transmission was bad, or I still could be in a hospital, right? So I gave myself some more time. And then something happened where they forced my hand. It's the only time that the Soviet agent was anywhere near me on the territory of the United States. So I'm waiting for the A train on a dark morning still in Queens, and there's this man, a short man in a black trench coat, comes up to me from my right, and he whispers into my ears, "You gotta come back, or else you're dead." I can't imitate the Russian accent. It was a Russian accent, so now, and it was a pretty strong accent. The "you're dead" phrase can have two meanings, and an American would have said, "Or else you're busted," or else you get arrested, or else you're dead is very strong. So now you have to take it seriously to some degree, because I knew that they had a history of assassinating, or at least trying to assassinate defectors. So that obviously raised the stakes a little bit. But I just talked myself into believing this was just bad phrasing. And but at this point, I knew and they knew that we both knew, right? So there was no more guessing. He found me, he talked to me, I know. So now I had to act. So in the next radiogram, I was asked to execute a dead drop operation where they would give me money and a passport. There was in a park on Staten Island. There was a location that I found and I described. And I was always praised for my ability to describe spots that are easy to find. So that was a given. So, and the only thing that was different in for this operation, they scheduled it for the dark. All right. So, but it was still no problem, because it was in a park and a couple of about 100 yards in by next to a fallen tree. It would be hard to miss. So I go to Staten Island. I read the signal that said I put the container in the drop. That was the protocol. There's a signal that the person who hands over with something puts at a spot not too far from the spot itself. That means I would go in and just pick it up. The reason I actually went to pick up this container, because there was money in it. So I didn't have to make a decision yet. Okay? I could throw away the passport. It was like I was still trying to figure out what to do. So I get to the spot, I get to the tree, and I had a flashlight with me. At the park, there was nobody in the park. Even during the day, this park was not, it was more almost like a little forest. And I don't see the container. It was supposed to be a crushed oil can. Pretty sizable, not hard to miss. And I do a double take, and I look again, and I look around a little more, see if they misplaced it. I can't find it. It's the only one of those operations failed. And that just doesn't make a lot of sense. So as I'm walking away from this, like sort of numb emotionally, I said to myself, I'm staying. Yeah, that signal some kind of amused. That decision was made for me. Now, you know that I'm a Christian now, and I think that was like God told me this. But it was certain.
It was right there.
That was it. That was it. And so what I did well, first of all, divine intervention helped me to find a good explanation. I sent him my last letter with secret writing. I communicated to them. I said, I wish I could come, but I can't because I have contracted HIV/AIDS. That was the best lie ever because nobody wanted to have AIDS in their country. Those days it was a death sentence, right? And I knew, right, and we had conversations when I was back in Moscow, how they were snickering about what's going on in the United States, you know, that depraved culture, and you see, and then they're killing each other.
And the depraved culture took over your being and
yes.
all your self.
No, and I was convincing enough. I even traced it back to a girlfriend I had once that I had actually reported on that she, you know, I interacted with this lady who had a boyfriend at one point who was a drug addict, and she was infected, and she infected me. So they believed it. They sent, and I asked them to give my dollar savings to my German family. They gave them some, but they told my family that I already passed away, that I'm dead. They believed it, 100%. And I guess the agent who took the money took half of it for himself. So that was it. And the next 3 months, I made sure that I wasn't reliably at the same spot in the same time frame. So I went to work in different paths at different times, just to, you know, just to safety measure, so to speak, and not huge, but you know, it kept allowed me to keep my sanity. And obviously after I sent the letter, I threw the shortwave radio in the Hudson River, destroyed the one-time pass that I still had, so I was now ready to for a new life and live out my life as an American, undiscovered, but you know, starting to work on my version of the American dream. And the first action was telling my wife, the mother of this child, you know, she always said wanted to have a house, and I said, you know what, we should buy a house. And a year later we moved into the suburbs, and then I said we should have another child, and we had another child. So, and I had a career, I did pretty well. I moved a couple of times, wound up with a McMansion. But before that, my second house was actually in Pennsylvania, rural Pennsylvania. And this is where I was discovered by the FBI. And how did they know about me? If it hadn't been for this defector, Vasily Mitrokin, who was an archivist in the KGB archives, he was actually pretty high level. He was in charge of the relocation of the archive from Lubyanka to Yasinovo. And he really hated he had reason to believe he hated the Soviet system. I think I remember that his son was quite ill, and he could have gotten treatment in England, and he was not allowed to travel to England with his son. So his hatred, he tried to figure out what to do and how to do damage to that system. So he started copying notes, little slips of paper, handwritten, that he smuggled out in his underwear and his socks over the years. And then he transcribed them with a typewriter and then put the pieces of paper into some kind of a container and buried this in his dacha. It was, I believe, in 1992 when he showed up. That was already the Soviet Union was gone. So he showed up at the Vasily Mitrokin then made his way to one of the Baltic republics and contacted MI6, and they said, "Come on in, old fellow, have a cup of tea." And so they managed to get this stuff out of the dacha and get it to England, and eventually the MI6 shared it with the FBI, and there wasn't a whole lot of information about me. It was very, very little. It was like there's a person by the name of Jack Barsky who is an illegal operating in the northeast of the United States. Now, if it was Jim Miller, they wouldn't have found me. Jack Barsky was easy to find. So they checked Social Security, and Jack Barsky had gotten his Social Security card at the age of 33. Bingo, okay? Now, all they knew, though, was that I wasn't illegal, that I was still living there. They didn't know whether I was active, inactive. And the other thing that they knew, that I was a really, really well-trained agent, because I was still there, right? So they took, I think, almost 3 years to investigate me, watch me from a distance, because, if I was still active, I would have found out that somebody is investigating me.
You started being less and less active in terms of.
Oh, I stopped completely.
What I mean is.
Surveillance detective mode?
Yes,
Yep. After 3 months, I stopped altogether.
Yeah.
Good point.
And FBI is still very careful.
They were very careful. They pretty much watched me, and at one point, I had a house in the country with one neighbor. At one point, that house was for sale, so the FBI bought it, and they put a couple of agents there just to keep a closer eye on me. There was no indication that I was still active, but they were still cautious. And but at one point they were able to plant a bug in my kitchen, a listening device, and my wife and I didn't get along very well. There was a lot of friction, and she was constantly complaining about things, and I got sick and tired of it. And one day we had an argument in the kitchen, and I chose to deploy the nuclear option. And that is telling her what I sacrificed to be with her, so she would understand that I am there on her side. I'm supporting her. If something doesn't quite fit, it is not because I don't love the both of them, Chelsea and Penelope. So when I said that, the listening device was active, so the FBI was hearing my confession. I was once a KGB agent, blah, 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 and I quit because of and then stayed here because of you and Chelsea. And that also made it clear to the FBI that I wasn't active anymore. They had both. So now they knew an attempt to turn me would have been useless because you turn somebody who's active. But they figured there was enough reason to treat me nicely because they figured I had a lot of information that was as age as it was, but it was still important for the FBI to get to know. And so one day, it was a Friday evening, I'm driving back home from the office, and I'm being stopped by a state police. As I'm going through the toll, it's a bridge over the Hudson, and they have to pay a toll. And he waved me, he got me right where I stopped, and he said, "Could you please move over here? It's a routine traffic stop." And I thought nothing of it. I had forgotten at that point that I once was a spy, and it was gone. And then he said, "Would you please step out of the car?" That should have aroused my suspicion. That's unusual, right? Routine traffic stop. Yeah, I did it, no problem. And then again, somebody came from the right, came into my view, and he flipped this ID and it said, "FBI, we would like to have a talk with you." No, this is my now friend Joe Riley, completely white. But I recovered very quickly, and he said it himself. So, they took me to a vehicle, and there was another agent in the vehicle, and he had a gun strapped to his ankle, so it was pretty real. The first question I had, so am I under arrest? The answer was no. And then my instinct kicked in my ability to operate very well under high pressure situations, and I asked him, so what took you so long? The intent of that was to defuse any kind of tension. And I saw a smile.
It's a friend.
Yeah, but I knew that I had to make them like me, and I think by now I know I'm a pretty likable person. And when they took me to a motel, which they had rented, there was there two wings at a right angle. They bought all the rooms in one wing, and they had a guard at each end of that wing, and they took me in the middle. And there were some props there, some binders with labels, and I immediately thought, this is pretty silly, because but I noticed that the labels all referred back to my early years. I knew that they didn't know much else. So I told Joe that afterwards, that was not a great idea. But anyway, but I volunteered. I made the following statement before we even started the interview. I said, I know there's only one way for me and my family to have a chance to get through here without much damages if I'm completely 100% cooperative. And it is my intent to do exactly that. All right, so we spent about 2 hours in the interview. They allowed me to call my wife, tell her that I'm going to be late. That indicated to me already that they would let me go. And after 2 hours, they let me go. But they had the area covered with a whole bunch of people. And the head of that team talked to me and said, if you think of running, we got every intersection in this area covered. You can't. I didn't say anything, but I had no thought of running. So, and that was the beginning of another phase in my life where I was cooperating with the FBI for quite a while and living still undercover for several years until I had real good documentation and became an American citizen 7 years ago. Recent. Yeah, quite recent. The bureaucracy took a long time to figure out how to make me real and also not put me in these witness protection programs, to keep my name and then just make everything like official. So, for instance, I had to change my birth year simply because Jack Rusty was born in 1944. If I kept 1944, the FBI would have helped me commit a crime because I would have collected Social Security 4 years sooner. So anyway, yes, it took quite a while, and when I finally got the call from the Office of Homeland Security, the lady says, this is Agent so-and-so from Homeland Security. Can you come to the office tomorrow? And I said, let me look at my calendar. And then I said, wait a minute, what am I talking about? What time do you want me to be there? Because I had waited for that moment for a long time, and I was sworn in right then and there. And it was a good feeling to walk out of there because I had a country again. And I love this country just as much as you said you love it. With all its warts and its problems that we're going through right now. And then the last thing that changed my life again, and I don't want to get into details because it's a little complicated story. I never wanted to be a public person. And then I was discovered 2 connected. It had to do with a relative, with a half brother of my wife, who lives in Germany, was taken to Germany by his mother, who came to visit somebody, not us, but that somebody that he came to visit lived 50 miles from our house, and that my wife and this brother never met in person before. They knew about each other through social media, and when he found out my background, he was a conductor on the German railroad at the time. He said, "Oh, this is a big story. One that's going to be big, big, big." Okay. Well, he happened to know this one person who happened to know one of the star reporters of Der Spiegel, and after she did some research and determined that I was real, she was on my case, and she happened to know Steve Croft, the guy from 60 Minutes. You see all these connections? I have nothing to do with it.
That's how life works.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Stuff happens. Stuff happens. You get lucky.
You don't know what's happening. Yeah, I think I must be part Irish too. Yeah, so it's been an interesting ride. I'm just still shaking my head about all the stuff that happened.
Who would have thought it's that easy?
Yes, that's why I'm getting into this new world. Don't worry about it. I don't get a big head about it.
I love it. Fuck yeah. Stand-up's been going good too?
All right, I need to work harder.
When you said you've been eating fat, what are you talking about here?
Well,
Are you still eating dessert for breakfast?
no, but I am eating.
No. It's like the old people.
At this point.
Let's go to your story. So, in your book, Deep Undercover, My Secret Life Entangled of Allegiances as a KGB Spy in America, and the really, really excellent podcast series that I've been listening to. People should definitely listen to it. It's called The Agent. You document your time as a KGB spy before, during, and after. Can you tell the story of when you first were contacted by the KGB, how you were invited, the offer to join was made?
Well, it was a big surprise, and I never thought of myself as a potential agent. You know, I was going to be a tenured professor and join the ruling elite, because in Europe, tenured professors are few. It's not like in the United States. You know, anybody who teaches at colleges has a title of professor.
Easy now.
It's true. That's not a criticism. It's just
100%. So we should also clarify that tenured professor or not, it is a very prestigious position throughout history of Europe. I would say, especially communists. I don't actually know the full landscape of the respect, but at least in the Soviet Union where I grew up, it's a prestigious position.
It absolutely was. And the town of Jena had about 100,000 people live there, and it's a wild guess, but maybe 30 tenured professors, and they were part of the ruling elite. I was trying to do as much as I can to live the good life, right? You know, have access to things that are nice.
Yeah, but I think the powerful thing about being a professor in that context, at least Germany, is the prestige.
And the feeling of superiority. You know, I was full of myself. You know, when you are the best of the best, and in my third year I received a scholarship, the Karl Marx scholarship, that was limited to 100 concurrent recipients in the country. So my God, you know, I was full of myself. I believed in myself, hook, line, and sinker, and I was also I got a lot of accolades from teachers and fellow students.
They were feeding the ego, the old. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to believe in yourself often when you're young to truly to excel, and you sure as heck did.
But you know, as a balance, you need a mentor, somebody who puts things in perspective, and I didn't have one. My father was a non-entity, and nobody else. They all looked up to me. I was an up-and-coming guy.
Right? So there's no father figure that put you in your place.
Not at all. And I give you one extreme example. It was down the road when fathered a child out of wedlock. But, that was in my 5th year, I believe. The Communist Party in East Germany was very moralistic. If you did that, they would have a talk with you and give you whatever, severe reprimand. Nobody even mentioned a word about this. So yeah, so this is how this ego gets nurtured. But anyway, getting back to how the KGB came in contact. So they most likely got knowledge of me by looking at Stasi records. The Stasi.
What's Stasi?
Oh, that was East German secret police, Staatssicherheit, security for the state.
There's that word security again.
And they pretty much kept a record on everybody in the country. And so when you look through this, and this is what the KGB was looking for. They were looking for candidates, particularly for this kind of job that they had in mind for me, for candidates who were not, in their mid-20s, who were not fully developed yet, but mature enough to get there. And still young enough, right?
Because at that level of maturity, you can test whether they can handle this kind of.
Yes, absolutely right. So, and one day I got a knock on my door, and my dorm room door was on a Saturday, and they knew that I was by myself. How did they know it? We had I pieced this together. We had a exchange student from the Soviet Union, and he was next door to me, and he befriended me, so he got to know me a little bit. And the pattern was that my roommate would always go home for the weekend, and of course they also knew which door to knock on, even though there were no nameplates, right? So somebody knocks. And I knew it was a stranger because if it had been a student, the pattern was that we would knock on the door and then go in. We wouldn't wait for somebody to let us in. So I waited for 10 seconds, and he didn't come in. I knew that was a stranger. I said, "Come on in." And in came a person who spoke fluent German. So that was not a KGB guy. That was a collaborator. And so he started making a bunch of small talk. He introduced himself as a representative of Carl Zeiss Jena, which was the optics company that made really, really good optical instruments. It was one of the best in the world.
So it's like the super prestigious company in that place.
Right. And he said, that he was a representative of that company, and he would just want to find out what my plans were after graduating from college. And at that point, I knew he wasn't from Carl Zeiss Jena, because in those days there was no recruitment. When you were done, if you were in the top 10% of the graduates, you would most likely pick to stay and get a doctorate, right? And the rest of them were assigned, where you had no choice. So that guy was an idiot. He didn't know the basics about.
You interviewed him a little bit to understand, like,
Oh, sure, I started
like feel out, is this guy full of shit? Because he's a stranger showing up to your dorm room.
I knew that. At that point, I knew he was the Stasi, which was wrong, but it doesn't matter because it was German, and I had no idea that the KGB would be involved.
So sorry to pause briefly. Did you have a sense? Did people know that there's a Stasi type of organization? That there's a large number of people doing this kind of work in East Germany, in order for you to make that guess?
Yeah, we knew that the Stasi existed. We even had our James Bond. We had a series called The Invisible Visor, where a Stasi employee in East Germany would go into West Germany and hunt down Nazis.
Yes.
So yes, the Stasi was known to be there.
Admired or feared, or both?
I thought they were necessary, and I admired them.
James Bond.
Yes, the reason I did so because I had no information to the contrary. I never knew anybody personally or even somewhat removed who was uh, followed by the Stasi, was put in jail. I had no clue. I had no clue that they did a lot of damage and that they were like doing a lot of surveillance of the East German population the same way the KGB did for the Soviet Union. So for me to be talking to somebody from the Stasi it it raised my interest. I was curious what comes next because I sort of knew something interesting would be coming at me, and I had no other thoughts about that at that point. So when he was finally when he went for the kill by reversing himself, he said, I gotta tell you that I'm really not from Cossacks, I'm from the government. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. And then he asked this question. He said, "Can you imagine to one day work for the government?" And so I gave a pretty clever answer. I said, "Yes, but not as a chemist." So I answered the question that he didn't ask. I helped him out. So we made an arrangement to meet for lunch, which in Germany is the main meal, at the #1 restaurant in Jena. I still remember what I ate. What was that? Rump steak with butter on top and French fries. It was my favorite. Anyway, so when I get to the restaurant, I saw this fellow sitting in the back there at the table, and there was another person at the table. So I was a little bit hesitant because in those days it was not unusual for perfect strangers to share a table because there weren't enough tables and chairs and so forth. So I didn't know if I could approach him, but he got up and came to me and he took me to the table and he said, "I want to introduce Herman. We work with our Soviet comrades." KGB. And then he disappeared. He says, I got something else to do. I never knew his name. He just handed me a card from the KGB.
What was the relationship between the KGB and the Stasi? As collaborators, close collaborators, or just distant associates?
They were pretty close collaborators. As I told you that, they bought forged documents that the Germans made because the Germans were better at forgery. They also exchanged information, but they didn't trust each other 100%. And I tell you why I know that. So they recruited me to send me to West Germany. As I already said, East Germany had 1,000 agents over there. Why would they want to have their own?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is fascinating internal and external dynamic of distrust.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you are. Welcomed by the KGB. When did the offer, the invite come?
Oh, that took a while. So Herman and I had an unofficial relationship for about a year and a half. I would meet him once a week, once every 2 weeks, initially in his car, but then he took me to a conspirational flat. This was an apartment that was occupied by a party member, a lady, single lady. When we came in, she would leave. She left us tea and cookies, and then we could freely talk. He also, at that time, gave me some West German literature magazines to read, which was, of course, forbidden. So already starting to feel somewhat special. And as we were talking about what they had in mind for me in general, I knew that I was going to be even more special because I would be above the law. I would operate outside the law of the countries I would go to, as well as East Germany, because the magazines and eventually when I joined up, they told me I better watch West German television, which was also not explicitly prohibited, but it was something that could get you in trouble.
So on many levels, you're super special. You're the Jaspon.
Yes.
So what was that recruitment
recruitment testing process like? Testing whether you have what it takes to be a KG1.
First of all, we had very in-depth talks, Herman and I, about life, and I still am, very honest and sharing my feelings.
Philosophical or personal?
Personal. I even told him that I was shy around the girls.
He was giving you relationship advice or what?
What do you
How
think?
old was he? So what was the dynamic? Can you tell me? Was it a father, son?
No,
Was it a
older brother. Yeah, he was maybe in his early to mid 30s, and I was maybe 10 years younger.
And what languages did he speak?
He speak German. He spoke German pretty well.
But he's originally from Russia.
Yeah, with a Russian accent. So I got in trouble one time with him when I asked him, "Is your real name German?" He didn't like that.
Was he good with girls?
No, he just, he told, I remember what he told me. He says, you got to understand one thing. They're looking for guys too. That's all.
Girls are looking
Yeah, right. So it's a competitive game. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't be so shy.
So that little flame of love that we talked about, in all the shapes that it takes in our life, did he talk to you about that? That could be taken advantage of? That could be used? Or was it implied?
Yeah, but not it was not very focused, not in great detail. So we talked about personal stuff and likes, dislikes. He gave me tasks. For instance, when my friend and I hitchhiked from East Germany all the way down to Bulgaria, he told me to write a report about it, what I saw. So fundamentally, he wanted to see how well I can write and how well I can report, how well I observe. He also asked me to write some profiles about fellow students. I don't believe that was for them to give him to the Stasi. It was just like, how well do I characterize people? That's important when you're talking about when I was in the U.S., active in the U.S., I operated as a spotter, so I did exactly that. I wrote profiles about people. He also gave me some tasks to do that were rather unpleasant.
What?
He would give me an address and the name of the people who lived at the address, and he told me to go there, ring the doorbell, and find out something about a relative who lived in West Germany. That is undercover exploration, right? So you go, you make up a story and somehow win the confidence of your target to tell you something that you want to know.
Did that come naturally to you?
No, I hated it.
The charisma involved? Which part did you hate?
Yeah, charisma, I think I didn't know that I had it.
It took you some time to discover.
Because, I always was, and I still am, to some degree, a bit shy. I lost a lot of the shyness after moving to the South, because here in the United States, because you don't have to be shy,
You can let your love shine.
That's exactly right. So, but anyway, I hated doing that, but I did it well. I still remember. So in those days I had a beard, and I rang the bell, and
Tall, handsome fella.
yeah, and I looked the part. I said I'm a sociology student, and I'm doing a survey, and I asked a whole bunch of questions. Would you like to answer questions? No problem. And then I directed the conversation to the lady's private life, and she actually gave me information. She volunteered information that I wanted to know. I did well, and the other one that I didn't like, but I also did well, was when Herman drove me around the city and showed me a building, and he said, find out what organization is in there, what they do, maybe get to know some people, and I did that pretty well also. You have to be inventive, to come up with a cover story, and I've always been quite inventive. I'm a storyteller at heart, and I didn't know it then, but
But there was still something unpleasant about it.
Yes, sinus, and then I wasn't very comfortable lying. I became comfortable down the road, but I was brutally honest, and never hid anything of me. But over time, you lose that uncomfortable feeling, and you rationalize that you've got to do it. There's only one way, right? And you're serving a good cause.
So you were talking to Herman for a year and a half. And then how did that progress?
Yes. So he said he finally, I guess he sent a report to headquarters in Berlin. And then he sent me on a 3-week quote-unquote practice trip to Berlin. This was the first time when I had a conspiratorial meeting where I had an address and a time and a code phrase, and I met another agent. His name was Boris. These names were meaningless. They were all like cover names, right?
So what was the code and the meaning? What was the? What can you give a little more?
That's what I don't remember.
No, not the code, but like, what do you mean by code?
I tell you the code we used when I met while I was active. I would approach the other person who I thought may be the person I want to meet. We both had something with us or on us to make us more likely to be the right person. And I would ask him the following questions. Excuse me, I'm looking for Susan Green. And he would answer, yes, you must be David. Stupid. If I ask a stranger, they would look at me. How could I help you? So, it's the wrong guy.
It's just a low probability that the right thing would be.
Absolutely.
Nice answer. And it seems like a safe statement if it's not the right person.
Exactly right.
It would just come off absurd or crazy or whatever.
You would have made a good secret agent. You know
exactly. I know I'm not. This is. We'll discuss this. I'm dressed like one. Actually, yeah. Where there's any dress code?
No, just fit in.
No matter what. And then be creative.
Yeah.
Figure out ways to.
Right. So, anyways, he gave me some tasks, and since I had rented a room in a house, he gave me Western literature to read, and we spent time together, and there was a practice run to West Germany. Actually, there were two. And that was very important. In hindsight, I figured that out. So I traveled to West Germany, not to West Berlin, with an East German passport that was stamped that individual was allowed to go to the West. And there was a part of the border that was only guarded by Soviet troops. And that's where they smuggled me into West Germany. I got on the subway and then appeared in West Berlin. No Americans, no Brits, no French knew that I had entered.
Forged documents or not?
No, this was an East German passport. It was real. Okay. So, and the first trip, all they wanted me to do was just walk around, smell the air, have a beer or whatever, and eat a sausage, and then come back. The second trip, I had a task, very similar to the one that I had back in Jena, to ring the doorbell someplace and talk to some people, and that worked very well also.
I should mention that you talk about that, eat a sausage, drink some beer. I suppose that's a good test too, to see how you behave under Western, like when first introduced to the Western culture. Like, this is why I might not make a good agent, is when I first came to the United States in the supermarket, like bananas, as many bananas as I want to eat. I think that would break me.
It's a shock.
It's a shock to have access to Western culture.
You're getting very close to the reason they actually made me do this these two practice trips. When I first emerged on West Berlin territory, I felt highly uncomfortable. But it was at the enemy, right? And I saw the cops everywhere, and even those cops had like light blue uniforms, they weren't standouts. So I was wondering, if they knew that, I had like KGB on my forehead.
You were paranoid that they would know that. See,
I was scared, but I overcame that.
So then, can we just linger on that? Because I suppose that's a natural, like if I give anybody on the street the mission to do the mission you have to do, is they would be paranoid. That's the natural human feeling is, am I being watched? Do they know? Like if you try to steal something from a store, there's going to be a feeling like, are they watching me? Are the cameras watching? Are the people watching me? They don't know, that kind of stuff. So you have to be somehow rugged and robust to that kind of feeling and overcome it.
Yes, exactly. So and something very interesting happened while I was being trained in Berlin. I met a classmate of mine from high school, and he confided to me that he was recruited by the Stasi to become go as a spy to West Germany, and he also had this practice trip, and he peed in his pants. He went back and told him, I can't do that.
Just from the terror,
yes,
that paranoia.
Now this guy's career was, he had an engineering degree. He was a pretty smart guy. He was just for the rest of his life, and he's still alive, I believe, floating around and trading in model railroads and stuff like that.
Do you think that experience broke him?
They wouldn't let him back in.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it's a test that if you fail, you fail.
I had no idea that something bad would happen if I failed that test, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't fail. So, and this led then to the offer. All right. After, Boris was happy with me, and he told his boss, who was most likely the head of the KGB in East Berlin, and I had an appointment to meet
in East Germany.
Yes, in East Germany. Yeah, all of East Germany. Yes, that's right. An appointment to meet with him, and as we walk into the room, there was this huge desk and a little guy sitting behind it. Very, very, just like little and not unimpressive. Right? A lot of paraphernalia, like the bust of Dzerzhinsky on his desk, and some paintings, Lenin and so forth. But when the guy opened his mouth, you went like, whoa. Huge psychological energy. He spoke only Russian. Now, and initially he would, start with 5 minutes worth of propaganda, why we're doing what we're doing. I didn't need that. I understood most of it, but when I didn't understand, I asked Boris to translate. And then he sprung it on me, and I was not prepared. He said, so what, are you in or not? And I was, no, I hadn't made up my mind. I wasn't expecting that would come, and so I said to him, I'm not really trained. There's a lot of things I need to learn, and I came up with a couple of really stupid things. One not so stupid, but the other one was, I don't know why I said that. I said, for instance, I need to learn how to drive a car and to type with a typewriter. And he got really annoyed, and he said, don't worry about it, we'll train you. But I got to tell you, we need people who are decisive, so you got until tomorrow noon to give Boris your decision. That made for a sleepless night.
So what was going through your mind?
Well, I had, this was almost 50-50. I knew I was going to have a huge career, a good career. I was on my way, because, I was already employed by the university as an assistant professor.
So that career would be to become a professor, become a tenured professor, be a world-class.
Yes. Jena had become my hometown. I really loved the place. It was my oyster. And my family was my basketball team.
You faithfulness is where your love is where it's wrong. Did you understand that the choice involves leaving from behind?
Yes. And the one thing I didn't have, two things I didn't have, an emotional relationship with my mother, and I didn't have a steady girlfriend at the time.
I think Freud would have a lot to say about that, but yeah, go ahead. But the connection between those two, but yes. Yeah, I'm sure.
By the way, my friend Günther, the one who worked for the Stasi, was also, the Stasi tried to recruit him as an agent, but he had a love relationship at the time, and he said politely, no, I won't, I can't.
You didn't have, that's the one thing that really could,
would have helped me.
Would have held you to this place is love.
So you got the career on the one hand, my basketball team, a town that I would be part of the ruling elite of, and then we had this great adventure and the ability to contribute to the victory, the worldwide victory of communism, and stick it to the Nazis, and of course the feeling that you're really special.
Yeah, James Bond.
Yeah.
What's the question? Do I want to be a tenure professor or James Bond?
Yes.
And as funny as that sounds, that was probably a difficult decision.
It was a difficult decision, but fundamentally it wasn't my zeal to help the revolution. It was my what the Stasi was looking for, the KGB was looking for in a character that they would send over, a well-controlled inclination to adventure. Okay.
Yeah, James Bond. What do you say? And the love of women. Yeah.
I was. Yes, I got to put this in right here because I'm telling people I have two things in common with James Bond. These are my initials, JB, and I got the girl too, 3 times.
Yeah, I mean that's adventure.
Yeah, and the ability to travel to the West, because the West was closed off to us. We could go to foreign countries, but they all had to be communist countries. You know, I wanted to see Paris because I had fallen in love with Honoré Balzac, who wrote a phenomenal set of novels that I just ate up. And so when I eventually did go to Paris, I knew all the places already because he described them all. But anyway, so that one, it was 51-49, but eventually, you know, when you do the side-by-side intellectual comparison, that doesn't work. It becomes a tie, and then, you know, you just go with your gut, and I said, hey, I'm in.
So now that you successfully passed the test, and you were sitting with this unimpressive man, and you had to invite, and had to sleep on it, and have made the decision to join.
Yeah.
What was next?
I was just told you know, that I was being recruited by the State Department of East Germany and was going to become a diplomat. I must have had some paper, but I forgot, because just by saying so, that wouldn't have worked.
There's some kind of document that says that.
Yeah.
And that was the only entanglement you had to that place. No love, no.
That's
just
right.
Basketball.
Basketball. Giving up basketball was huge for me. I loved playing that game. I started playing basketball when I was 18. That's a little late.
Are you better offensive, defensive? What do you like more? Do you like to shoot from a distance? Do you like
I was a runner. I was very, very quick on my feet, and I was a good jumper too. I typically played the 4 position. You know,
what's that?
Forward.
Oh, the forward position.
Forward position. But anyway, so that was the hardest for me to give up. And the other thing that I remember I had to do, to hand in my party document to the party secretary of the university, and he made a comment. Yeah, we probably won't hear much about you, but we know that you're going to do something very important. So he sort of had an inkling that I'm going to go someplace undercover or something like that. And then I packed my bags and got on a train to Berlin for another one of those secret meetings with my new handler, Nikolai. So, and here came another test that would have been quite easy to fail. So I had lived in Jena for 6 years in a dorm. Even when I became an employee of the university, they didn't have apartments. I was still living in a dorm in a single room with a bed, a chair, and a table, and a toilet down the hallway. So I figured, Berlin KGB, I'm gonna get a nice apartment, right? And so Nikolai took me into his car. We started talking a little bit, and then he said, I have a task for you already. Your first task is to find yourself a place to live. I mean, I don't think I showed it in my face, but my heart, my heart dropped like down into my pants. I knew this was really impossible because there was a severe shortage of housing in everywhere in Germany, East Germany, and all the apartments and homes were controlled by the government. There were long waiting lists. I knew couples that were promised maybe to get an apartment 5 years down the road. So then they would postpone their decision to have a child. Anyway, this was impossible. But this was a test. This would be good because I had to be inventive now. I had to figure out how to get out of an impossible situation. I didn't realize it then at all. I just went with the flow, What do I do? So what I did, I took the train, the city train, to the very last stop, a little town called Acna, and I wandered around in that town and I knocked on doors and asked people if they knew where somebody might have a place to live. And after a couple of hours, somebody said, "There's this lady that they gave me the address." And I talked to the lady, and she said, "I happen to have a place that where you might be able to stay." It was an outbuilding. I don't know what it served. It was not a garage. It was concrete, and it had a bed and a chair, a running cold water, and a stove for cold stove. That was going to be
pretty basic. Pretty basic.
Pretty basic? Are you kidding me?
That's the
toilet across the yard, of course.
Yeah. All the essentials. What are you complaining about?
You're right.
You're right. You had to run especially the James Bond had to run the special operation out of
yes.
Out of the house.
To my credit, and I think that established part of my reputation, I didn't complain at all to Nikolai.
No, that was part of the test.
Yeah, I just told him, I found something. And so for 6 months, I would get up in the morning, get on the train, and walk around in the city, did some operational stuff and operational training. I went to the library, did a lot of reading in the library, and then I found a basketball team that I could join, so at least I could take a shower twice a week. And apparently, it took about 6 months that I was still on probation, because after 6 months, Nikolai, one day, we were still meeting in his car. He said, he handed me a key, and he said, "I'm going to take you to your new apartment." Now, and I didn't know that, now I was really in. Okay? Imagine, the hurdles you have to jump over, and how many times you can fail, but,
with not complaining, not asking questions.
Yes.
I think that was something you've written about. I think you wrote that bosses do not like to hear complaints or problems, they prefer solutions.
That's right.
What was your interaction like with the bosses? Is that essentially represents the way it went forward as well? No complaints,
no arguments, no. I noticed better. I was taking it all in. Now, the technical guys, they taught me something I didn't know that made sense. What Nikolai, some of the stuff that he taught me was somewhat questionable. He was a generalist, and there's some things he didn't know really well. So I could have asked, probed a little bit, but I didn't. So I just played along. So this new apartment was a studio. It had a kitchen, with running cold water, and the bathroom was just one flight down the toilet, not a bathroom, one flight down the stairs.
An upgrade.
It was a big upgrade. And he gave me, I think he gave me $1,000 to buy furniture. And in that place, I also bought a TV and started watching West German television. So I finally had a decent place to stay. And my training in Berlin took about 2 years.
It does seem like we were hidden back then in a weird way. And
Did you have the curly like Richardson interior?
at one point I did, but what's crazy about that is that was even after 2 of the shots that you have of video footage of interviewing me and me updating you on what's going on.
Yeah, I just call him a human headshot. Because he showed up and this little boy's body was the same size head. This is big heads walking around talking.
That's right. Thanks, Eddie, you son of a bitch.
So
My name is Sean Ryan. I was a Navy SEAL for 5.5 years.
It's mostly
This is
about your
everything I'm
journey and shit,
authorized to tell
but
you.
there's random footage of this nigga in like Russia.
You know you're going to be cold, you know you're going to get hypothermia, but at the end of the day, going to buds is basically like getting kicked in the nuts. And so how do you get prepared for getting kicked in the nuts? You don't. You just take it.
Better things throughout it. And the rest of it, you just keep cutting in your own life.
How do we keep each other in line? A lot of
Really
things.
incredible. Everybody who's
You have
recommended
a
it to me,
tremendous
it's
responsibility.
amazing. You've got to watch it.
Being
Fast
a
forward
member
while
of the
Eddie's
SEAL
part.
Team, whether you're the
But
communications guy,
you have
or you're the
an
lead
adventure.
sniper,
We just
you might be
you
the
know.
guy planning the mission, you might be the point man.
No, of course.
And so there is no room for jackassery, and if you're not doing your job to the best of your ability and you're clowning around, then you're going to get tuned up and maybe kicked off the team. And so it is a very much a work hard, play hard environment, but if you can't play hard and work hard the next morning, you're not going to make it. When you're in the SEAL team, you are closer with your immediate teammates, your platoon mates, than you are with the other people. And so you eat with them, you sleep with them, you hang out, you party with them, you drink with them. I mean, that is your family. And so you become inseparable. Home, on my off time as a SEAL, was a lot of happy hours and a lot of ladies' nights and chasing women and drinking booze and
Anything else for any
probably
guys?
a bar fight or two. On deployment, an off day looks like a really good workout in the gym and a lot of Xbox. A lot of people pose as a SEAL. I've seen it happen a lot. This is 20 years ago. We would have the support guys going out in town and bragging to everybody that they are a SEAL and SEAL Team A or SEAL Team 2. And then they would go to those specific bars where SEALs hang out. When those bars were empty, that way none of us were in there cashing up doing it. But unfortunately, the bar's down. We know people that work there. And so that word would get around. A lot of times they would wind up taped to the flagpole, naked, when everybody shows up to work the next morning. The number one unspoken rule for the SEAL teams was work hard, play hard. As long as you could show up to work, ready to go, pristine condition, and be able to perform, they did not care how hard you played.
You just got on Twitter and you got Edward 1. Why are you lying right now?
Some of the jobs I had as a SEAL was, one, I was a point man. Basically, a point man is the point guy when you're doing an in-zone, entering into a target. You're the navigator, navigating your route in, how you're going to get in, how you're going to get out, how you're going to lead your entire team in. My first mission as a SEAL was to go to Haiti in 2004. There was a lot of civil unrest going on all over Haiti. We staged out at Guantanamo Bay, and basically what we would do is we would fly over on a helicopter every morning and do reconnaissance in all these different towns and villages to report back about the civil unrest. We had prisoners breaking out of prison. It was just complete chaos all over Haiti. Bodies all everywhere on the beach. But it was
conventional units who were having problems. We would find units that were getting blown up by IEDs or being ambushed on roads. The terrorists would set up roadside bombs, set up ambushes, and they would explode these vehicles, kill our guys time and time again. We would go with these conventional units for a couple of weeks, training them up, and then we would actually take them on a real world mission with us. And every time we went out, we would kill the guys that were killing them within 24-hour time frame. I wasn't actually a schoolhouse trained sniper. I was just really good at it. And so when we did all these sniper missions, I was basically aiding the lead sniper and teaching the conventional guys how we do business. It was one of the biggest responsibilities I've held. There was a very small village outside of Kaji that was considered black. And so what black means is no U.S. troops or personnel allowed to drive through, walk through, fly over. You basically just stay completely out of the town because it's so dangerous. This one was out in basically a farm field. And so we took 4 teams and 4 teams of 2 to 3 guys each, and we'd set them up along this road. So, town's here, black town. My OP was the first one right outside of the black town. It was the most dangerous spot to be in. And then we had our command and control type observation point kind of hidden back in the dirt where they could shoot drones. And about halfway through the day, we got compromised. We were in the weeds that were probably about chest high. And so I padded down this little hallway, and I was laying in the grass looking at the town like I should have been, probably about 30 meters off the road, and I saw a man walk right by me on my peripheral, and I noticed when he walked by me, he noticed me. I could see him looking off the side of his eyes through his peripheral. I thought, maybe I'm supposed to kill this individual. He's going into a black town. I wanted to pull this out. I wanted to do an emergency extract because I had compromised the team. The rest of the sniper OPs decided they wanted to stay. They wanted to see how things went. 10 minutes later, we got ordered probably 4 to 5 different impacts right on top of us. I wanted to emergency extract again because I knew the next thing that was probably going to come was the fighting age males in the village would have walked online to the field and just killed all of us. The next thing that the search party did come, but it came with vehicles. We were so well hidden that goats were actually eating vegetation out of our ghillie suits with goat herders seeing us. And so everybody was scared to move when that was happening because you didn't want to alarm one of the goats. One goat goes crazy, then the whole herd goes crazy, then the goat herder knows something's going on. So we didn't move. A couple of goat herders passed. What we noticed was 5 guys coming out of the village, the black village, carrying AK-47s, carrying 105 rounds, carrying wire, shovels, everything you need basically make an IED explode. So they walked right past me, and we radioed to the rest of the team that these guys were coming their way when nobody answered our radio. They started digging. They planted the bomb. All I heard was just shots over and over and over and over. It sounded like a gunfight. It sounded like the bad guys were, the terrorists were killing my guys because all of us were suppressed, meaning quieter shots, no muscle flash. It seemed like forever, but it was probably less than a minute. And kept calling our guys, hey, what's going on? Hey, what happened? What happened out there? Is anybody out? You guys alive? Give me a head count. Nothing. In my head, I knew everybody was dead. And so it was me and 2 other guys, and we just got back to back. And we said, all right, this is it. We're just going to take as many of these people out as we can before they get us. The first thing we hear come over the radio, maybe 5, 10 minutes later, is, holy, we killed 8 out of those guys. They left
they were not suppressed. So I thought their gunshots were the enemy's gunshots, but it was the Army guys, unsuppressed, shooting alongside with our snipers who were suppressed. Hearing my guy come out saying that they had just killed those guys was one of the best sounding voices I've ever heard in my life, knowing that my guys were still alive and that we had defeated the enemy.
Good job, Pat.
SEALs use a lot of weapons. We use 300 Win Mag sniper rifle, we use a 50 caliber sniper rifle, we use a 7.62 sniper rifle, we use a 5.56 sniper rifle, we have M60 machine guns, we have Mark 48 machine guns, we have Mark 46 machine guns, we have Mark 19 grenade launchers, we have M203 grenade launchers, we have 50 cal machine guns, we have miniguns, we have pretty much anything you can think of that fires a bullet. The main weapon I used was a M4 10-inch barrel with a I-core suppressor, and secondary was a P226. Suppressor is not a silencer. A lot of people think it's a silencer. It does dumb the noise down a lot. You don't need to wear ear protection when you're shooting with a suppressor, but it's not like what you see on the movies where it sounds like a sewing machine. The main point of a suppressor is to suppress the flash that comes out of the end of the muzzle, whether it be pistol or rifle, because if you're shooting at night and you're in a combat scenario, every time you fire that weapon unsuppressed, it's going to leave a signature. The enemy combatants will wait for that flash, and then they'll aim at where the flash came from. So if you have a suppressor and you're on night vision, they can't tell where the shots came from, so they don't have anything to actually shoot at. Most fun to fire was definitely the Carl Gustav rocket launcher. I can't remember the exact millimeter of the rocket, but it is about this long, packed full of high explosives, and they will take just about anything out that you point it at. So one thing that we would use them a lot for are terrorist hiding in caves. It's good to be familiar with as many weapon systems as you possibly can be. Two, we were in the Middle East, and that's the type of weapons that the terrorists were using, and so we trained on all the Soviet-style weapons as well, which are what the enemy combatants and terrorists were using at the time. You might be dressed up like a local or somebody from Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Pakistan, wherever you're operating, Syria. You might be dressed up in the local garments. And what does everybody have there? An AK-47. So you could be undercover, and that's the reason you need to be familiar with it. You might run out of ammo in a direct action or some type of a raid where you have to pick up an enemy combatant's weapon and be very familiar with that to continue on with the mission. When you see SEALs in the back of an old Toyota Hilux truck, a lot of times what that is those are many times up armored, but they blend in with the local vehicles as well. So you can't get Hiluxes here in the United States, but everywhere else in the world is running around with diesel Toyota Hiluxes, especially in the Middle East. A lot of times we're attached to some type of a partner force, whether that be a force of Afghan commandos or Iraqi commandos or wherever you're at. A lot of times in special operations you're going to be attached to a partner force, and those partner forces use Toyota Hiluxes. If you're in a 100 vehicle convoy with a partner force and there's only 4 vehicles that actually have SEALs in them and the rest of them is a partner force, you don't want to be the guys that are standing out, because if you do get ambushed, it's going to be a dead giveaway. You don't want to make yourself a higher profile target than anybody else on the battlefield. We did a course that was actually put on by the British MI6. We were actually going to go into Eastern Europe, Eastern Bloc countries in Europe, and hunt down warlords and people that have committed war crimes. They put us through a course that taught us how to break into cars, how to hotwire cars, how to blend in, how to surveil somebody on foot, how to
every building and blend in every type of environment that you can think of and be actually comfortable doing it. I would say the most important piece of equipment that you need in combat is a radio, because the radio gets you out of there, gets you in there, it's your communications, and it is actually the biggest gun on the team, because you're calling everything scopes, you're calling in 810s, you're calling in fast movers, you're calling in Apaches, you're calling in Spectre gunship. So I would say that the radio is by far the most critical piece of equipment for a mission.
Where do you think he's at now?
On the patio.
I grew up in a small town in Missouri, about 6,000 people. I was a disturber, troublemaker. I liked to party. I liked to raise hell, but it was a good childhood. I had a really good childhood. Very close with my family, my brother and sister. I tried to go into the Marine Corps first, but they wouldn't let me in to go work reconnaissance at the time. They told me I had to go infantry. Then I went to the Army, told them I wanted to be a Green Beret. They kind of laughed me out of the office. I didn't even know what a Navy SEAL was at the time, and the Navy recruiter stuck his head out and basically said, "Hey, have you ever thought about the SEAL teams?" And gave me a pamphlet. So I went home and went to the library, checked out every book I could possibly find on special operations and Navy SEALs, watched all the documentaries on National Geographic and Discovery, and decided that's what I was going to do. My Rushville in high school, so I wanted to do the most grueling thing I could possibly do in the small town that I grew up in, which was wrestling. So I cut a lot of weight, did a lot of running, really had to work on my swimming. That was the biggest challenge for me, was the swimming. And so I did a lot of laps in the pool. You can prepare for it mentally. A lot of people never believed that I could make it. I wasn't a superstar athlete. I really wasn't much of an athlete at all. I didn't make good grades. I wasn't the most popular kid in school by any means. And so I think a lot of people thought that I would just go and fail. The only reason I didn't quit is because I didn't want to disappoint my old man. And that's because I felt like I disappointed him a lot as a child. And I wanted to prove to him that there was more than myself after his 18 years. Bud's the very, very beginning of the pipeline to becoming a Navy SEAL. BUD stands for Basic Underwater Demolition Skill Training. They want to know how tough you are. They want to know what you can take. They want to know that you are a team player. They want to know what your physical endurance is like, what your mental toughness is like. I knew it was going to be tough. I didn't know it was going to be that tough. First phase is very structured. Usually you wake up, you will have some sort of a PT event, meaning you're either going to do a 4-mile timed run, or 2 nautical mile swim, or you're going to do an O course, or you may go to a pool and do a pool workout. But you always start off with some type of a physical exercise. Then you'll be getting your ass kicked on the grinder by the instructors, calisthenics, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, flutter kicks, getting sprayed with the hose, getting sand kicked on you. Nice little wake up in the morning, and then that will go through into more beatings until lunch. At lunch, you probably get about 30 minutes. You run back from lunch, it's about an hour and a half to and from lunch. You run everywhere. And then the beatings commence after lunch, well into the evening. Usually you're done by about 9 o'clock at night. You'll probably do some type of rock portage. Those are some little boats that you see out there, those rowboats with the guys with the paddles and the life jackets, and they have to land those boats on the rocks with the surf. Sometimes the surf will hit up to 12, 15-foot swells, and so it makes for a very challenging experience. The week is famously known as the most grueling week of SEAL training. It's 5 days, 5 nights, no sleep. Maybe you might get a little nap here and there, but you are constantly moving, you are constantly in the water, you're freezing your ass off, fighting hypothermia. In the water, there's a brisk 58 degrees.
disappoint my father and call him, letting him know that I had quit and didn't have what it took. And once I got that in my head, it never left them. They just want to see that you can overcome just about anything, but it's not near as brutal as getting shot in combat or having to live blown up or something like that. And they want to know that you're going to fight through and still be with the team and not give up. When hell weeks back, it's one of the best healings in the world. They bring the American flag out. It's a big ceremony. You haven't slept in 5 days. And they basically just give you a big congratulations for completing the toughest military training in the world. And then they offer you a pizza.
What are you, fucking Catwoman? Alright.
This is like Kill Tony. Where are they now with their training?
Then there's stage 2, which is dive base. And that is learning how to do scuba. That's learning closed circuit breathing apparatuses known as a Drager. The first thing you do is you go through dive physics and dive medical so that you actually understand dive medicine and how deep you can go for how long, things like that. Then once you pass that, then you move into open circuit, which would be what most people consider or call scuba diving. It's called full contact. It's the last big obstacle that gets people kicked out because they can't pass. It starts with very, very minimal tasks. It might be just, hey, put your tanks on underwater. And then it's, all right, your tanks are malfunctioning, you need to take them off, figure out what's going on. All the way up to be fully chopped up with all your dive equipment, minus fins, and you'll just be crawling on the bottom of the pool. And then a group of instructors will come down, they'll give you what they call a surf hit, which is basically beating the shit out of you underwater. They'll punch your gut, make sure your air is gone, tie your hoses up so you can't breathe out of your breathing apparatus. They'll tie that in knots. They will make your tanks malfunction, turn your air off. Basically what they do is create mass confusion and take all of your air away. And what they want to see is that you can remain calm, you're not going to jet to the surface for air, get your dive rig back to a functioning way, and continue on that track. There's no secret to staying calm down there. You have no air. You just got the shit knocked out of you. You can't figure out what's wrong. You have water in your eyes, and you can't really see. And but you know it's not supposed to be easy. Open water is a whole new ballgame. 9 times out of 10, if we're diving under a ship to plant a bomb, and then we're kicking back out. Sometimes these 8-hour excursions, you know. And so they want to see that you're comfortable underwater and that you can handle yourself, and not only yourself, your buddy. You're not diving the coral reef down in Key West. You are diving San Diego Bay, ships, sharks, seals, dolphins that are trained to kill you. So in the early 2000s, the Navy developed a mammal program, and what they were doing was they were training dolphins and seals, the animal, not the special ops. They were training seals and dolphins on anti-swimmers, and I believe it was explosive detection. And so they would train these animals, and then they would send them out, and the dolphins would obviously use their sonar to find enemy combatants that were trying to plant bombs on ships. So, as bud student, guess who the test dummies are? Fortunately, I did not have that experience, but I did wind up in the mammal cages by accident. The only way you know where you're going is you memorize your bearing, you look at your compass, you hit your bearing, and you count your kicks. So my kick count was 66 kicks, was 100 yards. It was about a 6-hour dive, I believe, and my kick count was a little off because of the current. I had the wrong bearing next to the pier that you're diving off of for buds. Just so happens to be the mammal program. And so if you look at the top of the water, it is chain link fence. So you think that goes all the way down to the bottom. Well, it doesn't. It's more like a cargo net under the water. And they kept saying, dive bear 23, you are entering the mammal cages. And I remember looking at my buddy like, we're going to go in the mammal cages. And they kept saying it. I was the lead navigator. And we were completely what appeared to be inside the mammal cages. I looked up Steals are such good shots because you train, it gets ingrained in you, and so even in buds, you're going to spend a week to 2 weeks of dry firing. What I mean by dry firing is no bullets, no nothing, just your weapon. And so you come out just like you're shooting a real, just like you're shooting for real bullets, but you get your form down, you get all the motions, all the grips, everything, sight alignment, grip, the way you hold it, the way you present your pistol, everything has to be perfect. And then by the time that you put a real bullet in that weapon, it goes right where it needs to go. And then you do the same thing with rifles. Take your M4, start shooting, dry firing for a week, maybe 2 weeks, before the live round ever leaves that barrel. You'll know exactly what you're doing. I left the field for a multitude of reasons. I didn't get enough action. I was very, very gung-ho about going to war. Did the Haiti thing, then we went to Germany, then we went to Afghanistan, did a little bit in Afghanistan, did a lot in Iraq, but I didn't want to do another 6 years for a very small portion of it to be in combat. I saw, 20 plus years removed, and somebody for their body, for their home life, pretty much everybody I know was divorced, or has been divorced, or was getting a divorce. A lot of them didn't know their kids very good. Your platoon, your teammates, are your primary family, and families are the secondary. And I knew that if I stayed in at the rate I was going, that I was going to be a very lonely person come retirement. I wanted to try business. I became a real estate agent and failed miserably at it, and got into a fire academy and found out that I wasn't going to have a guaranteed job, and it was going to take about 2.5 years before I did get a full-time job as a firefighter. I didn't have time. I don't have 2 years, 2.5 years to wait around. A friend of mine gave me a call and told me that he wanted me to try out for this contracting program. He said, this is a black program. I can't tell you who we're actually working for, but I can assure you that everybody who's in this program or even gets a chance to try out for this program has to have had a special ops background. And about 6 months later, I got a call to show up to a specific location, what kind of gear I needed, and that I was going to be a tryout. And so I went. I did the tryout. Finished the tryout. They told us that the client that we were going to be working for was several television stations. They was astronomically higher, 4 or 5 times higher than I was making them. The deployment cycle as a contractor is kind of like you. I like to do 60 days on, 60 days off. At the end, I was doing 45 days on, 45 days off. Some guys like to do 90, 120 days out, 1 week back. It's kind of all up to you and how much you want to give them and how much you're willing to pay. When I left the agency, I started a tactical training company. It grew very fast. Got to train Keanu Reeves in the John Wick 3. That was pretty much the height of it. Then I got really tired of it. After doing the job for real for 14 years, give or take a little bit, I had grown a pretty successful YouTube channel from the tactics training videos that I would put out. And so I decided that I wanted to document history from the people who were there, the way it actually happened. So I started the Sean Ryan Show for a couple of reasons. I really got tired of watching the mainstream media talk about all the events that I was a part of or that my colleagues were a part of. It was always somebody that had never been there. And so, and veterans didn't have a voice, and I wanted to bring that out and talk to guys like myself who have been through that and how they got out of it. So everybody that I brought on in the beginning had found some type of success through entrepreneurship and had been through the low point
neighbors
an
tonight.
addiction for
Kimberly
adrenaline.
Congdon, thank
My
you so much.
coping
She's on Twitter
mechanism
at
is finding new ways
Kimberly
to
Congdon.
get an adrenaline relief.
Follow Kimberly
Lots
Congdon.
and lots of
Sarah
sleep
Warren
meds,
Shank, and
everything
the
from
lovely Elise
Ambien,
Blaine. The
Valium,
Autistic Patriot on
Xanax,
Twitter is going
Lorazepam,
great. Josh
anything
Meyerlich.
I can get my hands on,
Hugged strong the
opiates,
entire night.
hydrocodone, tramadol,
You better
you
step
name
it
it.
up and get a second win because you're the hype
I'll
man
take
for
it.
roast battle in
I've
Dallas.
been out of the country to
There you go.
Colombia,
The
South
host
America.
of
I
Roast
lived in
Battle.
Medellin for
One
quite a
of my
while.
favorite young talents in the world,
I
Brian
got really
Mosman.
into
So glad you made it
cocaine
on for the first time.
and started going into the worst neighborhoods. I could find in Colombia.
Where can people find you?
Manya at Roast Battle. You see when the
Find
next
where
battle
my
is. We're
cocaine
here
from.
every Tuesday at
And,
midnight right here in the belly
and
room.
when that
World
got
famous
boring,
comedy
If
I
there's
moved
show.
to
anybody
another
here who
country,
hasn't
and
seen
I
the
would
show,
start
you're
doing it
fucking
there. At
crazy.
the
You're
worst
gonna
point
fall
of
in
my
love
life,
with it.
I was drinking 2 pills of vodka per
Yeah,
day.
you
I
never
would
see.
wake up
Exactly.
and have about a
It's
fifth
gonna
of
be really,
vodka,
really
mini
tough to get
bottles
sleep
would be
as
everywhere,
always.
all over my
Just call it
house,
the fire
in my
capacity
car,
show.
in my
That's
bedroom,
really what it is.
everywhere.
One of the funniest
And
parts
then
of the show,
at night
many
after dinner,
comedians'
I
favorite
would
parts of
just
the
crack
show,
open
the
a
Black
fifth out of the
Wave leader,
freezer
Jamar
and
Neighbors, right here.
start going to town on that.
Jamar,
Wash
you're on
down my
Twitter.
pills,
What? Jamar Neighbors.
go to
Wait,
sleep,
no, it's
which
different.
by the end of it,
at
they
A
didn't
my
even
big.
really put me to sleep. And then I would wake up with a
How do you
nice
spell
pick-me-up
that?
of Adderall or
AYEMANIG.
some other type of stimulant to keep me going, and it
A
just
fun
became this
fact,
vicious
if
cycle
yeah, if you want,
for
if
years
you're on,
and
if you
years
want to
and
go on
years.
Twitter and figure out how
When
to
you
spell
are
exactly,
available down
just
on
go
the
to
court,
all the
it's
tweets that
not,
I favorited
it's
of
not
that.
something that they like to address. They don't want to bring
Funniest
any
guy on
light to
Twitter.
that. They think the
Absolutely.
unit's
Thank
look
you so
bad,
much as always,
and
Jamar
so
Neighbors. Brian Redband.
a lot of
Secret to the
overdone
credit
things
say
started
Rogan,
happening.
Dunkin'
Nobody
Trucks
wanted to
on
go to
Tony.
medical
Denver,
because
Colorado.
everybody wanted to go on a mission.
January
And so if you
2nd
went
and
to
3rd.
medical,
I'm headlining Comedy Works,
everybody
one
was
of the
scared
top
that
comedy
it
clubs
might
in
be
the world.
some type of chronic
Uh,
illness
and
or
that's
injury
it. Phoenix, I'm
that
with you in
would take them
December
off
with
the
Joe
mission.
Rogan.
So a lot of
On
guys were
Thursday,
hiding.
everybody,
I had a hernia
Rogan
that I
Truffle,
got in
Mr.
basic
Mike
training, and I
Redband.
refused to tell them all the way through because I was scared that they were going to
Drive
pull
on.
my
I
external
love you.
contract out
Thank you.
from
I
under
love
me.
you.
So I went all the way through basic training with a bulging hernia in my groin, and finally told them when I was done. I've had multiple concussions from explosions, from being blown up, blowing cars up, huge rocket launchers like Carl Gustav, falling out of helicopters. I don't even know how high we were because it was dark and I missed the rope and fell out of the helo. But it was ridiculous. A lot of wear and tear from up in the mountains of Afghanistan, a lot of wear and tear from nuts, major back issues, those kind of things. I've never been shot. A lot of us have the same injuries and the same symptoms and deal with PTSD and deal with traumatic brain injury and stuff like that. And when you get out, though, there are a lot of resources. Not very many government resources. The government doesn't do a very good job at treating these things. It's a dark time for a lot of guys, especially when they get out. We're not used to slow-paced environments. We're not used to not having adrenaline dumps. We're not used to integrating into a civilian environment, and we're not used to having to deal with feelings. You have a mission to do. That's the only reason you're there. And so when you get out and you have to learn patience. I guess I'll say that. And a lot of guys don't have very good patience when they get out. But what there are is a lot of veterans out there who started nonprofits, and the focus of the nonprofit is what worked for them, whether that's group therapy or psychedelic therapy or going to hyperbaric chambers to try to repair your brain health. I did 2 different psychedelics. There was first one was Ibogaine, which is about a 12-hour experience. It's like watching your entire life through a different perspective. And then you do what they call 5-MeO DMT. It's basically an ego death, and it is a death experience. It was the most intuitive experience that I've ever had, and when I came out of the death experience and
came back. I didn't need any of my meds anymore. I quit drinking. I was sober 2.5 years. I quit smoking cannabis. I quit a lot of things, and I was present with my family. It brings hope to all the guys that are getting out, that hear this. They hear the low points that these guys, including myself, went through, and they realize it's not impossible. It gives them hope.
I've been listening to you the last 4 days. It's all I've been listening to. I'm obsessed with the silence. Brennan, now you're at Logan. Right where he is.
It goes 1, 2, 3. Then we jump in the
I'm Refuse on
water.
Authorized account. If you enjoyed this, please subscribe and comment below
It's
some
just
topics
you
you'd like to see us cover.
and me and these oceans of blue that surround us. This blue that surrounds us now. I'm a baby boy. You're my best friend, Greg's dad. You, me, and Spray went on a jet ski group tour. You and I ditched the tour so we could be alone. Now you're the king of my body and I am the god of the ocean. I hope Greg's not upset that we totally ditched his fat ass, his tubby ass. But I'm tired of playing these crazy games with your emotions. You are an angel. I fucking love you. Greg's dad, Greg's dad, cool guy, sweet man, gentleman, yum 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 yum. Soft hair, kind eyes, sweaty back, thick thighs, great lips, fat hips, fucking angel. We make love in the air, oh we make love in, oh we make love, oh.
I've been listening to this album for the last, like, week, obsessively. And I picture an album. It's fucking, I mean, like, I picture the video. It's hilarious. The whole thing. I'm obsessed with that song. You should hear it on the album pretty soon. I mean, the live's fun. Did you, this whole album, I'm telling you, listen to the whole fucking album. The whole thing's got a storyline. I've been listening to it, and musical, I'm not a big musical comedy guy. I love music. I love comedy. I think they're always good separate. Pat Reagan is the best.
I disagree with Lean and Bloodhound Gang and all that shit. That's one of my favorite musical all along for this shit.
He's got it sounds like it's a real song. Then he just drops the bottom out of it. Starts fucking Grace Dad out of nowhere.
So dark.
One second he's with Ocean, you think it's maybe a girl that he's in love with. No, it's best friend Grace Dad. He's fucking all of a sudden in the middle of it. Talk about a left turn, huh?
Little Oshkosh, like halfway down into the second.
Adorable. So follow Pat Reagan. Guys, this is Kill Tony, and every week on Kill Tony we have a brand new patriot keeping us safe, a brand new head of security. This is actually the very first replacement patriot that we used. He was just on for a couple minutes, and but now he's back to be able to do a full thing, because normally he works the front bar at this town because we're completely liquored up. So he's got the night off. So put your hands together for him. It's Ryan Mervis.
But tonight, he is
The big gay biker patriot. Holy shit. Wow. You podcast listeners that don't watch the show are really missing out on this one. Holy shit. Put your hands together for him, everybody.
he really looks like that.
You might be wondering how many tens of thousands of dollars we spent on prosthetics to make him look like Will Ferrell on steroids. But no, that's just natural.
It's like a One Direction roadie.
The Patriot mask is almost even overkill at this point. I feel like it's taking away from even more.
No, this is great. It's like an anime.
Yeah. Wow. What'd you eat for dinner last night? How many?
Full slam.
Wow. Yeah. When's the last time you saw your ribs?
1987.
Wow. How old are you?
Patriot years or Patriot years?
I like that you did both. Welcome. Ryan Mervis is one of my funniest friends. Tonight he's wearing the mask. We've done mushrooms together. He's a great guy. Mervis is a positive guy. I once saw him when we were on mushrooms in South Fisher one night. He jumped like a 15-foot cliff. And only I saw it. And he didn't think anybody was watching. And I thought he was going to die. He exploded in the air. He did it, and I saw it. Like one of those crazy things where I'm like, that's impossible. But even you're like, you saw that? I know. What the fuck was that? I just thought I could do it, and I did it. It is pretty strange. But I'm glad that you made it. Did you get any food tonight? Oh, you ate ribs again tonight. Oh, okay. Wow, 2 days of ribs. Because that's what it takes to get that kind of physique, right? Let me ask you something. When you eat enough ribs, does the biker jacket just appear out of nowhere?
It comes Amazon Prime.
Really? You got that off Amazon Prime? Really? It doesn't look like it, because button. Whoa, you had to suck it in for that one. Yeah, just button one button. Just button one lower. That one right there. And let's just see if it stays closed for the whole show. I'm gonna see how long you can last. No, don't put two buttons. Okay, just one. Yeah, there you go. If I make you laugh once, that thing's just gonna go boom. Right? Alright, stop it. I'm excited to have you, Ryan Mervis.
Did you eat any of the food?
I didn't get a chance to yet, but I get a little easy before the show. Always jacked up on coffee and stuff, so I usually save it until after the show. You had something, right?
Yeah, it was delicious.
Delicious. They gave you a 4 turkey. We didn't give you
For half of it.
I love it. It was unbelievable, guys. We had an awesome meal from Elite Flame, at Elite Flame on Twitter. Chicken fennel and honey cooked salad. We also had slow roasted chicken breast over mixed greens. Travis, you should eat something that somebody like that can eat. Don't just eat ribs all the time. What's the healthiest thing you've eaten in the past? Just a cucumber. What were you dipping it in? Oh, you son of a bitch. You did it again. Guys, this is Josh, what episode number is this good again? Do you know? Yeah, who gives a fuck? This is the next episode, and guys, this is a really, really fun one. These guys have both been on before, two of my funniest friends in the world. One has an HBO 1 hour special that just came out, the other's doing some movies, Half Hour with Kevin Boston. Both of them have had specials out this year, and these are guys that I hang out with during the day and shit. These are two of my best friends. Put your hands together for Brody Stevens and Gerard Carmichael, everybody. These guys get it. They work in show business. Professionals. How lovely. Brody making a hell of an entrance on a podcast. Very cool. Man, look at how cozy. Gerard and I get lunch once a week. In fact, we went to a barbecue place. And yeah, JR's. JR's barbecue in Montecito. Well, we don't want people knowing where we are. Shady.
It's like Freddy's House of Cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might know that. Yeah, he's literally the old black guy.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, he's really cool.
Brody Stevens.
You got it. Push, believe, never forget. Let me just adjust my phone. I'm excited to be here. It was a nice moment that Gerard and I had in front of the crowd we embraced on a turbulent night in American history. So we're going to do a great show, and we're excited to be here. And it's always an honor to get invited back on Kill Tony. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the awkward moment. Thank you for letting a man who took a stand. I took a stand, and I was met with deafening silence. I'm excited. I feel really good about myself.
You guys ever worked on a stage or anything like that standing next to him? The Micro Patriot, Iron Meredith?
No, man. It's pretty intimidating. It's weird because it's like it's in the same room.
Yeah.
What are you, Sons of Iron Man? What's the, you got it, look it up. Add a JPEG to that statement, and you'll be satisfied.
I'm actually on hold for Tons of Iron Man.
Tons of Iron, I get it. It's a supplement joke.
Just gone with it. Anarchy.
I love it.
You gotta nail it.
Vegetarians, they take iron supplements.
What do you call them? Vegetarian?
Vegetarians.
Oh, I like that. Supplements, that's right.
I do it.
Iron. You got it.
Don't be deficient. Yes. Don't want to be. What a great night. Beautiful weather tonight. Let's be thankful for what we do have here in Los Angeles.
But I do like that Adam Brady meant something more than just, oh, hey, it's Brody. I forgot tonight was the...
Well, yeah, happy. People are a little on edge. Who knows what's going on? But, look, everyone's got their opinion. I want to keep it positive. I like people. Who knows what's going to happen?
No?
Awkward moment number 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, I just thought it was kind of fun. People are like...
You're talking about Ferguson.
Yeah. The freeway's shut down. They're down on La Brea. I don't know what's going to happen, but
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, that's what I read on Twitter. But I'm out doing the show. I'm not going to stay home. I'm going to get it done. What do you think about that?
That's right.
There it is.
It's a special Ferguson episode. It's almost like we're bringing everybody together, and that's why we have the,
But here's the deal. One thing. Twitter, we can't really be funny tonight. It's like got to be careful. Here, we can have some fun. So we'll blow off some steam, hopefully. But,
Yeah.
Gerard, it's your call. It's your show tonight.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
All right, I'll think about it. I think we're ready to end, right?
We're professionals.
Yeah.
every week our Patriot asks our guests a question. Nikki, Micro Patriot, what do you got for us?
Stephen Brody Stevens.
Yes.
Got a question for you.
Okay.
You were in The Hangover, dude. You were on the most recent Sunday Night Oddball Festival tour. You had the
actually pretty cool backstage at these amphitheaters. The food is very good. It's nice. They take a lot of preparation. It's a full-time gig, feeding Blink 182, Jimmy Buffett, and then Louis C.K. and myself. And I would say the food was pretty consistent. I mean, everyone was right on par. It was all solid. Gerard was on a bunch of the shows. What did you think about the food?
It was cool.
I mean, it wasn't amazing,
It was fine.
but it was good. I think it was good enough.
It's fun because all the amphitheaters, I mean, this is also because of the necessity, like, all the amphitheaters are kind of in the middle of nowhere, so for an only acting,
Right.
type of thing, yeah, it's great.
But they would have chicken dishes. There'd always be
Wait, why do you gotta bring up chicken first?
Why? Chicken's healthy.
For sure.
There's good. I enjoyed the food. I know you, but it really made it's kind of cool. All the amphitheaters they are pretty much they blend in together. To be honest, but you make it what it is. You meet good people. Comedy's a fun. It's fun out there. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, great question, KJ. That was for Brody. Good question.
Was it good? I think I answered it okay.
Yeah, it was very good. That was a great answer.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's really first world problems saying that all the amphitheaters really blend in the end, but
Well, they do.
I get it. I understand. I really do.
It's kind of fun going to those things. I'm glad I did it.
Kind of fun.
Yeah.
20,000 people or whatever.
It's cool.
You loved it. You've done it 2 years in a row. You're like the only guy that did
I
it.
appreciate it, but I'll tell you what. I wanted to make that thing a little more special, and I felt like, last year when you had Dave Chappelle on all the shows, it was really magical. There was that moment. Is he going to show up? Is he going to be here? Who knows what's happening? This year was more just kind of solid stand-up, joke, joke, joke. I wanted to create. I try to push some moments, but it's kind of hard to, But I had a great time with Smurf. Wonderful.
Smurfing.
Jesus, Tony.
Smurfing. What's your question for Gerard?
Okay.
Gerard, when you were filming your 1-hour special for Rachel, you had a special director. Spike Lee. When you first met Spike Lee, what was the reaction? Did you guys hit it off immediately? Were you best friends? Like you know each other forever?
No, we he's really cool. I've enjoyed him. He's great. He's brought a lot. Yeah, I mean the first reaction was just it was like, oh, he called me and then I made a joke about gentrification that they were, and then it was just kind of cool for me. It's just like he was really a serious guy, and he was great.
He's super serious, so he directs comedy, right?
So direct comedy shows, yeah, exactly, yeah. The show Gandhi thing, Show Gandhi. I like that. You guys know all the videos. Good videos. Thank you, Adrian.
Great question.
That was a great question. Am I going to stay low? What's the deal with it?
It's just you want more?
I'd like to get a little more.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's just weird because usually it's like you talk about Spike Lee on like a 30 minute. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It just feels like weird. It's just like, oh man, if you bring up Spike Lee, then I gotta keep going on.
Right.
You don't have that kind of time.
That was a sensitive question. I wouldn't have brought it up. But Spike Lee is a big sports fan.
He's a big,
Let's focus on that.
yeah,
Big
so
fan.
I love it. Ferguson's a thing.
Well, yeah. But we're here for things. Good questions, good stuff, Tony. I'm excited. Welcome to Kill Tony,
There you
episode
go, yeah.
64.
What
number is
took
it?
the words right out of my mouth.
What number is it?
It's like I'm pretty sure it's 80, but Josh stopped counting at some point. So fuck it. They'll figure it out whenever it comes out. So let's do it. Over 30 comedians signed up for the chance to do 1 minute on stage. After they do 1 minute on stage, talking about anything. You don't necessarily have to even talk about what they talk about. You can just talk about anything. They go from being a comedian for 60 seconds to a podcaster for however long they decide. They know their 60 seconds is up when you hear that sound of a kitty.
Oh.
Cute. Adorable, right? That means wrap it up. Or else we're going to bring out the angry Hollywood bear.
it, Tony.
Ready or what?
Into the bucket.
This is where the magic happens.
He's wearing a sweater.
A lot of stuff happens before the main frame of the show.
Got a good. Tony's looking good. Here we go. He's got the name.
Here he's gonna. I know this young man. Funny guy. Stretch SHP.
Stretch SHP.
Someone hit the mic. There you go.
That's not your fault.
All right, put your hands together for Stretch SHP, everybody.
Yes, you got it.
How's it going, everybody? Glad to be here.
Let's see. I just recently had a baby. I'm breastfeeding. Breast milk is the best milk. Dave, a friend of mine, do you guys know how much formula costs these days? I don't. Never thought it. And we're very lucky. She's overproducing, so we're starting to stockpile milk in the freezer. I'm proud, happy dad, and he's like, "This baby is my son." My dad said, "But the next drug dealer could be like, we need to flip this breast." So, you know what I mean? We need to get this money. It's 100% profit right there. Cut it with water, 200% profit. Every time I open my freezer, I just see little baby blips of breast milk. Like a scene from The Wire. With the Walter White looks like pure gold.
Fuck yeah, nailed it. Talking about his voice. Stretch SHP. You had a kid, huh?
Yeah.
Holy shit. How's the baby?
Yeah. Congratulations. That was the big thing for me. I was like, oh man, congratulations.
Great.
Oh boy. Baby named Royal.
Royal? I like that. That's impactful shit.
Yeah.
Named after St. Lucie Royal?
That
Named after the Lord said sing in 2013.
was it.
Thanks.
What's the middle?
Sinclair. Royal Sinclair.
Damn. What's the last name?
Smith Connor.
God damn, that's a name, man.
Yeah.
Say it all together.
Yeah.
Royal Sinclair Smith Connor.
Now 5 times real fast.
Holy shit.
That's a big name.
Yeah, it's a big name. He's got big shoes to fill. Like, I mean, you better hope he's something good or else.
Yeah.
That'll be weird.
Yeah.
He'll get butt fucked in prison.
Oh, Tony, gotta keep it clean.
That's what I'm saying.
But he does have the name of like a ring and everything. He got nominated and shown into that.
The Royal Rec Center.
The Royal, like the rec center. So he's gonna donate a rec center.
I love that. So you're
Hopefully my parents and me will go out on that.
no, of course.
Can I tell you, everything is just weird today.
Yeah.
Everything's just a black dude in a hoodie. First comment, it's like, what's up? It's like, god damn, this is like a rally. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's just a little weird. I'm sorry.
And I brought him up to a Fergie song.
So, oh, yeah.
Oh, Brian, I get the cheap
Jesus.
shot.
That's short for Ferguson.
Spelled it out. For all the listeners.
Right.
Oh, I got it. Did you taste your wife's breast milk? You said it's the best milk, and I kind of thought you were going to go
It
there.
took me a while to do it, but yeah, I finally did.
Is it better cold?
My son likes it cold.
Yeah.
How do you mean you tried it straight out of the boot?
I did not try it straight out of the boot.
Is anything like does it leak or anything accidentally? Have you grabbed it? How does that work?
We've had sex and it kind of leaks and it's
Makes her squirt, huh? Fuck yeah.
I got to keep it clean, but
I don't.
Stretch, right?
Yeah.
I like your style. I like the shoes. I like the hoodie. I like the whole thing. The beard. My 2 points of what I notice, not a material thing necessarily. I would say like your way you hold the mic. I would say like gotta see your face a little bit, or I would say you just like enunciate a little more. You'll speak up a little more, just a little. That's my only thing. I feel like you got good style, but you shouldn't eat the mic so much. I would feel like I'd like to see a little more. Am I wrong? No. Okay, great. Thanks. No, but you know what I'm saying. Like you're comedian. I feel like if you're, you gotta unless. We're not saying the jokes are bad, but I'm saying I gotta see a little more command.
Yeah.
But you did watch him from behind. That's why you didn't see his face. I'm looking at the mic technique. Okay, I'm the bad guy. But look at your rug. It's clear. It's not. I'm not. I like I said. I like the style. I like the vibe. I'm just saying, like, that's maybe I'm wrong, but
No, what I mean, yeah.
I think it's
right.
sound system probably needs some stuff, right?
Well, the sound system's not that great. Let's be honest. So I'm nitpicking, but like I said, I like everything else. The dressing room stuff. That's a great department.
Yeah, good on
I'm
the
more on
way.
style. Look, you got Air Force Ones. You get it. The hoodie. I'm wearing a hoodie. Beard. I have a beard. That's positive energy.
That was like brother Steve.
Stretch a little bit of style. Anything else with your rug?
That was really good, man. I like that. Congratulations. Congratulations.
You say anything about that Navy shit? Like, people can relate to that. It's probably like the most Navy hat in the room. In all of comedies. I mean, other places have been really traditional. Fuck yeah. Great. Good job. Nice take on Brett's note.
You got it.
One of the Brett sets so far tonight.
It's good stuff. Father figure. That's a big deal. You know, it does change perspective. You know, I have a kid, and you know, putting him through school. It's not easy. You know, I got to pay for that.
Yeah. What's the story with him?
He's been a brat recently.
Yeah.
So my ex is giving me a hard time. I gotta like discipline him.
What'd you do?
I got a switch.
Whoa.
Oh, is that? I don't even know what I can say.
No, you can say anything. What are you mad about?
That's not a Ferguson joke. That's an Adrian Peterson joke.
Anything that you
No, you know what was most fun about that?
Ferguson.
You know what's most fun about that? I don't have a kid, and Tony didn't deny he let me play. It really felt fun to like talk about me having a kid and my ex. There's no such thing.
Yeah, that's why I jumped out of it, because I was like, I was surprised Wednesday night when we had a kid. So I was like, I'm so big you had a kid. Yeah.
So that's a surprise. That's what I did.
Yeah. Fun to,
that was fun. Thank you for playing along.
Fun to play like that. Fergus actually did have a kid recently, right?
Oh.
He's jumping out of
So who's gonna pull out? We're gonna rotate on who pulls the names
If
out.
you want to, if you'd like to pull a name out,
I'd like
I'll
to,
let
but
you.
we can rotate.
Yeah, politely.
Okay.
I mean, that's not really a thing. I normally pull a name out.
I know, but I did a lot. I think it's a nice
Go right
variety.
ahead. Go stick your hand in there.
Thank you.
I love it.
Stick my hand in
Fuck
there.
yeah. I get it.
Okay, here we go. I have the name. I have the slip of paper. Okay, we have the name Drew Beth. Good interview already.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me, guys. I found this out the other day. Did you guys know that there is no tickling allowed in the UFC? That's the rule. You know what that means is that there used to be tickling in the UFC, and they had to get rid of it forever. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall today. The tickling has to be banned, right? Like some dude just sits in the street, neckle, and he's just like, I just gotta freaking. Come on, Steve, what are you doing? That's the third time this week. No, put in the rule book. I don't care. Make it number one. I'm just kidding. Which, when you think about it, is a missed opportunity on behalf of the UFC, right? Like, I would have liked to see tickling not only allowed, but encouraged. I'd watch that, right?
Coming to the ring, this man has a third-degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You guys are leaving me hanging on this one. Standing at 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing 182 pounds from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, George, the French tickler, St. Pierre. And he just explosions and he comes out. He's like, oh. Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
There he is. Drew Beth. Is it Deem or Beth?
Name.
Deem?
It rhymes with name.
Name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Where are you from?
Canada.
So, okay, you're from Canada. I sort of,
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Almost 7 years.
Smoke pot today.
Yes.
Okay. I think you're a good performer. You're good. That bit, the tickler bit.
Yes.
You wrote that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, because it's good. You got it. I'm not accusing. I like what you're bringing to the stage. I'm gonna get back. Tony, go ahead, take it from here.
Well, what were you saying?
Yeah, I know. good. It's very fleshed out. Maybe but I guess that's anybody could show up here, right? It's not just that's not like an open mic. That's like a good bit, is what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying okay. We're just trying to make sure. It sounds like you're like accusing them of something.
I'm not accusing anyone. No, because it's like an open mic kind. I'm thinking like that bit's so good.
That's not new shit.
Well, he's been doing it for 7 years. We're at
all right. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
All right.
You can definitely tell it was like something that you wrote.
I'm getting there.
You still live in Edmonton, or you live here?
Yeah, I live in Edmonton. Yeah, I was just visiting for a couple weeks.
Rick Bronson.
Yeah, I saw you there for lunchtime.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah. Fun, yeah. You know, it's funny because you said, go for it, brother.
My shoes, I know.
Got
DC shoes. It's good. Rob here
shoes are
from Ridiculousness. I support these.
Okay.
Nice.
What were you saying, Jim?
No, it was funny. No, it's just funny how like certain words that you say get like a laugh. Like when you said like hoochie coo, it's just a funny word.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's just like it just made me realize how like just certain sounds and stuff like that, like hoochie coo, is just an adult now. So like
Yeah.
Sounds good. Do you watch the UFC?
I do.
You're a fan.
Yeah. And I know you guys are like super in. That's not a real world though. You can still tickle. You can. Well, I talk about it all the time on the Joe Rogan podcast about how they tickle each other and it's really good when they win.
so they do?
You can tickle it.
Okay.
It's not
There's a tickle bit.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I've been talking about. I talked about this actually on the stage with you.
Wow.
But you did a really good job putting it all together, way better than I did. You have. But the Gucci Coup thing in particular is really good. But yeah, I think the people that will attract like the UFC nerds, I think they're immediately going to go, no, that's not a real rule. Yeah, maybe say they're. I've never had anybody say that to me. I think you're fine. I'm just saying that bit. Like if you want to, I probably heard the tickling and just like raise my antlers a little bit. I know Brian's taking the tickling when you're down. He touches you and tries to tickle you. So it's just a lot of tickle stuff, but I think you're doing the right thing. You're good. Just keep doing it. I have nothing else to add other than like, the tickle stuff.
What else do you talk about?
Mainly, like on stage? Yeah. I don't know, lots of stuff. Weed.
You got a good accent. Are you from like France?
No, from Canada.
You seem like the South Park like version of the
like, hey, buddy, don't call me a pal, guys.
you're split right down the middle.
Sort of, I guess. Do you know about striking the oil? It's actually a thing you can add to it. Striking the oil is actually another legal move where you're actually allowed to stick your finger in the guy's butt. Shut up.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let me ask another question. Other than just stand up. So you live here in Los Angeles? No, I'm just visiting. Oh, you're visiting?
Yeah.
And I think what do you work up in Canada all over? Yeah. All right, you're good. Just keep doing it. There's no secret. I can't change the world. What you said, what am I supposed to do?
Keep talking instead of dismissing them at the very end.
What do you mean?
It sounds like you're baiting them. It sounds like you're baiting them.
You did a good job. Good on with your life. What am I, police officer?
That's the story of you. You're done here.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
We're not.
I said, what are you doing here? Let's hang. What are you visiting? What have you seen so far?
And then you said,
do audience warm up at midnight when Ron Funky would be home to Ron. There you go. Positive energy. You make me drop the stick. I play you, Tony. Aggressive.
you got it.
But it sounds like you're trying to get information from people. Like you're just like, all right, you still live in Canada. Your mother's maiden name is Smith. I've got all I need. And you just drop.
Well, I felt pressure from Tony a little bit, but I didn't want to like come down hard on you on the tickler bit. I thought you did a great job, but I just had to get my head clear. I realized this show's very popular. Everybody shows up, so thank you for being here. What's your name again? Drew. Thank you. Welcome to Los Angeles.
Drew Babe, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
He's on Twitter at Drew Babe. That's BEHM, all one word, Drew Babe. You got it. Get on with your life.
He's doing good.
I know. But we're talking to him.
Dr. Drew, everyone's got an issue.
You got it. All right. Just watch the big plane, I guess.
You want to pull the name?
Yeah,
ready.
We have a whole thing that goes on here that
Then we'll flip.
every week when you're not here.
Yeah, and I don't change. Why? So you're telling me I should change the way I am?
Tony doesn't like sharing, all right?
Who likes when I call today? We switch it up.
They're always going to clap. They're a positive audience.
They didn't all clap. I got half of them. Enough
like I've wanted to kick cats out of the second-story window of an apartment as well. I don't want to sound like a total monster, but I have the same policy about prying children. I think a good mother should tell her, if you don't shut up, I'm going to send you to live with your father. Obviously, you can't send kids to jail, but you can teach them how to make shoes and send them to Malaysia. My name's Ian Ellis. I'll let you know. Yeah, there he is. 57 seconds. Brody, you were talking during that. What do you want to...
I was just hearing some offensive topics. Kicking a cat out of a window. Abusing an animal? No.
I didn't say it was a black cat.
Right. Oh, this guy's good. You know what? I like your energy. I like your personality. I like your demeanor. The material's a little dark, but it fits you. It fits you. And you're from Chicago? I'm gonna be there in a couple weeks. You wanna watch me do some shows? No, you're a good guy. I like your T-shirt, and keep doing what you're doing. God bless. And welcome to Los Angeles.
That's the style point. There you go. The style judge, Brody Stevens.
Yeah. You got like a weird inflection on your voice. It's really weird. It never lands. It's always kind of it always kind of sounds like a question. You know what I mean? Like even punchline. I mean, that's a really technical. It's just something I heard about you. It was just so I kicked a cat out of a window, and it's like, wait, is that? You know what I mean? Like it's just really weird.
Very questioning.
It's very so that was
Were you raised in the south side of Chicago? I'm actually usually in Colorado. The mean streets of Colorado? What are we talking about here? We're out in Colorado. So how old were you when you moved?
16.
Great, so you're from Chicago.
cool.
Where'd you grow up in Chicago?
Do you have all the information you need?
No.
I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, like Plainfield, Bolingbrook. You a fan of hip hop? You have the Wu-Tang shirt on.
The cat and the dog thing falls under that, half the people here have cats and dogs in the audience. So unless it's crazy and hilarious, all these people are probably like, man, dude, he really hates dogs, so he's, smacking cats out the windows and shit. So I don't know, I mean, do you have a left? Do you really hate pets or animals that much?
Cat and dog. No,
But you know what?
What happened to the dog?
Whoa,
I'll tell you what.
hatred is in the house.
Here's the deal. His character, it's like the whole Michael Myers thing. I think you play it up. He's like a menacing guy. So if you're gonna do the dog, I say keep doing it. That's what I'm saying. Like that kind of joke fits you. Now if somebody else, the guy before you, he's into killing the dog joke or whatever. No, you it fits you. It can be a character thing. Yeah, you're taking a chance, but I think it can fit your demeanor. I think if you're gonna you have the right look to pull that off.
You're saying I look like a serial killer.
Whatever, but you're kind of like menacing, but not in a bad way. It's kind of like I said, like a Jason, like a Michael Myers, like one of those deals. But in a good way, because you're doing comedy. So I say keep doing those dark jokes.
It's just funny when he wants you to say you're like a Carlin or like a Brian, when you're like a Jason or Michael Myers or a Hannibal, if Hannibal Lecter, a real, you'll murder, but not in the way you want to.
You got it.
Yes, that's Kill Tony, folks.
You're like a comedian Chucky doll. Go about your way. But yeah. How long you been in stand-up?
2007.
2007. You started in Chicago. You live here. How long you been doing it here?
This is the first time I've been up in a month, and it's a lot of fun.
Wow. You don't go up other places?
I've been trying to get out, actually.
Other places?
Does this place a lot?
Well, I get out 2 or 3 times a week, and
Can you not? You can't get on board.
I wouldn't necessarily want to find when I can
Yeah.
afford a ride.
Can I ask you a question? You were living in Chicago most recently.
Yeah.
Then what made you want to come out to Los Angeles?
The industry out there.
How long were you in Chicago doing stand-up?
About 5 years.
Okay.
a plan. Just go to
a local bar that's near you. They probably would love to have a comedy night. Awesome. Set your own shit up. Fucking advertise. Start your own shit by where you live, where you can just go across the street. Make it as easy as possible, but make sure you go up, because the more you go up, the more you're actually going to become a comic. This once a month shit, that's like you're not a comic.
Well, you just moved out here, but I will say something to the Mag that you gotta like public speak. I was a tour guide at Radio City Music Hall for a year and a half. I sold T-shirts for NBA basketball games. You just gotta want to talk, get out there. That's why podcasting like this is a good thing. So where did I go with that? I don't know, but keep doing what you do. Yeah, you gotta want it. I think you want it. You moved out here and you're figuring it out. Keep do the dark stuff.
Yeah.
You got it right.
I got it. Tag it though.
Tag it. Yeah, right. Go that route.
If you're gonna go that route, then you gotta own it all the way. You can't put
Are you
one
comfortable?
dad joke and then one cat joke and then one Malaysia.
Are you comfortable with doing those kind of jokes?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'll write you some more. Okay. No, I got a lot of.
Yeah, but why is one shoe dirty and one shoe clean? It's bothering me so bad. I can't figure out what horse do you pick every day on your way out.
I was in Runyon Canyon yesterday.
Just one shoe on? What the fuck? Why is the other one so clean? You have one dusty, looks like it was a Runyon, and the other one's perfect.
Takes boots into Runyon Canyon. That's like an interesting thing. I have my boots.
Are those boots or are those like
Regular shoes.
They're regular shoes? Wow, look at those. Those look like boots. I had a feeling. They look like boots, but then it's just they're like little short dudes. Your bootsies. Little baby bootsies. Hashtag baby bootsies. That's what number episode this is. It's Still Tony, the baby bootsies.
There you go, from Kicking Cats. He went back to it. Yeah. Good.
Wow, there you go. There's the callback. I mean, I put the horse thing 3 minutes ago, but pretty quick, kid.
Good. Really confident, man. Like, really confident. Really well. Keep going with me and all the guys. Really.
Yeah, you're so great. I love you, Ian. And Ian Ellis is also the guy that is amazing artist. Follow him on Twitter and Instagram at Chicago Urban Mike. He's made the coolest banner. You wouldn't even believe it.
Oh, he's an artist?
An amazing artist. Probably my favorite artist.
That's cool.
Like he really draws the shirts.
I have no talent in terms of that stuff.
I know, me neither. It's amazing. I always ask every guest a question, the same question. I can't remember whether I've asked you guys this or not, but anything you did when you first started out with stand-up that you're embarrassed you ever did, or you can't believe you ever did when you were starting out? Something silly? Maybe a joke, something stupid?
I can talk. Would you like to go first? No, you go first. Something stupid that I did early on?
That you can't believe you did. Yeah, something silly.
Something silly. I can't believe I did that.
How about you, Herbert?
No, thanks for moving on, Tony. I mean, you spring this question on me. It's like, this is your life. Go ahead, Herbert.
I used to try to play the mandolin. I can play the mandolin.
It's like a ukulele. It's like a ukulele. You're a real hippie, huh? You know how to play the mandolin. That's like the Jedi level of hippie. Most hippies, they take it easy. They just get some silly drum and stand in a circle. The mandolin's got fucking rhythm.
When's the last time you had crack?
No, I'm all shaved up.
I'll say, have you ever had crack? Tony, what's the question again? I don't think you are. Have you ever had crack?
It's anything silly you did when you first started out.
I'm trying to think of silly, like, I can think of mistakes, but not like, I can think of mistakes. I'll give you one example. The first time, and it's kind of weird. The first time I ever did a real comedy show, it was like a bringer show. I took a workshop at UCLA. This was after college, 1993. So the summer of '93. We took a workshop, and Pauly Shore's sister taught the class. Sandy C. Shore. And so I would go to UCLA every week, drive out from the Valley, from Tarzana, to see if I liked comedy, and so do my 2 minutes at UCLA. And I got excited, and I would do the class, and then after I would drive down Sunset, I'd look at the comedy store, and go see. It was just intimidating to come by here. But about 6 weeks later, anyway,
Chatsworth, not far away from Mission Hills. Right there, my open mic. And I knew, like, you know what? LA's not a good place to start. There was desperation in the air. I went back to UCLA and took a business and comedy class. And then I wanted to get on stage with this guy. He said, if you want to do comedy, get out of LA. And so I went to Seattle after graduating.
Yeah, there.
You got it.
That
Working
story.
an egg for 2 years straight. Oh, I know what I did. We'll edit that one out.
No, that was great. That was great.
It was nice. It was like, you know,
Triumphant story.
thank you, bro. You know, keep at it. Push hard. You know, do it.
Yeah.
I did it after.
Yeah, what was it like when you graduated from comedy classes, Rock?
Oh, how dare you, Tony? I took a nap.
No, after Chris Brown, the Chris Brown Rihanna thing, this is not dark story. I had an idea at the improv open mic. I wanted to go up and pretend to do the Chris Brown apology movement, and real performance artist shit.
Yeah.
I got like Willie to hold like cue cards. Pretending to read off of it, I would like dance to the mic. It was like really crazy. This is something you like, yeah,
I actually have one more, and I'm sorry. I was downstairs.
When you went to get your master's degree in comedy?
All right, is that what this is turning into? So maybe about 8 years ago, I was downstairs in the original room, and I remember some girl yelled at me. Her name was, I did a Jerry Jewell reference, you know, from Facts of Life. Playa. Nobody knows who she is? Jerry Jewell? Nobody. Oh, great. Jesus. I did it. All right, so I did an impression of somebody.
This was an old joke 8 years ago.
All right, what is it, Grandpa Brody night? It was a really awkward moment. You asked for it. It stopped the whole show. It stopped it. She was that upset. I made a grown woman with cerebral palsy cry.
Oh, my goodness.
That's aggressive.
Wow.
You got it. I'll snap. I'm demonic. You got it. Let's pull a name out of the bucket.
You use that you got it like a piece of ginger between sushi bites. Like it's supposed to like clean the slate that you've built.
But there's another thing. On my last
we don't
special,
forget what you just
I
said.
said you got it like 30 times on my half-hour special. That's embarrassing too. To repeat yourself when you think you work. You got it. All right, here we go. You go. You pull a name. It's your turn. I think it's I pulled out Ellis, so you're not.
Okay. You don't want to keep going?
no, I'm cool.
And tonight we found out Gerard can't read everybody.
Oh, that's racist. That's crossing the line big time, Tony. Oh my God.
When in Rome, you gotta say the joke.
Oh my God. I put it right there. You know what it is.
Serve me a big beach ball of setup there. Your hands together for Rashid.
Ooh, good names. Rashid Stevens. Yeah. Rashid, yeah. A couple piece.
Growing up, I had like some really big fears. Some of my big fears in life are kind of hidden a little bit. One of those big fears were dying, just the thought of dying. You know, witnessed the resurrection by Tupac. One of the greatest fears. One of the other fears were of this bully in my neighborhood. Bully's really was crazy, man. Her name was Ace, man. She was 6 feet tall. She wore nothing. Ace was not gay. Specified as Ace. My fears are more specific now. I have more specific fears. Like I'm terrified of dying of a stereotype. I remember I was out with this girl. We had a kid time. I was in the last night of babysitter stepfather. Like the best stepfather. And I remember the overly-tightness, so I choked her. And I'm thinking it's gonna be my last moment. So I think like, God, please don't let me die with speaking blood in my mouth, man. All these white people, man. I didn't want to perpetuate those stereotypes.
Yeah. Good. Do you
more confident as the set went on. I felt like you got more confident into it. I feel like you got like a good flow. Like you got an interesting like a flow. And I don't know about point of view yet. I mean maybe, but you got something that's a little different. You know, you got your voice is interesting, and I think it's something that you just keep doing it. You just got to keep. But you have something there. See, that's nothing. A year's nothing. I started 2 years ago in Atlanta, but only did 2 weeks.
Atlanta's scary, right?
Yeah, it was.
They say that's a scary place to start.
Oh, really? Why is it scary?
Well, I'll tell you, because, and especially for a black comedian in Atlanta, because the clubs there, they have these theme nights where the crowd service really fucks with you. And I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna love this, Sherrod. I'm about to blow your fucking mind. You're gonna dig this the most. Ready? One night
This is
there.
gonna make me mad, isn't it?
Yeah, you're gonna love it. One night there, like Tuesday nights, we'll say, and Cheese night, where if a comedian who don't, I mean, this is like their real show too, real stand-up shows. Like on Cheese night, the second a comedian loses your attention, you're allowed to take out your keys and start jingling them slightly. And so, like, it'll start with some people, and then it'll take over, and some comedians, like, are just dying on stage, and everybody in the room is jingling their keys. And there's always this thing that makes you want to quit.
Why the fuck is this that? Yeah.
What's the main club in Atlanta? Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Atlanta is where a lot of monsters come from.
That was the thing that kind of made me, but stuff like that. Like
Look at the shirt. It's coming undone.
Yes.
Oh.
Gotta tighten it up there. Tighten it up.
The button's undone. Oh, yours came out at some point. I remember this. That button didn't last very long at all. But yeah, you want me to look at the size of your belly button. Jesus Christ. What lands in there? Like what type of spaceship? That looks like that part of the Death Star that like the Emperor pulls into.
Does you watch what you eat?
Yeah, he watches it go down his throat.
Oh, Tony, that's an aggressive statement.
Watch what you eat. Look at him. Come on.
Why isn't this?
Okay.
I've been getting all day. I've lost some weight.
But yeah, cocaine, everybody.
Dude, if it was just cocaine, I would be so skinny.
It's true.
Hey, everybody.
But yeah. What was up with the buttons? Is that a thing that you normally do? You just let the buttons go and like a. Oh, how old are you? Young. What were you doing before stand-up? Holy shit. In Georgia?
Where's that? John Jacksonville? Wait. Yeah. Jacksonville, Alabama, not Jacksonville, Florida? There's one in North Carolina also. Camp Lejeune military base. It's all over. There's a lot of Jacks.
It's really cool because you have like that look like how I'm casting a movie for like a football team in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
you'd be like the triumphant quarterback who like, you know, like mom was on drugs and then still played despite it. Was like, coach, I want to be somebody. Yeah, he would have fucking destroyed that shit.
You were a wide receiver. You got it. All right, free safety. You get the hit guy. You stay in the back and you help out.
Despite what his foster mom said about him playing free safety, when she said, I'm sorry, I'm just making up your life story. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm right. That's what I'm working on. That's what I got.
You played for 2 years?
I played 2 years and I had COVID the last 1 year. Just finished college.
Did you ever get a concussion?
Several. I got 14.
You got 14 concussions?
14 concussions. I got shot in the whole my career.
Is that a normal number? Like, what's the normal?
Well, you know, they just start taking like they just start documenting when people get concussions like 4 years ago. So I had been playing like 4 years ago, so documentation
Holy
like
shit.
it wasn't around. So they made it like a tragedy.
Good thing this show's a podcast. You'll be able to remember what happened here tonight.
A lifetime story.
14 concussions. That's gotta mess you up sometimes. Huh? Do you ever notice it fucking with you?
let's keep it positive. It's in the news. He's dealing with it. You can probably talk about it. I've been through a lot more, make it a part of your act, but it's all about positivity.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to obviously clearly get at here is that he should be talking about his experience as a football player, that it's possible and a good time to do it. He can get away with it if he was a football player.
I think
Not because you're black.
I think you'd be great on stage. You're very comfortable on stage. I think you should just keep on doing it. You'll be very successful on stage.
Is Steven your real last name?
Yes, Steve.
Oh,
yeah. I adopted him.
You guys are related.
Yeah. Why did that not get a laugh? I mean, are you that sensitive, audience? My stage name is Stevens. His last name's Stevens. I adopted him. But you're two looking to be offended on something very funny. And my feelings are hurt.
That's true. Brody Stevens is just a stage name, right?
Why are you Mr. Negative? It's not a stage name. It's real.
You just said that. You said your stage name is Brody Stevens.
I talk about positive stuff, Tony. I talk about concussions and mixing up cereals.
Will you tell the crowd what your real name is?
Stephen Brody Stevens. Everyone calls me Brody. I keep it positive.
Yeah,
good job, son.
Keeping it positive, Brody.
I'm proud of you. Let's do a DNA test. Welcome to Maury Povich. And why are we not laughing? Because he's African American? Stop it. Positive push. You got it.
Big Patriot. What's your take on Rashid here?
15-minute segment?
Very normal on stage. Oh, I'd say definitely talk about
There you go.
Well, that's what I said.
Actually, that's what I said. You said you were trying to keep it positive.
Oh, my. Tony, let me pull the name out.
No, I'm pulling it.
Why are you pulling it? Give it to me. Give Rashad a nice hit. Rashad
Stevens.
Let's get this thing going and talk about positivity.
You don't have positivity is boring, Brody.
It isn't. It helps me.
You don't have Twitter, Rashid?
I'm booking things on positive. You got a show tomorrow.
You don't have Twitter?
Positive. It does work. Why am I doing a show for the Boston Red Sox owner? I just spent $200 million on guys. All right, here we go.
How much is he paying for you?
You son of a bitch. Stop talking to me that way. It's a rib dinner in Brentwood. All right. Oh, nervous, got excited. Okay, here we go. I think I got this name properly. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, the name I pulled out, his name is Jonathan, and his last name is Tumblin. Yeah, what's up? What's that? What's up, Brody? What it do, Brody? What it do?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? This is a weird ass thing. This is weird. I'm gonna keep it weird. Yo, when I was in the military, I almost gave a white friend of mine the pass to say the N-word because he helped me out of a life or death situation. I felt I was in Biloxi, Mississippi, at the tech school, and this racist ass dude, he kind of looked like Herm right now, ain't gonna lie. He was like, "Hey, I didn't know they still let monkeys in the military." And then my homeboy, he was like, "Hey, man, sir, we fly doing closer. Show some respect." And I was like, "You know what, Will? You my nigga." And I was like, he was like, "Wait, Jonathan, I don't want to offend you." I said, "You say it. You say it." Until we had a house party at his house, and I was helping him clean up. And he pulls out a broom, and he's like, "Hey, my nigga, you want to sweep that corner up with me?" I'm gonna beat your ass in the fucking fucking room. Tell me what to do. That's it, man. That's all I got.
That's funny. Jonathan, you've been doing stand-up a while. I remember you from some of the original movies, right?
I started from the bottom.
That's right. Kill Tony 1, Jonathan Steven is there. And I can tell a blatant difference, like a blatant improvement. You've been doing a lot of spots, right? You've been out here for like, what, a year and a half, 2 years?
Well, I've been on the comedy thing like 2 years.
Right.
I turned into a valley comic when I was going through that.
Shit. You guys gotta, I'm telling you, this is not an option. Being a valley comedian is not an option, guys. It goes for everybody, not just you, Jonathan. You have to do whatever it takes to get your ass to this festival. Brody will tell you differently, but you were born and raised here, and that means that's known to you. But if you come here and you're not at home, you gotta be on this side of the head to get shit.
Yeah, it's like the valley of death. It's like, this is shit.
Exactly. Brody, you were born and raised
this is the major leagues. I just feel like if you're here, you might as well go for it. But I always tell people like go to a Chicago, spend as much time as visit here, but to like really grind it out here, it's it's hard in LA. I think to grind it out in New York, you're gonna get more real stuff. To grind it out in Chicago, I think you can get on stage, but out here, it's the big leagues. It's you got to be all in or just go to play those smaller markets. Does that make
You been getting any gigs or anything? Things working out for you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I've been. Which one? My turn.
No, I dig gigs. I have a few relationships with actors. Anybody having you open for them yet or anything?
Oh.
Well, you have to set me up. Take Jonathan on the road.
Oh yeah, there it is.
I wouldn't do that.
I never want to discourage somebody and say they can't make it coming straight here, but I'm always gonna say to somebody, go out on the road, move out of Los Angeles until they're asking you to come here, or your mom owns a condo in Tarzana. Then you can come back.
That's a weird approach.
My mother does. Lives around Latin.
It's an interesting thing, and you were always very early on. You were a mentor to me, really.
Early on, not anymore. Okay, here we go.
No, but from very early on,
right.
You were a mentor, and you always told me that, and that happens organically. When you're broke and you live in LA and you're trying to do comedy, it's really hard to just. It's so hard to book gigs on the road.
Right.
But that'll eventually. In the meat. This is my advice for everyone. I'm not being successful, but really in the meat.
Yeah. There's a word in this industry. It's up to you how strong your instinct is. Like in LA, I think sort of your industry. I think we really like I ignored industry like for the first couple of years. I just take one or English and take one or English. Like for me, like you at some point you have to be doing it not as a career. Which being in Chicago helps me and whatever, but it's knowing yourself. Like if you're able to come to LA and completely ignore industry, because we say industry's here, but also industry wasn't at the Sunset Grill. You know what I mean? Like when we were just working up, they're like industry's not there while we're working.
South, so we were performing in front of Miss Breadstick.
Yeah, not even new South, like old South on the Brea. Like why do we sound like our grandmothers?
We just performed for Breadstick.
This is like 2009. but look at like if you can ignore the industry, I think LA is great. Like you can still get up, and it's there for you. But it depends on what your ambitions are and what. Yeah. But don't you think the crowds are better, like for like a beginning level in say like a Portland or a Seattle or Chicago or well, that's why knowing yourself I think is best, right? Like for me, it was like I'm like competitive, so I wanted to be among who I felt would be the best in the country. You know what I mean? Like so, it was only New York or LA. I didn't even do comedy in those cities. Like I moved to LA, and then yeah, like for me, it's like whatever drives you. You know what I mean? Like and so for me, it's like I like competition. I like being around really great minds, and it helps drive you and make you. And I say that I go, you know, I give advice. I'm good at giving somebody their best odds, their best. Your life is like a one in a million. You did that, but for every Gerard who does it, there's a lot of guys who don't. Meaning, like I feel like I always err on the side of go someplace else, get good, and come back. That's not to say you can't go from like North Carolina and come straight here. Tony came here straight from Youngstown, Ohio. It does happen, but I think that's rare. Yeah, it's just knowing yourself. Like the point is whatever works.
I work for West Hollywood too, guys.
Welcome back. There you go. Welcome back.
Jonathan Tumblin, everybody. He's on Twitter. At J Sherlock P, all one word.
Put out good energy and it's Twitter and a good conversation.
He's a good guy. He's here since 2021. This is the part of the show we have our two regulars go on. Every week they do a brand new minute, and it's always fun to watch. Your first comedian tonight dropped out of the University of Florida with just a semester left after she came here and did self-learning for the first time. She's been writing a new minute every single week since. What are you laughing about, Brody?
You made her drop out of school.
I didn't make her drop out of school. She dropped out of college.
I'll pay for it. You ever go to University of Phoenix? I'll take care of you. Yeah. So you,
You've been doing a lot of fun, having a lot of fun. That is really cool.
I do.
Is that zero? You know, with the wrestling, you can do there's a ballot system. Yeah. You know that?
Are you trying to entertain me?
No. I'm just trying to tell you anything. How many people got Survivor Series last night? Anybody? Yeah. One guy that wished he hadn't started climbing.
I like the honesty of that one where you said you didn't retweet it because you were jealous of it. That kind of shit really is hilarious because I know you, and so I know that you're being honest. But
Yeah, I just roll my eyes.
I really like how your material has really grown into a very honest sort of voice of yours. So you're doing great. Thank you.
Well, there she goes. You gotta
oh,
get
Tony.
Oh,
I don't get a
Oh,
chance to talk.
I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. I'm sorry, Brody.
Were you into it tonight? Were you comfortable? Did you feel like relaxed tonight? Something on your mind?
Did I not say anything yet? I asked you a question.
Ask a question with a question?
Jesus.
It's like she's talking back to me. She's like a Tony Jr.
It sounds like a third date conversation.
No, here's
Did I
my
not
thing.
seem into it?
No, you seemed into it, just not like
I personally.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I thought when you went up there, when you said, I'm going to be serious for a moment, I really thought you were going to make some kind of like a 1-minute speech on like what's been happening tonight. I really thought you were. So that got me. And then I was kind of like a little disappointed because I thought it was going to be something, but there was just I'm not nitpicking it, but it is tough to come up with a material once a week.
Well, yeah, just changes. Some weeks I come up extra confident, and some weeks come with a new minute every week. So
Yeah,
right.
very hard.
Like right now, I like your the bubbly energy, but yeah, it's hard to do when you're forced to do a new minute every week. How dare you, Tony?
No, I'm just laughing because like Brody's review is talk about Ferguson more.
I didn't. Well, no, I didn't say that, but
No, I know you respect that.
no, I just you did pull me in. I thought you were gonna. That's good acting. So you were committed to that.
There you go. And Brody's been in a lot of movies, so he knows good
What
acting.
does that have to do with anything, Tony?
No,
I've
it
been in
does.
4 movies.
Yeah.
I haven't booked a movie since I went off my meds.
Well,
I'm a loose cannon.
there you go. Brody Stevens and Kimberly Condon, everybody. There she was. Kimberly Condon is at Twitter at Kimberly Condon. We have one other regular who does a brand new minute every week. Really excited to bring her up as always. Here you go. It's Sarah Weinstein.
Here she comes. Yeah.
I had a very lonely experience the other night. I went to a paper supply store. I went to Office Depot at 9 p.m. in November for a 2014 planner. In November,
paper chase take off.
It's always the
It's when it
funniest
hits
thing
that
with,
threshold.
it's always when it works with you, when the stuff works, you bring a human into the picture. It's always inanimate objects that you're talking about, but when you bring a human in, like the guy that thought of the 3-hole punch, the guy that pushed it to the next thing, you know, that's always when it works. So he did it again. Sarah Weinstein. That's what it looks like.
2 brand new minutes from our regulars, and that's what it feels like. Kill Tony, what could be episode 80, maybe 79, could even be 78,
Could even be 81.
Yeah.
But we're calling it hashtag baby dude or something like that. Purvis, you were unbelievable. I love you so much. You were great.
You really pulled your own weight tonight, which is a really big deal.
Considering how humongous you are. You're on Twitter at Ryan Mervis. RyanMirbeis. Josh Martin Comic hustled around for us. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin Comic, sitting next to Ada Lee Flame. Brody Stevens did an amazing job.
Brody Stevens. Yes, you got it. Push and believe. Never forget.
I don't know about you peasants, but I'm an Amazon Prime member, and you can watch episodes and enjoy it
It's still
on
up?
Amazon.
Will it be up there forever? How does that work?
I hope so.
I just watched it the other day. So yeah,
My favorite thing to watch on Amazon is a show all about Brody Stevens.
I went through a lot.
He had his own Comedy Central show, half hour. He's also on HBO.
Speaking of HBO,
Gerard Carmichael, we had so much fun. Fantastic hour that you take right here in our home club. Love at the store. What else is going on? You're on Twitter.
yeah, I'm around.
People are going to want to find you. You're my favorite. You're one of the only people that I sit at lunch with all the time.
I know, right?
Everybody else disappears, so we can still hang out.
Yeah.
Refreshing.
You go to J-Rock?
That's right.
You go to Tender Greens?
Yeah. Yes. We did the Tender Greens. I was at Tender Greens with you, but you went next door
To the barbecue chicken place and brought it to me.
I brought it to me. It was a rough day.
That's how we do it. Elise Lane is Elise Lane. She's at the Girl with the Pan on Facebook and Instagram. I'm Tony.
Delicious food, Brad. Thank you.
Thank you, live audience. So much fun.
I love you guys.
We did it, folks. Kill Tony, Stephen Brody Stevens, Gerard Carmichael, Ryan Redman.
Come to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Fuck yeah. Positive feedback already. Hi, everybody. Happy Monday to you. How's it going? It's like a real show. Packed audience here. We are Josh Martinless tonight, our usual little helper, who usually runs around. Had some crazy stuff happen over the weekend, and he is currently suspended for a week. But standing in, put your hands together for David Deary, everybody.
Come on up, David. Say hello. Take a bow.
We found the first guy that looks exactly like Josh Martin. And
we didn't only have one Josh replacement. We actually have, because Josh actually does 2 jobs. So we had to get a second guy. Guys, give it up for PDC in the back.
yes, PDC, crushing. Currently keeping the guests and our Patriot in their chamber, just like Josh would do in this situation. Put your hands together for the wait staff, getting us liquored up tonight. Very important deal. That's a big part of it. I'm loving life right now. Life is good. Things are exciting. I'm going to Denver to headline an entire weekend at the Comedy Works. January 2nd, 3rd. Yeah. Very, very excited about that. Other things are happening. Life is good. We are doing a fundraiser in the main room of the Comedy Store to get brand new speakers in this belly room.
Yes.
December, in the main room.
It's like in 2 Wednesdays. We'll talk about it next week. But
Super powerful show coming at you. We're going to have all of our favorite people on that show in order to raise new money for brand new speakers. We realized tonight that this entire room is the sound just comes out. We've broken, not we, but this room has broken so many speakers, but there's only 2 speakers actually here.
Yeah.
One small 8-inch thing hanging from the ceiling over there, and one small one right over there.
I think it's car speakers also. I don't think that's supposed to be like for microphones of a comedy club, one of the biggest comedy
face the earth today. Greg's dad left me for another baby boy. I saw you at the movies, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Pretty sure you saw me too. Pretty sure you saw me too. Your new boy told yum yum, ba-da-da-da-da-da. I kept playing peekaboo, kept playing peekaboo. There was nothing I could say, nothing I could do. 'Cause I'm the only baby boy for you. I saw you at the cemetery paying your respects to Greg. His fat ass would not believe the way you treat me now. I saw you in your bedroom, I was watching from the fire escape. Your new boy was there wearing nothing but a towel. He makes love like an untamed demon. And you start to hum a Peter Gabriel song. And suddenly my hands, they are covered in semen. Dun dun ding ding. Ding ding dong. I live outside your window, ba ba da ba da ba ba ba. I track your every move, I fucking track your every move. Say you got lunch at Subway, da ba da ba da. Oh, I live say you got lunch at Subway. Say you got lunch at Subway. Oh, and dinner at Subway too. Dinner at Subway too. I swear I'll win you back. It's the last thing that I do. 'Cause I'm the only baby boy. Yes, I'm the one and only baby boy. And I'm the only baby boy for you. Thank you. Reagan, everybody. I have his album. You should too.
Yes.
Find it on iTunes, SoundCloud, everywhere. That's Pat Reagan. That's spelled Patregan. Not like Ronald Reagan. It's announced like Ronald Reagan. Pat Reagan, but there's no A in that. Follow him on Twitter at Patty Reagan. Pattyregan. I absolutely love him. David, you're already doing a fantastic job. I'm going to bring up tonight's Patriot. Every week we always have a head of security to keep us safe. This week is a return Patriot. I'm very, very excited to have him. He's one of the funniest comics, a great comedy television writer. Writes for shows like Dion Co's Black Box and numerous other great things. Also, we do stand-up comedy together pretty much every single fucking night of the year. It's one of my best friends, one of my funniest pals. Put your hands together for him. Is the one and the only Willie Hunter, everybody. There he is. Look at this.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Heck yeah. You look fantastic.
I went no mask tonight.
That's perfect. You're like the new Black Stormtrooper. This is amazing. It's like the beginning of that Star Wars trailer. And I'm really excited about that.
No, it makes sense. It makes you feel better, sure.
No, yeah, I did this just to be able to do that joke that I just did. I'm like, I gotta have Willie on as a Patriot with no mask. I originally was thinking Jamar because he looks more like the guy, but Jamar wasn't available. So no, I'm kidding. I went straight to you, Willie. You know when I need a black guy, you're my guy.
I feel like, like Billy D. Williams, when he took it off, he was a stormtrooper, like he took the helmet off. Would that blow your mind as a Star Wars fan?
If Billy D was the first thing that we saw,
Yeah.
that would be amazing. I wouldn't know whether it's in the new Star Wars or the Colt 45, and I would take it. I would take it either way. Has anybody ever called you a young Billy D. Williams?
Yeah.
Really? You say it like you get that and you don't like it.
No, I like it.
you guys are doing. America has shown that that's about the limit. No, I'm kidding. I'm serious. A black stormtrooper. That's like that makes Jackie Robinson's thing go down a little bit. Like, first black stormtrooper's a really big deal. I'm serious. In cinematic history, that is a huge fucking deal.
Honestly, I think he's not really a stormtrooper. I think he's hiding in a stormtrooper outfit.
I know. I totally agree. There's no doubt about it.
Aren't they all clones?
Yeah, they're totally they're clones of all the same guy, so he's definitely not a stormtrooper. But I was gonna wait until another episode to break that news. But you got it going. I'm glad to have you, Willie. It's always fun to have you. You excited about tonight's show?
I'm extremely excited. I love these two people that are guests tonight.
Me too. In fact, fun fact, I don't really listen to Teltonic. How's that? How's that for a little admission? I don't listen to it. I love it, and I live it every Monday, but I don't go back and listen. Honestly, even the first time I was on Rogan, I had never listened to an episode of Rogan. When I listen to podcasts, I swear to God, this is the only podcast that I listen to. These two do it together. They are unbelievably hilarious, married, wonderful, the happiest, coolest people I know, and the hosts of the Your Mom's House podcast. They're here, in the flesh. Christina Kaczynski and Tom Segura. I have been trying to book this for a year and a half. I have asked them every Monday if they are available for a year and a fucking half. That's not a joke. Every Monday, these two get a text. How about this Monday? I'm in Tuscaloosa. How about this Monday? I'm in Winnipeg. How about this Monday? Seattle. But here we are, the totally clipped